Chapter 374. The Yang family's inheritance war was about to begin, so the young lords of the Yang family would definitely try to win over their allies in order to win. This time when Qiu Yimeng brought Yang Kai to the Lu family, although she didn't say anything, Lu Liang also understood her intentions and knew that this was an opportunity for him. 20 years ago, the Lu family had been on the decline, struggling to make a living in this small piece of land, so naturally they had no intention of participating in the inheritance war. But now, the Lu family had grown up and was a first-class family. People walked to higher places, water flows to the ground. How could the Lu family not want to climb to the next level? They had already hugged the Qiu family. If they could build a good relationship with the Yang family, the Lu family's future would be bright. However, hugging the Yang family's thigh was not so simple. The Yang family was a family made of iron, the helm of flowing water. Every time the patriarch changed, it would cause a lot of turbulence. Lu Liang wanted to participate in this time's inheritance war, but he didn't know if Yang Kai had the qualifications and strength to compete for the position. If he recklessly tied the Lu family to Yang Kai and waited until Yang Kai was defeated in the inheritance war, the Lu family's decades of hard work would be in vain. Lu Liang had no choice but to be cautious, and the Lu family's elders also had to keep their eyes open. The consequences of standing on the wrong side were not a joke. This was related to the future of the Lu family. The topic, intentionally or unintentionally, gradually shifted to the inheritance war, everyone reminiscing about the great event 20 years ago, while secretly observing Yang Kai's reaction. However, to their disappointment, Yang Kai didn't seem to be interested in these things at all, just sitting there calmly, tasting the fruits and delicacies while listening quietly. Although he didn't show much interest, he also didn't show any impatience. The Lu family didn't know what he was thinking for a while. Gradually, the topic shifted to the current situation. Currently, the Yang family's young lords had not yet surfaced, so no one knew what kind of heritage these young lords had. However, there was a genuine Yang family young lord in front of him, so Lu Liang naturally intended to inquire about Yang Kai's connections and background. Seeing that the time had come, Lu Liang was about to pretend to casually ask when he saw Yang Kai stretch and yawn. Lu Liang couldn't help but swallow the words he was about to say. "Is young lord tired?" Tang Yuxian asked softly. Yang Kai said casually, "Not bad." Lu Liang's eyes flashed as he chuckled and said, "Since young Master Yang is weary from his long journey, let's call it a day. Come, escort young Master Yang to rest." Yang Kai didn't stand on ceremony. He slowly got up and cupped his fists at the crowd. "If that's the case, then I'll take my leave first. Young Master Yang is too polite." Lu Liang smiled lightly. After all was said and done, after Yang Kai and the two blood warriors left, the Lu family members all wore strange expressions. They all thought that Yang Kai had come to the Lu family to win them over, so the Lu family had been psychologically prepared. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to have been observing Yang Kai all this time. Lu Liang even thought that if Yang Kai couldn't hold back and went straight to the point, how he could refuse without hurting his face. After all, he didn't know anything about Yang Kai right now, so naturally, it was impossible for him to rashly agree to become Yang Kai's support. But he never thought that this young master would actually not mention anything, nor did he say anything and just left like that. This was far beyond everyone's expectations. "Patriarch." One of the Lu family elders frowned and said with a strange expression, "Was he really just passing by? That shouldn't be the case." Lu Liang pondered for a while before slowly shaking his head. "He must have had thoughts of winning us over. Although he acted very indifferent, I could feel it." "Then why didn't he show it?" The man coldly snorted. "Is it because he doesn't have confidence?" Many people also nodded in agreement. If it wasn't because he didn't have confidence, how could he not say anything? At the very least, he should have shown his strength and confidence, right? If that's the case, then the Lu family can't have any hope for him. Otherwise, when the time comes, we'll lose everything. Hearing this, everyone's expectations for Yang Kai were greatly reduced. Lu Liang frowned, his slender eyes flashing as he smiled slightly. "Why do I feel that it's not that he doesn't have confidence, but rather that he wants to test our Lu family's taste?" Huh. Everyone's expression changed. He wants to test our Lu family? Is he even qualified? Even if he was a young lord of the Yang family and could participate in the inheritance war, he was still just a young master. Why would he want to test the Liu family? Lu Liang chuckled. Have you all forgotten? In the inheritance war, not only are we choosing the Yang family's young lords, they are also choosing us. Do you really think our first-class family is so great? Shouldn't those young lords be scrambling to win us over and beg us to help them? Everyone looked at Lu Liang awkwardly and laughed. Someone quickly said, Patriarch's words sound so harsh, we didn't mean that, right? And it's just that if what Patriarch said is true, then this little brat is too arrogant, his eyes too high, right? No matter what, the Liu family was still a first-class family. They could at least provide you with some help. Whether it was manpower, materials, or any other aspect, they weren't too weak. Being able to help you was already a blessing. What was there to test? Lu Liang's expression became serious as he solemnly said, If my guess is true, then this young Master Yang is not simple. Everyone thought about it carefully and couldn't help feeling a little moved. Even a first-class aristocratic family had to consider carefully before they could become his support. This showed that he had a wide network of connections. In his eyes, the Liu family's support might be dispensable, which was why he was so indifferent and not anxious at all. If he really wanted to win over the Liu family right from the start, that would be a sign of lack of confidence. Thinking about this, Lu Liang felt more and more certain that his guess was correct. Immediately, he whispered, I don't know how many days that young master will stay in the Liu family, but in any case, when you see him again, don't mention the inheritance war, and don't show anything. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Liang nodded. I'll go find young Lady Cho to inquire about the situation. This person was brought here by her, so he should know some details about this young master, right? Everyone nodded. Among this group of people, Lu Liang's strength may not be the highest, but his prestige was definitely the highest. It was under his leadership that the Liu family had prospered day by day. His methods and insight were obvious to all. Oh, the Liu family's backyard. Inside a spacious courtyard. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back and stared off in a certain direction thoughtfully. Just as he was lost in thought, Tang Yuxian suddenly spoke, Little Lord, why did you act so dull just now? Your actions may cause them to misunderstand. Don't you want to win over the Liu family to help you? Yang Kai smiled lightly. If I said I didn't want to, would you believe me? Tang Yuxian smiled wryly and slowly shook her head. If he really didn't want to, he wouldn't have come here with Chou Yimeng. Chou Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman had come here because they wanted to borrow 2 cloud treading colts, so Yang Kai could have just returned to the central capital directly. Since he had come here, he must have a reason. Actually, I really don't want to. Yang Kai chuckled and slowly shook his head. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Tang Yuxian suddenly froze and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously, seemingly wanting to peer into his heart, but Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, without the slightest trace of lying. Tu Feng's expression also changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. In this current situation, the more support he could win over, the more help it would be in the future. Right now there was a great opportunity. As long as Yang Kai could show enough strength to convince the Liu family would definitely draw closer to him. But why didn't he have any ideas? I don't have any friendship with the Liu family. Even if they helped me, it would only be out of a mutually beneficial relationship. I don't like this kind of relationship. Even if they are temporarily tied together, when the time comes, it is inevitable that they will stab me in the back. What I want is an ally who will stand firmly by my side no matter how much pressure I am under, no matter how harsh the environment, no matter what kind of situation I am in. The 2 blood warriors both stared at Yang Kai, suddenly feeling that the little lord in front of them was a bit naive. The world was bustling with activity, coming for benefits, going for benefits, without benefits. Who would be willing to share joys and sorrows with you? You don't believe there is such a person? Yang Kai grinned at the 2 of them. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help lightly coughing, not knowing how to answer. There will be, you just wait and see. Tang Yuxian was startled, not knowing where Yang Kai's confidence came from, but his attitude made her feel a little touched, so she smiled and said, then we'll wait and see. Tu Feng also smiled, but today Little Lord's approach isn't wrong. If you show any intention of winning them over, the Liu family will only feign civility and won't really take a stand. If that's the case, it's better not to say anything at all. Yang Kai nodded. The Liu family wants to know my details, that much I can also see. Now no matter what they say, it's just a test. Before the situation is clear, they won't be able to make a real decision. The situation was naturally unclear now, and the Young family young lords didn't know who the Liu family young lords were or how many there were. However, if you want to befriend someone, you should take advantage of the fact that he is still weak and wait for him to become strong before throwing in your lot in with him. The effect would obviously be different. Adding flowers to a brocade was never as comforting as sending charcoal in the snow. Enough about that. I'm not interested in the Liu family, but there is one thing the Liu family has that interests me, haha. Yang Kai chuckled. What is it? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both asked curiously. I don't know, Yang Kai said, turning around and walking back into the room. The two blood warriors couldn't help feeling stunned. How could there be such a thing in this world? He was obviously interested in something but didn't know what it was. If you don't know what it is, how could you be interested? Seeing Yang Kai walk into the room to rest, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both smiled bitterly, feeling more and more like they couldn't see through this little lord. Chapter 375. Today was Valentine's Day. I wish all the lovers in the world a happy ending. While Yang Kai was talking with the two blood warriors in another room, Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, who had just finished bathing, had not yet had time to rest when a maid from the Liu family came to report. Young Lady Qiu, the patriarch asked me to ask if it is convenient for you to speak now? Xiao Yimeng shook her wet hair, her eyes flashing as she instantly understood Lu Liang's intentions. Frowning slightly, she said, Let him in. Yes. The maid respectfully withdrew, and a moment later Lu Liang walked in. Chuckling, Lu Liang said, First, young lady, the Liu family is not comparable to the Qiu family. Our land is sparse, so please forgive us for any neglect. Although they were meeting in private, Lu Liang didn't dare to call her his niece. Calling her one or two was more than enough. If he kept calling her one or two, it would inevitably make people unhappy. Lu Liang was a cunning old fox, so how could he make such a low-level mistake? Xiao Yimeng smiled lightly and said, Uncle Lu being so anxious to see me, I'm sure you want to inquire about Yang Kai, right? Seeing her get straight to the point, Lu Liang wasn't too surprised, his smile fading as he solemnly said, And now that the world is in chaos, the situation is confusing. How should the Liu family stand in this chaotic world? I hope the first young lady can give me some pointers. Saying so, he cupped his fists respectfully. Xiao Yimeng smiled gently, sat down at the table, glanced at him faintly and asked, Are you wondering why I brought him to your Liu family, and whether this action of mine was a hint to you? First young lady is intelligent. This old man was indeed thinking so. Lu Liang frankly admitted that his Liu family had relied on the Qiu family to achieve what they had today. It could be said that the Qiu family had shown great kindness to the Liu family. Now that Xiao Yimeng had brought Yang Kai to visit the Liu family at such a sensitive time, Lu Liang naturally thought of something. Did Xiao Yimeng think highly of Yang Kai? So she wanted to help the Liu family and give them an opportunity to hitch a ride with Yang Kai. Wasn't this a sure-win deal? Did Xiao Yimeng know Yang Kai's background and connections? Was that why she did this? All kinds of speculations ran through Lu Liang's mind in just half a day. Xiao Yimeng's brow furrowed slightly as she whispered, You're not wrong to think so. I know you're a smart person, but I can tell you this. Bring him here this time. I'm not hinting at anything. No? Lu Liang couldn't help feeling a little surprised. No. Xiao Yimeng nodded lightly. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. I came to the Liu family just to borrow 2 cloud treading colts. Lu Liang was stunned for a moment as he thought about it. It turned out that Xiao Yimeng only came to the Liu family for this reason. He laughed awkwardly. The matter of the cloud treading colt is easy. I'll have someone prepare it tomorrow. Xiao Yimeng nodded slightly. Lu Liang opened his mouth. He looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated. Xiao Yimeng knew what he wanted to ask and said, I don't know how strong his background is, but I won't underestimate him. He can often do some unexpected things, and can also often surprise people and make them gasp in amazement. Lu Liang couldn't help feeling moved. Xiao Yimeng's evaluation. It was really quite significant. Regardless of Yang Kai's background and connections, it wasn't difficult to infer from the words of the Qiu family's first young lady that Yang Kai's personal ability was undoubtedly very strong. Thinking of this, Xiao Yimeng grit her teeth. Her pretty face filled with anger, she snorted. And he's a very vengeful person. Lu Liang heard the coldness in Qiu Yimeng's tone and couldn't help shrinking his neck. He didn't know what Yang Kai had done to offend her, but looking at Qiu Yimeng's expression, it seemed she had suffered a lot. He looked down and saw nothing. He didn't hear anything. He didn't see anything. It seems that he does things based on his own preferences. He's both good and evil, very difficult to deal with. If you don't want to be friends with this kind of person, I'll give you some advice. Qiu Yimeng smiled gently. First, young lady, please advise. Lu Liang said solemnly. Absolutely do not become enemies with him. Lu Liang paused for a moment before solemnly saying, I'll remember. Good, that's all. Qiu Yimeng nodded slightly and no longer said anything. Knowing that she was sending him off, Lu Liang naturally didn't stay any longer, bowing respectfully before slowly withdrawing. Before leaving the room, Qiu Yimeng said again, right, if you really want to gamble in the inheritance war, you should seize the opportunity now. The sooner you get close to one of the young lords, the greater the benefits you'll get in the future. Lu Liang nodded in agreement, suddenly asking, First, young lady, what about you? Whose side will you stand on? In the inheritance war, the other 7 great families of the central capital would definitely participate, so the Qiu family was naturally not an exception. Qiu Yimeng was the first young master of the Qiu family's younger generation, so perhaps this time she would be the one to lead the team. Don't worry about me, the future and destiny of the Lu family is in your own hands. Which young lord you stand on is your own decision. Success or failure in the future, whether it's sweet or sour, it's up to you to taste. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly. Lu Liang was slightly disappointed. He knew that Qiu Yimeng had said this because she didn't want to take responsibility for her opinion in the future. Not saying anything more, he simply bowed and left. The next day dawned. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both walked out of the house and saw Yang Kai slowly practicing a set of seemingly ordinary martial arts techniques as the sun rose from the east. His movements were slow, but his expression was meticulous, and his movements were also quite rigorous. The little lord got up early. Tang Yuxian smiled. It's a good thing that young people are full of energy. Tu Feng also smiled. It's just that the martial arts the little lord is practicing don't seem to be anything special. If it were used by ordinary people to strengthen their bodies, it would be especially suitable for the elderly. Tang Yuxian couldn't help giggling as she covered her mouth. Tu Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes, motioning to her not to speak nonsense. Although he didn't agree with the martial arts Yang Kai was currently practicing, he was still a young lord of the Yang family. As a blood warrior, how could he gossip behind his back? If the little lord liked it, then he would just let him do it. In any case, it wasn't dangerous. Suddenly, Tu Feng's expression became solemn. Muttering in a low voice, Something's wrong. What's wrong? Tang Yuxian hurriedly asked. Look carefully. Tu Feng's expression became serious, and Tang Yuxian also stared at Yang Kai's movements. Suddenly, Tang Yuxian's pupils shrank. She found that Yang Kai's muscles were actually bouncing to the extreme and his feet were damp, obviously because his sweat had soaked the soil. Facing the rising sun, Tang Yuxian clearly saw Yang Kai's face and forehead. On the exposed skin, drops of crystal-clear sweat quickly formed and flowed together. The slow movements of his fists and feet seemed to be extremely heavy, with each step he took causing the ground to tremble slightly. This was clearly a sign that would only appear when one was under extremely strong pressure. However, what Yang Kai was displaying now was just a set of seemingly ordinary martial arts. Tang Yuxian had even commented that it was only suitable for the elderly to strengthen their bodies, so how could it have such power? After carefully observing for a while, the two blood warriors couldn't help but admit, Yang Kai seemed to be really under great pressure right now. His tense physique seemed to contain a terrifying destructive force. However, this force seemed to be under some kind of inexplicable pressure, and was being forcibly suppressed within his body, unable to be released. In other words, his physique was resisting this kind of pressure. With his body as the dividing point, he maintained a kind of balance. Where is this pressure coming from? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other, both deeply shocked. Coincidentally, both of them released their divine senses and locked onto Yang Kai, closing their eyes and placing themselves in his shoes. As Yang Kai's fists and feet unfolded, Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian gradually integrated their senses into Yang Kai's surroundings. With the help of his movements, both of them slowly perceived the mysteries behind them. Empathy. Hong. A feeling like the sky was suddenly collapsing suddenly descended, as if the entire sky was pressing down on their bodies. Walla. A violent sound rang out and the ground where the two blood warriors were standing suddenly caved in. Spider-like cracks spread out in all directions. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both opened their eyes at the same time, their faces filled with horror, their eyes filled with panic, their yuan qi involuntarily circulating, frantically resisting the pressure of the heavens and earth around them. How could they have imagined that the terrifying pressure they had just felt would disappear the moment they opened their eyes? Their full strength had erupted, but there was nowhere to vent it, so the surging yuan qi directly exploded inside their bodies. Two muffled groans rang out, and both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian paled as they staggered back a few steps. Wah. Both of them coughed up a mouthful of blood at the same time before feeling much better. Yang Kai turned his head and couldn't help frowning. When he had just displayed his unyielding golden skeleton, although he knew that the two blood warriors were behind him, and could feel that they had released their divine senses to investigate him, Yang Kai had never thought it would cause such a bad consequence. No one had ever spied on him while he was displaying his unyielding golden skeleton, let alone felt the pressure he was enduring in such a detailed manner. Unable to react in time, the two blood warriors had already been injured. Quickly withdrawing his fists and feet, Yang Kai rushed over to them and asked, "Are you all right?" Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's eyes trembled, not paying any attention to their own injuries, instead staring at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster, their faces filled with disbelief. The pressure they had just felt was absolutely not fake. Both of them had felt it. How could it be fake? But under that kind of pressure, that kind of terrifying pressure that no human could resist, how could this little lord in front of them remain unscathed? Based on his strength and the quality of his body, he should have been crushed into dust long ago. But now? Yang Kai was completely fine while two immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had accidentally injured him. If this matter were to spread out, wouldn't they be laughed at by the other blood warriors? For a time, both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were shocked and embarrassed. Both of them now only had one question: how did the little lord survive under that kind of pressure? Chapter 376. In his days, Yang Kai asked 3 times before Tu Feng suddenly responded, "It's just a minor injury, little lord doesn't need to worry about it." Just as he finished speaking, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. How could this be a minor injury? Both of them had unleashed their full strength, and as a result, it had exploded inside his own body, which was tantamount to him not fainting on the spot. "Do you have any healing pills?" Yang Kai asked. He had some healing pills in his phantom space, but these pills were prepared by Ling Tai Su for him, so their grade wasn't too high. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were Yang family blood warriors, so they definitely carried pills refined by the Yang family with them, which were undoubtedly better than Yang Kai's. So Yang Kai didn't try to make a fool of himself. Tang Yuxian nodded, and together with Tu Feng, both pulled out a bottle from their sleeves and poured out a single brown profound grade pill. Both of their faces showed a hint of pain as they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This mysterious grade brown pill was a mysterious grade low-rank pill that all blood warriors carried with them. It was capable of healing all kinds of injuries, big or small. This kind of pill was extremely precious. Even for blood warriors, they would only carry one, so the two of them were naturally reluctant to take it at this time. However, their duty was to ensure the safety of Yang Kai, so if they didn't heal their injuries as soon as possible, it would be a disaster. So even if they felt distressed, even if they didn't want to accept it, the two of them still decisively swallowed the profound grade pill. Everything they did was to protect Yang Kai. After the two of them took the pill, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed and he quickly pulled them up, then stretched out his foot and wiped the ground a few times to cover up the bloodstains. The next moment, Lu Liang arrived with many of the Lu family's masters. "What happened?" Lu Liang asked anxiously with a panicked expression. The huge commotion just now had spread out. The masters of the Liu family were naturally aware of this. When they realized that the place where the noise came from was Yang Kai's residence, they didn't dare to hesitate any longer and rushed over madly. All of them were afraid that something would happen to Yang Kai. If something happened to the young master of the Yang family and the Lu family, then even if they had the backing of the Cho family, the Lu family would still be finished. With the domineering arrogance of the Yang family, they would not hesitate to flatten this place. It was a matter of life and death for the family. How could Lu Liang not be nervous? How could he not panic? After asking this question, everyone's eyes turned to Yang Kai. Seeing that he was safe and sound, and that there were no wounds on his body, they all let out a sigh of relief. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also hit very well, both of them slightly circulating their yuan qi. Blood qi appeared on his face, making him look radiant. There was no sign of him being injured at all. It's fine. Yang Kai chuckled. This young lord just let Tu Feng and Yuxian exchange a few moves for me to take a look, but I didn't expect that it would cause such a big commotion. Exchange a few moves? Lu Liang looked stunned. Yang Kai smiled casually and said, I'm just bored. Watching masters fight can also relieve my boredom. Listening to him say this, Lu Liang and the others' expressions suddenly became strange, all of them frowning slightly. Looking at the two big pits in the ground and the surrounding cracks, Lu Liang and the others were secretly shocked by the strength of the two blood warriors. Just exchanging a few moves had caused such a big commotion. If it was really a life or death battle, how powerful would it be? Letting out a hearty laugh, Lu Liang said, It turns out that young Master Yang is so leisurely and elegant. This Lu and the others were too reckless. You continue, we'll take our leave. Take care. Yang Kai smiled gently, not waiting for Lu Liang to leave before calling out, Right, Patriarch Lu? Lu Liang's brow furrowed as he turned around and asked, What other instructions does young Master Yang have? Lu Liang's tone and demeanor seemed to have lost the dignified and cautious attitude of yesterday, and instead contained a trace of impatience. Unconsciously, his attitude seemed to have changed. Yang Kai didn't care and simply said, The Lu family is a land of great talents and this place is also a place of great beauty. My two blood warriors and I would like to stay here for a few more days. I hope this won't cause you any trouble? Lu Liang was slightly surprised but didn't think much about it, just smiling and saying, Young Master Yang being a guest of the Lu family is an honor for my Lu family. There's no need to mention any trouble. Good, that's good. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Lu Liang cupped his fists again and led the crowd away. After they left, Yang Kai turned around and stared at a loft a few dozen meters away. On the second floor, Qiu Yimeng was leaning against the armrest, a meaningful smile on her face as she stared towards Yang Kai. When their four eyes met, Qiu Yimeng raised her chin slightly, showing a hint of defiance. Beside her, Luo Xiaoman also grinned meaningfully, seemingly having discovered some great secret. Yang Kai grinned at them and led the two blood warriors into the house. Inside the room, Yang Kai didn't avoid the two blood warriors and simply changed out of his soaked clothes. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore complex expressions as they waited for Yang Kai to speak. But after waiting for a long time, Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. After changing his clothes, Yang Kai sat down directly on a chair. The two blood warriors glanced at each other before bracing themselves and stepping forward. Both of them kneeling on the ground and quickly saying, We are guilty, please punish us, young master. Yang Kai glanced over at them and said indifferently, What crime? Tu Feng's expression became awkward as he quickly said, Because of our impulsiveness, we have delayed young master's journey. Yang Kai had told Lu Liang at the last moment that he would be staying here for a few more days, clearly wanting Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian to have a safe and stable place to heal. Whether it was Tu Feng or Tang Yuxian, both of them were well aware of this, and because of this both of them felt some gratitude in their hearts. Very few of the Yang family's young lords would be so considerate towards their subordinates. Their injuries were neither light nor heavy, but if they weren't healed in time, there may be hidden dangers. After Tu Feng finished speaking, Yang Kai didn't say anything. Tang Yuxian also said, Because of us, young master has been looked down upon by the Lu family. We are guilty. The subtle change in Lu Liang's attitude couldn't be hidden from everyone's eyes. The reason he had such a change was because Yang Kai had said he was bored, and had asked the two blood warriors to help him relieve his boredom. Who were the blood warriors? They were masters who had loyally guarded the Yang family for generations, and had made countless contributions to the Yang family. They had even used their own lives to save the lives of the Yang family's direct descendants. No matter which generation, the Blood Warriors had left behind a rich legacy with their own blood. The prosperity of the Young family was due to the hard work of the Blood Warriors. The loyalty and dedication of the Blood Warriors was obvious to all. Therefore, although the outside world didn't like the Young family, they still greatly admired the Blood Warriors. But now, the two members of this group were actually fighting just to relieve the boredom of a young lord who had not yet returned to the family. They were as close as brothers and sisters. They didn't even quarrel on ordinary days, but now they were fighting over some trivial order. They weren't monkeys. How could they be played around with to relieve boredom? Yang Kai's debauchery were already clear. That's why Lu Liang's attitude had changed so drastically. If it weren't for Yang Kai taking responsibility for his actions, he wouldn't have been looked down upon so much. If such a thing were to spread out, perhaps the entire world would think that Yang Kai was a pile of mud that couldn't hold up a wall, which would have a great impact on his future. In an instant, the two Blood Warriors had thought about many things, which was why Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both felt extremely guilty and uncomfortable. What else? Yang Kai looked at them with a chuckle. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other, not knowing how to answer. Get up. Yang Kai smiled. I know Blood Warriors only kneel to their master. You haven't fully recognized me yet, so there's no need for you to kneel. The two Blood Warriors both blushed slightly. Yang Kai's words were straightforward, but they were also reflecting their thoughts. Along the way, Yang Kai had indeed brought them a lot of surprises, and today they were even more grateful, but there was still some distance between them and submitting to him. When the day comes when you're willing to follow me, you can kneel again, Yang Kai said flatly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stood up awkwardly. Tu Feng hesitated for a moment before hesitating, but now the Lu family is definitely no longer optimistic about Little Lord. I said, I don't have any ideas about them. Whether they think highly of me or not has nothing to do with me. Looking down on me is their own fault for having eyes but failing to see. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, his expression becoming cold as he said, as for the two of you, don't try to spy on me again. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions changed slightly as they recalled the pressure they had just felt, and couldn't help feeling a little scared. The two of them knew that spying on him a moment ago had made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable, so they quickly nodded. What a joke! If the two of them had continued to feel that terrifying pressure, they would have been crushed into meat paste. They really couldn't understand how Yang Kai had managed to withstand it. You two focus on healing your wounds for the next few days. When you're all healed, you can set off for the central capital. Tang Yuxian responded in a daze. After this incident, Lu Liang didn't seem to care much about Yang Kai anymore. The Lu family's elders all agreed that this Yang family young lord wasn't enough to accomplish great things. Even with Lu Liang's shrewdness and wisdom, he was still deceived by Yang Kai's disguise. With a crisp cry, the golden feather eagle descended from the sky and landed on Yang Kai's shoulder, using its hook-like beak to affectionately stroke Yang Kai's hair. The golden feather eagle didn't suffer any hardships during its time with Yang Kai. Before returning to the Lu family, it went out to hunt for food on its own. Once it arrived at the Lu family, its meals were even more sumptuous, with all kinds of fresh meat being provided, saving it the trouble of hunting. However, this guy only ate live prey, so every time it ate, the scene was a bit bloody. Yang Kai stared at the golden feather eagle, dipped a drop of myriad drug liquid into his hand, and fed it to the golden feather eagle. These days, Yang Kai would feed it a drop of myriad drug liquid every day, and after a period of time, the golden feather eagle seemed to have grown stronger. However, Yang Kai still had some ideas about this golden feather eagle. He wanted to know if it could evolve to the sixth order, and if so, when would it evolve? Chapter 377. In the entire Yang family, it seemed that only one golden feather eagle had successfully evolved to the sixth order, and that golden feather eagle was the leader of all the eagles. In order to make that golden feather eagle evolve, the Yang family had spent a lot of financial and material resources, and finally, through sheer luck, they had succeeded. Since then, the Yang family's golden feather eagle had never evolved to the sixth order again. As time passed, the cost was not proportional to the harvest, so the Yang family no longer had any ideas for the golden feather eagle's evolution. In any case, the strength of the Yang family didn't depend on the golden feather eagle. The biggest role of these eagles was to investigate the enemy, and find their descendants. Whether it was the fifth order or the sixth order for the Yang family, it really didn't make much of a difference. But for Yang Kai it was different. If the golden feather eagle in front of him could evolve to the sixth order, the role it could play would also skyrocket. At that time, even if it faced an immortal ascension boundary master, it would be able to fight back. In this situation, besides the two blood warriors Yang Kai needed to subdue, he could only rely on this golden feather eagle. In the inheritance war, any little bit of help could affect success or failure. The myriad drug liquid, Yang Kai himself had been taking it every day. If taken over a long period of time, it could allow one to be reborn, so it would definitely be helpful to the golden feather eagle. After so many days, the golden feather eagle had become completely dependent on Yang Kai. This wasn't just because of the beast's slave seal, but also because of its high intelligence. His eyes flashing, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and flicked the golden feather eagle. The sound of something shattering rang out and a ripple spread out from the golden feather eagle's body. This ripple spread out and disappeared. It was the sound of the beast's slave seal being undone by Yang Kai. Without the beast's slave seal, the golden feather eagle first tilted its head and looked at Yang Kai, its bright eyes seeming somewhat puzzled, but it didn't show any signs of rejection, instead continuing to comb Yang Kai's hair. Heh. Yang Kai chuckled. This period of time had been imperceptible. It was enough to make the golden feather eagle obey Yang Kai's orders, even without the beast's slave seal. The monster beast was really easy to deal with. Just give it a dozen days of myriad drug liquid, and it would become completely loyal. It was loyal, and it would not reveal the secret of Yang Kai. It's time to eat. A strange smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as he looked in a certain direction. With a shake of his hand, he released the golden feather eagles. Spreading its wings, the golden feather eagle flew up and grabbed a porcupine from the blood cage that the Liu family had prepared for it. Then it soared into the sky. The porcupine wasn't small, and the golden feather eagle didn't seem to be able to hold it firmly. When it was in the air, it loosened its grip, and a sound of huffing and puffing could be heard. The porcupine fell from the sky. After a long while, a splashing sound was heard from the other side. It seemed like there was the sound of blood splattering. The golden feather eagle circled in the air and rushed towards the fresh blood. Yang Kai slowly stood up. After tidying up his appearance, he strode out of the courtyard towards the house where the golden feather eagle had landed. Liu family main hall. Liu Liang was discussing an important matter with several of the Liu family's elders when a servant rushed in. Liu Liang's expression froze. Liu Liang was stunned. "What's the matter?" The servant hurriedly knelt to the ground and said in a panic, "Patriarch, something bad has happened. Elder C's house has been stained with blood." "What?" Liu Liang stood up from his chair. The other Liu family elders also wore shocked expressions. It seemed that something terrible had happened. What happened? Without any delay, Liu Liang hurriedly walked down from the head of the table. While rushing out, he casually picked up the servant and asked in a hurry. He couldn't help feeling nervous. "Elder C. Liu C." The Liu family had only one above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, a character who stood at the peak of this world. It was precisely because of his existence that the Liu family was able to become a first-class family. It could be said that Liu C's survival was directly related to the status of the Liu family. Under normal circumstances, Liu C would not leave the Liu family residence, instead choosing to sit here and act as a deterrent. Moreover, because Liu C had encountered some problems when breaking through to the above Immortal Ascension boundary a few years ago, it was not convenient for him to leave the Liu family residence. Usually, he would retreat into his own courtyard. That area was also a restricted area of the Liu family. No one was allowed to approach it. Even Liu Liang, the patriarch, unless it was a matter of life or death, he didn't dare disturb him. But now Liu C's house had been stained with blood. How could the Liu family elders not worry? It was also this servant's fault for not explaining clearly. When everyone heard the word blood, they all thought that Liu C had encountered some kind of problem during his cultivation, causing him to be injured. After the servant reported what he had seen, Liu Liang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. In their hearts, Liu Liang was both angry and amused, silently cursing this servant for being so flustered that he couldn't even speak properly. However, the fact that a porcupine had fallen into Liu C's courtyard was still a big deal. If it disturbed Elder C's retreat, it wouldn't be a joke. According to the servant, it was because the Young family's golden feather eagle didn't hold on to the porcupine properly while it was eating and accidentally let it fall into Lucy's courtyard. Looking at the scene from a distance, he saw a bloody scene. The servant didn't dare to rush in and disturb Elder C, so he had run over to ask for instructions. "There's nothing for you to do." After Lu Liang heard this, he released the servant but didn't stop walking, still leading everyone towards Lucy's residence, a look of displeasure on his face. Most of the other Lu family elders also wore similar expressions. Looking around, none of them found any trace of Yang Kai or the two blood warriors. Someone whispered, "Patriarch, that Yang family young lord is too useless. He couldn't even keep an eye on that eagle and actually disturbed Elder C. And we need to hurry up and make them leave. But he was brought here by young Lady Cho. If he doesn't leave, what can we do? Why would young Lady Cho accompany such a useless young lord?" When everyone mentioned Yang Kai, they all slowly shook their heads, obviously thinking that this young lord wasn't anything special. With his status as a direct descendant of the Yang family, if he really participated in the inheritance war, it was likely he would quickly fall. "Shut up, all of you," Lu Liang calmly shouted. Although he wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai, he wasn't someone the Lu family could criticize behind his back. If he or the blood warriors were to hear this, it would only bring disaster upon themselves. Hearing Lu Liang's shout, the Lu family elders no longer dared to gossip. A short time later, everyone arrived at the Lu family's quietest and most remote courtyard. As they approached, everyone's brow furrowed as they stared blankly at the scene before them, because the door to this courtyard was actually wide open. Lucy's courtyard door had always been closed. No one had ever dared to open it. But now it was actually open. What kind of situation was this? Lu Liang held his breath and cautiously poked his head inside, his face pale with anger as he nearly fainted. A large pool of blood and bits of flesh was now present in the originally tranquil and untainted courtyard. The tragic appearance of the porcupine was faintly discernible. This porcupine must have fallen from a high place, sputtering a large amount of radioactive blood as it fell to the ground, dying without even making a sound. The Yang family's golden feather eagle stood to the side, feasting on the fresh meat. The Yang family young lord, on the other hand, was like a country bumpkin, squatting on the ground with his arms crossed, watching the golden feather eagle eat with great interest. There was even a faint smile on his face. Lu Liang rolled his eyes. He was so angry that his 7 orifices were smoking. Facing Elder C, no matter who it was, the Lu family had to be extremely cautious. No one dared to cross the gate of this courtyard. But this Yang family young lord, not only had he walked in like there was no one around, he had even stopped to admire his family's monster beast, not even treating himself as an outsider. At this moment, Lu Liang inexplicably felt a sense of humiliation. It was as if a treasure he had been treading on thin ice had been driven straight in and taken away. In short, his mood was incomparably strange. Patriarch. The Lu family members were also stunned, not knowing what to do. Waiting like this wasn't a good idea. So Lu Liang thought about it with a gloomy face before bracing himself and walking in. When the Lu family members saw their patriarch enter, they naturally didn't want to fall behind. They had never entered Elder C's courtyard before. This time it was all thanks to Yang Kai's blessing. Walking straight to Yang Kai's side, Lu Liang took a deep breath, leaned over, cupped his fists, and called out softly, "Young Master Yang, Young Master Yang." Yang Kai seemed to notice that someone had arrived and quickly turned his head, unable to help feeling surprised for a moment before squatting on the ground and returning the courtesy. "Patriarch Lu." The flesh on Lu Liang's face twitched slightly, but he was too lazy to care about this matter of etiquette. Just as he was about to explain the situation, Yang Kai raised a finger to his lips and solemnly made a sh sound. Lu Liang was slightly surprised and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai smiled silently and pointed to the front. "Don't speak, you'll disturb the eagle's meal." Lu Liang was almost confused. "Eagle, what time is it to be an eagle? This is the retreat of my Lu family's patriarch. Even if you are a Yang family young lord, even if you are the Yang family's silver blood golden feather eagle, you can't compare to Lu C. Disturbing the eagle's meal? This patriarch was worried that you would disturb Elder C by doing nothing here. No matter how steady and wise Lu Liang was at this moment, He couldn't help but want to curse. Quickly taking a few deep breaths, he squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and whispered, "Young Master Yang, this is not the place to talk, can we speak elsewhere?" And Yang Kai nodded, "If you have anything to say it later. Let it eat its fill first." Lu Liang's body trembled and he staggered slightly. At this moment he really wanted to vomit blood. He even felt like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to reason with a soldier. Lu Liang's eloquence, which he had always been proud of, did not play a role at this moment. Facing a blockhead like Yang Kai, Lu Liang felt like his tongue was tied. Young Master Yang, what I mean is, can we talk outside first?" Chapter 378. Lu Liang really had no other choice. He simply couldn't understand Yang Kai. Although he was the patriarch of the Lu family, Yang Kai's status wasn't low either. Even if Lu Liang was annoyed, he couldn't vent his anger on the spot, so he could only speak gently, hoping that this young Master Yang would understand the meaning of his words. Unfortunately, this young Master Yang didn't seem to understand at all. He seemed to have a single bone in his head, and even though the meaning of Lu Liang's words was so obvious, he still couldn't help asking, "Why do you want to go somewhere else?" The blue veins on Lu Liang's forehead throbbed slightly. Suppressing the anger and depression in his heart, he said with a dignified expression, "I won't hide it from young Master Yang. This place is the retreat of one of my Lu family's masters. No one usually comes to disturb them, so if we speak like this, I'm afraid it will disturb them. That happens, haha." "Master?" Kai Yang hurriedly stood up, his voice suddenly becoming louder, like a clap of thunder. The faces of the Lu family members suddenly became extremely ugly. This guy, is he doing this on purpose? Yang Kai didn't seem to know anything about this, looking around with great interest before turning to Lu Liang with a smile and asking, "How high?" "Young Master Yang." Lu Liang's face became gloomy as he snorted. He had really reached the limit of his patience. "Please conduct yourself with dignity." It wasn't easy to force Lu Liang to say such words. If this place wasn't Lu Ci's retreat, Lu Liang wouldn't have taken the risk of offending Yang Kai. Yang Kai stared blankly for a moment before letting out a chuckle. His smile was calm. There was no other meaning to it, just a slight surprise. He really didn't expect that this place was an important part of the Lu family. He knew that there must be a master living here, otherwise, it would have been impossible to make the golden feather eagle drop the porcupine and take the opportunity to run here. But even though he knew there was a master here, Yang Kai didn't know until Lu Liang and the others hurriedly appeared. He was afraid he had touched a nerve that the Lu family couldn't touch. But now that things had reached this point, he had no choice but to play the fool to avoid embarrassing both sides. Yang Kai wasn't someone who didn't know when to back down. As soon as Lu Liang and the others appeared, he realized that something was wrong. Now that Lu Liang showed such an expression, he immediately knew that something was wrong. Naturally, he could determine who was cultivating in seclusion here. The Lu family's only above immortal ascension boundary master. Otherwise, Lu Liang wouldn't be so nervous and cautious. Interesting. The thing that he was interested in was actually in the house of such an expert. This was going to be difficult. Frowning, Yang Kai was considering whether or not he should just let it go when the door of a nearby house suddenly opened. A creaking sound was heard. Lu Liang and the others all trembled, their faces solemn as they quickly turned to face the door and saluted. "That little friend. Come in and talk." An aged voice came from inside the house. The voice was ordinary and one couldn't tell whether it was happy, angry, sad, or joyful. However, it shocked the group of people outside. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he chuckled. He didn't stand on ceremony and walked over. Lu Liang eagerly watched, a look of envy on his face as he slowly followed. Arriving at the front of the house, Yang Kai paused and glanced back at Lu Liang. Gesturing, he said, "Patriarch Lu, please go first." Lu Liang smiled bitterly and waved his hand again and again. "I don't dare, Elder C only called for you so you can go first." As he said this, he led his men to spread out outside the door and stood there straight, with a meticulous expression on his face. Yang Kai glanced at him and knew that he wasn't being polite. Nodding slightly, he stepped into the house. The house was simple and crude. There wasn't even a bed inside, only a table and chairs. On the table was a purple clay teapot, And other than that, there was nothing else. But as soon as Yang Kai entered the house, his eyes lit up as he stared greedily at the thing under the old man's butt. His eyes were unscrupulous, without the slightest concealment. The old man in the room was obviously the strongest person in the Lu family, Lu Si. Lu Si's figure looked a little thin, and his hair and beard were all white. His temperament was somewhat similar to Ling Tai Su's, but not as indifferent as Ling Tai Su. However, overall Lu Si still had the unique demeanor of a powerful master. This was the second above Immortal Ascension boundary Master Yang Kai had seen so far. When one reached the above Immortal Ascension boundary, they seemed to give off a feeling of transcendence. This feeling was indescribable and mysterious. Any above Immortal Ascension boundary master was a master who stood at the peak of the world. At this moment, Lu Si was sitting cross-legged on a huge piece of jade. This jade was golden in color and had a brilliant light flowing across its surface, like a fish swimming happily in water. This piece of jade seemed to be a naturally formed bed, large enough to accommodate a single person. Lu Si sat on top of it, his aura seemingly endless. The energy in this jade was extremely restrained, so even though Yang Kai was standing a few meters away from it, he couldn't feel the slightest fluctuation. However, the Yang origin seal on Yang Kai's chest pulsed. The Yang origin seal could only sense the existence of Yang attribute treasures. With this thing, Yang Kai could accurately search for Yang attribute precious treasures. From the moment he entered the Lu family, Yang Kai had already noticed the existence of this large piece of jade. That was why he had told Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian that the Lu family had something that interested him. However, in the end he only knew that this was a Yang attribute treasure, but he didn't know what it was. Now that he looked at it, it really lived up to his expectations. Such a large piece of natural jade, if he absorbed all of it into his dantian, he might be able to directly break through to the next realm. The dantian didn't have much Yang liquid left after he had squandered it in the evil cavern. If he ran out of Yang liquid, Yang Kai didn't know if the evil energy in his unyielding golden skeleton would erupt and affect his body. On top of that, if he ran out of Yang liquid, he wouldn't be able to use any of the methods he could use. So during this time, what Yang Kai wanted to do most was to replenish his Yang liquid. However, Yang attribute precious treasures were difficult to find. Even if he returned to the Yang family, the Yang family wouldn't be able to provide him with any help. A young lord who wanted to participate in the inheritance war had to rely on his own accumulation of talents and materials. Now that he had encountered such a great opportunity, how could he easily let it go? However, he had never expected that the treasure he coveted would actually be the bed of an above Immortal Ascension boundary master. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange, wondering what kind of conditions he should offer. How could he make him willingly give up this treasure? Moreover, this was still an empty promise, so the more difficult it became. For a time, Yang Kai also hesitated in his heart, but on the surface he maintained a calm expression, still staring straight at the precious treasure under the other's butt. Lu Si had been staring at Yang Kai since he entered the room. At first, his expression was indifferent, like an ancient well without any ripples, but after a moment, he couldn't help laughing. Little friend's intentions are so obvious. You really came prepared. Yang Kai finally withdrew his greedy gaze and grinned meaningfully. I've made a fool of myself. In front of an above Immortal Ascension boundary master, Yang Kai was certain all of his tricks had long been seen through. Yang Kai wasn't going to quibble about anything. Saying so, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in front of Lu Si. Outside, the Lu family's elders all perked up their ears, holding their breaths, wanting to hear what the two were talking about inside the room. The Yang family's young lord. Truly extraordinary. Lu Si nodded slightly, a trace of appreciation flashing across his face. Truly from a great family. This kind of temperament and calmness is not something the Lu family can cultivate. Yang Kai grinned. Senior is too kind. The Lu family is actually not bad. Lu Si smiled. He was an above Immortal Ascension boundary master. Unless it was a young lord from one of the central capital's 8 great families, anyone else who saw him would be somewhat cautious, but this young man in front of him didn't seem to care at all. As soon as he entered the room, his eyes were fixed on his butt, not putting him in his eyes at all. If this young man hadn't seen the world, if he hadn't come from a great family, how could he be so calm? Did you come here for this? Lucy got straight to the point, pointing to his lower body. Yes. Yang Kai admitted frankly it wasn't premeditated, it was just a temporary idea, heh. Why do you need it? I need it, and I urgently need it, Yang Kai said solemnly. This old master understands. Lucy nodded slightly, suddenly smiling. Although I understand, I can't give it to you. I understand that, Li Yundong said. Yang Kai didn't look disappointed, apparently having already expected this, sitting up straight and saying, that's why I want to discuss some conditions with Senior. Lucy looked at him playfully and said, even if you are a young lord of the Yang family, this old master doesn't want to, let alone discuss conditions with you, so you are destined to be disappointed. Yang Kai shook his head. Senior's words are too arbitrary. Everything in this world, as long as it is a treasure, it has a price that Senior is willing to part with. It's just a matter of whether or not I can afford it. Lucy still shook his head firmly. The Lu family people outside all perked up their ears to listen, but after listening for a while, all of them wore strange expressions. Although the conversation between the old man and young man in the room was clearly heard, the more they listened, the more confused they became. Why did it feel like this Yang family young lord was eyeing some kind of treasure? Was it premeditated? Or was it just a moment ago? Was he willing to part with it at a price? Was he trying to buy it or rob it? The Lu family people all looked at each other, their heads filled with confusion. Inside the room, Lucy chuckled. Young Master Yang doesn't need to waste his energy. I didn't call you in to talk about this. Of course Senior didn't want to talk about this. I understand that clearly. Yang Kai nodded slightly and grinned, but I have taken a fancy to this jade bed of yours. Lucy didn't say anything, but Lu Liang, who was outside the room, heard this sentence and his expression suddenly changed. Angrily interjecting, he shouted, Young Master Yang, Elder C's Yang crystal jade bed is the most important thing to my Lu family. No one is allowed to have any ideas about it. Today he had been repeatedly angered by Yang Kai, but Lu Liang had been forced to swallow his anger. But now that he heard that this Yang Kai was actually interested in the Yang crystal jade bed, Lu Liang couldn't bear it any longer and immediately shouted, his tone quite direct and straightforward, as if he would fall out with Yang Kai if he dared act this way again. Chapter 379. Lu Liang's tone was extremely tough, but when Yang Kai heard it, his expression didn't change. Lucy took note of his reaction and nodded secretly, understanding that this Yang family young lord wasn't an unreasonable person. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai casually said, since Patriarch Lu says so, let's not talk about this Yang crystal jade bed for now. Outside the room, Lu Liang snorted lightly, his expression becoming slightly sullen. As long as you don't have any ideas about our family's Yang crystal jade bed, anything can be discussed. Elder C, if you don't mind, how about we talk about you? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Lu Si calmly. Even though he had reached the above immortal ascension boundary, Lu Si couldn't help feeling slightly stunned, pointing his finger to his nose and asking, talk about this old master? Yang Kai nodded calmly. Young Master Yang, please speak freely. This old master is all ears. Lucy chuckled, showing a look of interest. A young man actually dared to speak so calmly in front of him and even shamelessly wanted to talk about him. This was quite interesting. Since breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary, it had been a long time since anyone dared to act so casually in front of him. For a moment Lucy couldn't help feeling curious, wondering what Yang Kai would say and what kind of nonsense he would spout. Then this junior won't offend you. Yang Kai said so, but his expression didn't show the slightest trace of modesty, instead casually saying, Elder C has now reached the above immortal ascension boundary, the pinnacle of this world's martial Tao. Unless one of those above immortal ascension boundary masters comes to challenge you, it can be said that there are few who can match you in this world. Lucy smiled lightly. What kind of realm is the above immortal ascension boundary? I don't know, but I do know that once one's strength reaches this level, it is difficult to rely on external forces. Whether it is pills or secret scriptures, I'm afraid none of them can help Elder C's strength advance any further. If you want to improve your strength, it seems that you can only rely on your own comprehension of the martial Tao to break through the shackles of heaven and earth. Lucy's expression finally became dignified as he stared at Yang Kai with some surprise. He didn't know how this young man knew this. Yang Kai observed his expression and smiled confidently. But from the beginning to the end, I have never seen anything like this before. Elder C, you've been sitting on this jade bed and haven't moved an inch. Furthermore, he has been sitting on it for many years. Yes. Lucy nodded. There are only 2 reasons why you're doing this. One is because you want to use this jade bed to cultivate and strengthen yourself. But as I said earlier, when one's strength reaches your level, it's already impossible to borrow any external force, so this reason can be eliminated. Young Master Yang is being too presumptuous, Lucy chuckled. With this old man's current strength, I am indeed unable to borrow any external forces to strengthen myself. However, I can completely rely on this jade bed to consolidate my cultivation. No, Elder C, you don't practice a yang attribute cultivation method, so sitting here has nothing to do with cultivation. Yang Kai said firmly. Lucy couldn't help but feel moved. Looking at him suspiciously, Lucy asked, how do you know I don't practice a yang attribute secret art? At his level of strength, if he didn't release his Yuan Qi, even a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master wouldn't be able to see through him, so how could Yang Kai be so sure? Yang Kai grinned but didn't explain. Lucy was stunned and no longer denied it. Instead he said, Young Master Yang is right, sitting here has nothing to do with cultivation. Yang Kai straightened his body and smiled. Then there is only one explanation. The reason why Elder C has been sitting up there all this time is to heal your wounds or something related to healing. Lucy's eyes narrowed slightly. Outside the house, the Lu family members all held their breaths, none of them daring to breathe, a chill running through their hearts, secretly marveling at Kai Yang's sinister vision. Lucy was the foundation of the Lu family's first-class family status, but his chronic illness was the Lu family's biggest secret. If this secret were to spread, it would likely cause a storm. Without mentioning anything else, a nearby first-class family would likely launch a large-scale attack. Seemingly unaware of the dangerous light in Lucy's eyes, Yang Kai continued to speak with a calm expression, Elder C, although you have restrained your aura to the extreme, there is still a faint sense of weakness. Moreover, when your Yuan Qi flows through your body, it isn't continuous and there are occasional pauses. If I'm not mistaken, Elder C's meridians are somewhat blocked, right? Lucy's eyes flashed as he stared at Yang Kai. His expression calm, but in his heart a monstrous wave was set off. The young man in front of him was indeed only a Yuan Qi 7th stage master. But his vision was far more accurate than most Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. His opinion and speculations were not much different from Lucy's current physical condition. Lucy's expression gradually became strange while the rest of the Lu family members outside also wore looks of horror. It was as if an incredible secret had been discovered by this young man. Yang Kai, on the other hand, chuckled and calmly said, if anyone else dared to say such a thing in front of Elder C, they would probably end up as corpses on the spot. Lucy nodded. For the peace of the Lu family, the death of a few people isn't a big deal. But I'm different, right? The Lu family wouldn't dare kill me. Yang Kai continued, a look of disdain on his face. Lucy laughed while Lu Liang and the others also helplessly shook their heads. Now that I know the Lu family's biggest secret, what does Elder C think you should use to block my mouth? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Lucy's expression became strange. For the first time he felt somewhat restrained in front of this young man. Yang Kai's background and identity really gave Lucy a headache. If young Master Yang has any request, please state it, but this Yang crystal jade bed is absolutely not something I can part with. Lucy was filled with regret. He had long known that this little brat was up to no good and had even called him in out of curiosity, but now it seemed he had lifted a stone only to smash his own foot. What an unlucky year. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. Since Lucy had said so, he also understood the importance of this Yang crystal jade bed to him. This large piece of jade was at least a mysterious grade heaven and earth treasure. The Yang Yuan Qi it contained was pure and rich. Lucy was using this gentle Yang Yuan Qi to resolve the blockages in his meridians. If Yang Kai really took it away, Lucy's life would likely be cut short and the Lu family wouldn't give up. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai looked up and said, Elder C, is there no other way to resolve this situation? If he could prevent Lucy from using the Yang crystal jade bed to clear his meridians, Then he might be able to ask him to part with this treasure. If there was no other way, Yang Kai could only give up. There is. To Yang Kai's surprise, Lucy actually nodded. Oh, what is it? Yang Kai suddenly saw a glimmer of hope and asked anxiously. I need a mysterious great pill. Lucy glanced over at Yang Kai with a smile. If you can help this old master find this mysterious pill, this old master will give you this Yang crystal jade bed for free. Lucy spoke so casually, but Yang Kai also knew that this was definitely not an ordinary pill. A mysterious grade pill? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Yes, and it's a mysterious grade mid-rank pill. Lucy added. Yang Kai's face was filled with helplessness. A mysterious grade mid-rank pill, the number of people in this world who could refine this kind of pill could be counted on one's fingers. Not to mention the success rate, even the materials required were difficult to find. Which mysterious grade mid-rank pill was not worth at least 1,000,000 silvers. However, such a mysterious grade pill was not impossible to refine. As far as Yang Kai knew, there were two people who could do so. Xiao Fusheng and Xianing Chang. Xiao Fusheng was the world's top alchemist, and could refine a mysterious grade high-rank pill. Xianing Chang was able to refine a mysterious grade low-rank pill, so after such a long time, her strength must have grown, so refining a mysterious grade mid-rank pill shouldn't be difficult for her. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's hesitation, Lucy smiled and said, This old master will take a step back. This old master will help you gather the necessary alchemy materials. If you can find someone to help this old master refine this mysterious grade pill, this Yang crystal jade bed will be yours. Really? Yang Kai's face lit up. Lucy couldn't help but be startled, feeling a bit uneasy in his heart, wondering why this little brat seemed so excited. Not only did he not feel like this was a problem, but he also seemed eager to try. Could it be that he knew some alchemy grandmaster? However, Lucy was still an above immortal ascension boundary master, so naturally, he couldn't take back his words, so he nodded and said, Really? Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. Then that's easy, Elder C. I'm afraid your Yang crystal jade bed will have to change its name. Seeing him so confident, Lucy finally showed some interest and couldn't wait to ask, Does young Master Yang have a way? Yes, naturally I do. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Lucy couldn't help breathing heavily. For the past few years, because of the problems with his meridians, he had been trapped in this Yang crystal jade bed, rarely able to go out. He was an above immortal ascension boundary master and was respected by many, but only he knew his own suffering. He was simply a poor man trapped in this room. If he could really obtain this mysterious grade pill, Lucy would be able to escape. Compared to his freedom, this Yang crystal jade bed, no matter how precious it was nothing. Swallowing hard, Lucy suppressed the trembling in his voice and asked, Does young Master Yang know some powerful master? Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and nodded. I once spent some time on Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak. Lucy's expression changed slightly, while the other Lu family members outside were also somewhat stunned. After a long time, Lucy asked, Hidden cloud peak? Xiao Fusheng? Lucy's expression suddenly became strange as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai and frowned. Young Master Yang isn't joking, right? Naturally, I'm not joking. Lucy's expression became more and more strange, and after a long time slowly shook his head. It's not that this old master doesn't trust young Master Yang. It's just that Grandmaster Xiao seems to only have one disciple, and that one is a woman. What's more, this old master personally went to Hidden Cloud Peak 2 months ago but did not see you there. Chapter 380. 2 months ago? Yang Kai frowned. 2 months ago I was still in the Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land, so naturally you wouldn't have been able to see me. I only stayed on Hidden Cloud Peak for 2 or 3 months before leaving. Pausing for a moment, he asked suspiciously, Since Elder C went to Hidden Cloud Peak, why didn't you ask Grandmaster to help you with alchemy? Lucy smiled bitterly. At that time, Medicine King's Valley had many things to do, and Grandmaster Xiao was also in a difficult situation. According to his disciple, he seemed to be researching something. This old master was fortunate enough to visit Hidden Cloud Peak, but he didn't even get to see Grandmaster's face. Speaking of this, Lucy's face didn't show the slightest embarrassment, only helplessness. This was Xiao Fusheng. Even though his strength wasn't very strong, and even though Medicine King's Valley was just a second-class sect, even if a master like Lu Si had gone there, Xiao Fushang could still see him. However, Lu Si didn't dare to have the slightest complaint and still respectfully referred to Xiao Fushang as Grandmaster. Is that so? Yang Kai smiled strangely and said, "What if I can ask Grandmaster to help you refine that mysterious grade pill? Will the words I just said count?" "You?" Lu Si stared at him inexplicably before slowly shaking his head. "How could a character like Grandmaster listen to you?" Outside, Lu Liang also interjected, "Young Master Yang, there are some big words that can't be said casually." Yang Kai looked at Lu Si faintly and also shook his head. "Big words or not, you'll know once you try. Although I haven't been on Hidden Cloud Peak for long, I can still ask Grandmaster to help me refine a mysterious grade pill." Lu Si was stunned for a moment before he stared at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. Outside, Lu Liang and the others were also horrified. They all knew Xiao Fushang's name and were even more clear about his current status. The Lu family's first master had been refused entrance, so how could Yang Kai ask Grandmaster Xiao to refine a mysterious grade pill for him? That was a profound level middle grade pill, not a pill without any grade. Even if it was Grandmaster Xiao who refined it, it would take a lot of time and effort. If you miss this village, there won't be another opportunity. Elder Si should consider this carefully. Yang Kai looked at Lu Si with a smile. Lu Si's expression was uncertain. Obviously he was also very conflicted, not knowing whether to believe Yang Kai or not. Logically speaking, there was no need for the Yang family's young lord to deceive him, but he was just a young man. It was normal for young people to like boasting and putting on airs. After frowning for a long time, Lu Si suddenly said, "It's not that this old master does not trust young Master Yang. Since you dare to say so, it seems that his relationship with Grandmaster Xiao isn't shallow." Yang Kai didn't deny it, his expression indifferent. Since young Master Yang has also spent some time on Hidden Cloud Peak, this old master will take the liberty of asking a few questions. Lu Si obviously wanted to verify whether Yang Kai was telling the truth. "Just ask away, Elder Si." Lu Si saw that Yang Kai didn't show any signs of panic and nodded slightly, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Grandmaster Xiao has a disciple. Has young Master Yang ever met her?" Yang Kai laughed in spite of himself. Did Elder Si not inquire about that disciple's surname? "She seems to be called Dong Qingyan. She is the Dong family's young lady. The Dong family and Yang family have a marriage alliance. Dong Qingyan is my cousin." Lu Si was stunned for a moment. Only now did he recall this matter. He exclaimed, "So that person was young Master Yang." "Who?" Yang Kai asked curiously. "When this old master went to Hidden Cloud Peak, I heard that Grandmaster Xiao had set up a test half a year ago. In order to accept disciples, a man and a woman successfully passed. The woman was Dong Qingyan, and the man was said to be the Dong family's young lady's guard. Now it seems that he wasn't a guard at all. It was clearly you, young Master Yang." "Yes." Yang Kai didn't deny it and nodded. "But Grandmaster Xiao and I are not master and disciple." When the Lu family elders heard this, all of them couldn't help feeling shocked. None of them had expected that there would be such a connection between Yang Kai and Xiao Fushang. Having passed Xiao Fushang's test, he was now Xiao Fushang's disciple. With such an alchemy grandmaster backing him, even if he failed in the Yang family's inheritance war, it wouldn't be a big problem. His future would always be bright. Lu Liang's eyes flashed, seemingly thinking that he should re-examine Yang Kai. At this moment, Lu Si was 80% convinced, but he still asked one last question. This old master lived in Hidden Cloud Peak for a few days and was fortunate enough to see what Grandmaster Xiao was researching from young Lady Dong. "May I ask young Master Yang, what was Grandmaster Xiao researching?" Yang Kai leisurely replied, "A spirit array." Something that could make Xiao Fushang so anxious was definitely related to alchemy. It should be the alchemy spirit array that Yang Kai had asked Xiao Ningchong to pass to Grandmaster Xiao when he left Hidden Cloud Peak. Lu Si's heart shook as he finally determined that the relationship between Yang Kai and Xiao Fushang was indeed extraordinary, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to know this information. "It should be such a spirit array," Yang Kai said as he casually drew a spirit array on the ground. Lu Si quickly held his breath and stared at it intently. This spirit array was mysterious and complex, making it difficult to understand. Even though Lu Si had seen it once before, he could only recall a small part of its contents and couldn't recall the whole picture. However, Yang Kai at this moment seemed to be able to draw a complete spirit array at will. Apparently, he was already very familiar with it. That's it. Lu Si nodded repeatedly. This was the second time he had seen it, but he still couldn't understand it. Closing his eyes and trying to recall, he still couldn't recall much. After finishing his drawing, Yang Kai wiped away the spirit array and turned to look at Lu Si. At this moment, this old master from the Lu family finally didn't dare to underestimate Yang Kai, knowing that the young man in front of him was the one who would obtain the mysterious grade core. Looking nervous and expectant, Lu Si even cautiously asked, "Young Master Yang, about that mysterious grade core. Give me a pen and paper, I can write a letter right now." "Quickly bring me a pen and paper." Lu Si quickly shouted towards the outside, a touch of red appearing on his old face. Outside the room, everyone's mood was fluctuating, so when they heard Lu Si's shout, they couldn't help but shudder. Lu Liang quickly ordered one of his subordinates, "Go quickly." The Immortal Ascension Boundary Master also didn't dare to delay, his body transforming into a blue light and disappearing from the spot. After only 10 breaths of time, he returned, holding a pen and ink in his hand, respectfully walked in, placed it in front of Yang Kai, and then respectfully withdrew. "Young Master Yang, please." Lu Si personally spread out the paper, dipped the pen in ink, and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled, picked up the pen and began writing. Lu Si eagerly stared at him, unwilling to miss a single word. Yang Kai's letter was written very plainly, and the content was exactly as Lu Si had expected, requesting Grandmaster Xiao to refine a pill for him. After finishing, Yang Kai directly handed the letter over. Lu Si's Yuan Qi quickly dried the handwriting, carefully folded it, and placed it into his pocket, carefully patting his chest and letting out a long sigh of relief. If he went this time, he was afraid he wouldn't be rejected like last time. "Young Master Yang, please don't embarrass yourself." After finishing this, Lu Si awkwardly cupped his fists. "It's fine. I asked young Master Yang to stay in the Lu family for a few more days. This old master will go to Hidden Cloud Peak. If the pill is successfully refined, this old master will definitely deliver this jade bed to you," Lu Si sincerely said. Yang Kai frowned. "That won't do, I want this jade bed now. I still have to return to the central capital." Lu Si immediately showed an embarrassed look. "But this is a mysterious grade mid-rank pill. Even if Grandmaster Xiao personally takes action, he may not be able to refine it. If the refinement fails, this old master will need this jade bed." What he said was also the truth. Although Xiao Fushang could refine mysterious grade top-rank pills, when it came to alchemy, no one dared to make any guarantees. Perhaps Grandmaster Xiao would be in a bad state and fail to refine a pill. If that really happened, the jade bed would be gone, and Lu Si would have no place to cry to. "Well, if you help me bring something to Grandmaster Xiao, I can guarantee that the pill will be refined." Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before shouting outside, "Who has a piece of jade that can't be used?" Everyone outside the room glanced at each other before fixing their eyes on a piece of white jade hanging from Lu Liang's waist. Lu Liang subconsciously covered the jade pendant and glared at the crowd. "What are you doing? This is this old master's token of love. I've worn it for many years. Bring it in." Lu Si shouted, immediately silencing Lu Liang. Walking in, Lu Liang took off the jade pendant from his waist, bowed, and handed it to Yang Kai with a flattering smile, asking, "Young Master Yang, what do you want this old master's jade for?" Yang Kai grinned, reached out and took the jade pendant, then pushed his Yuan Qi and slammed it into the jade. Lu Liang's heart suddenly went cold. Under his anxious gaze, the palm hit the jade pendant but didn't damage it in the slightest. Only some Yuan Qi seemed to have drilled into it. Watching with rapt attention, both Lu Si and Lu Liang were amazed. The more they watched, the more surprised they felt. How could the two of them not see that Yang Kai was manipulating Yuan Qi to create some traces in the jade pendant? Simply put, he was using this method to send a message, conveying some information that couldn't be expressed in words. But while it was easy to say, it was difficult to do. This required a very subtle and precise manipulation of Yuan Qi to achieve this. The output of Yuan Qi couldn't be too little, but it also couldn't be too much. After a long time, Yang Kai withdrew his palm and handed the jade pendant to Lu Si. If you give this to Grandmaster, I guarantee you a successful refinement. His tone was quite confident. Lu Si solemnly received it. Yang Kai grinned again and said, however, the information in this jade can only be spied on once before it disappears, so Elder Si must be careful on the way. Lu Si was stunned, immediately shaking his head and smiling wryly. He knew that the information he left in the jade was extremely important, and he didn't want him to know about it, so he used this method. Not minding, Lu Si nodded. Lu Liang also eagerly said from the side, Elder Si, this is a token of love between me and my wife many years ago. You must bring it back. Lu Si glared at him, causing Lu Liang to let out a hollow laugh and quickly retreat. Can this old master ask, what is the message in this jade pendant? Lu Si couldn't help but be curious. It's the same spirit array, but it's different from the previous one. If you bring it to Grandmaster, he'll know what it is. Yang Kai smiled gently. When he left Hidden Cloud Peak, Yang Kai had only glimpsed a single spirit array from the true alchemic way, so he had no choice but to leave it behind. Chapter 381. He vaguely remembered that the spirit array he had left behind had a chance to increase the grade of a pill refinement. But now Yang Kai had also gained insight into many of the mysteries of the true alchemic way. Now, he had given Lu Si a new spirit array that could increase the success rate of alchemy, and its grade was much higher than the previous one, which was why he was so confident. With Xiao Fushang's alchemy skills, coupled with this spirit array, there was no chance of failure. Are you sure it'll succeed? You won't fail? Lu Si asked worriedly. Absolutely. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Just in case. There's no just in case. Lu Si smiled bitterly, not knowing what to say. Yang Kai rubbed his hands and stood up, smiling as he said to Lu Si, Elder Si, there's no time to lose. I think you should hurry to Hidden Cloud Peak. Right. Lu Si was reminded by him and also felt his heart burn with excitement. The alchemy materials had already been prepared. Although these materials were not easy to find, the Lu family's capital was not weak. For Lu Si, they would naturally do their best. Lu Si was very decisive. He stood up and took out some jade boxes from his room. These jade boxes contained the medicinal ingredients that he had collected. After wrapping them up, Lu Si turned around and saw that Yang Kai had already picked up the Yang crystal jade bed he had been sitting on and placed it on his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. Elder Si, it was a pleasure to cooperate. Yang Kai chuckled and without any trace of politeness, strode out carrying the jade bed. Lu Si opened his mouth but swallowed the words he was about to say. Now, he could only hope that what Yang Kai said was true. Lu Liang and the others who had been waiting with their heads down suddenly looked up and saw Yang Kai's domineering figure, causing their jaws to drop to the ground. This. The Yang crystal jade bed that Elder Si had used to save his life had been carried away by someone else? Looking behind Yang Kai, Elder Si saw a helpless look on his face as he followed behind him. The Lu family members were all horrified. Everyone, please wait a moment. Yang Kai chuckled and called out to the crowd. Then he strode out with his head held high. He looked exactly like a robber who had just returned from a fruitful journey. The masters of the Lu family. They could only watch helplessly. After taking a few steps, he felt someone pulling him back. Turning around, he saw Lu Si looking at him with a worried expression. He stammered, wanting to say something but hesitated. What happened? Yang Kai suddenly became impatient. For the sake of a Yang crystal jade bed, he had been entangled with Lu Si for so long. Young Master Yang, this old master will ask one last time, can you really succeed? He was clearly still a little worried. When he said this, he stared at the jade bed on Yang Kai's shoulder, as if he was holding on to his first love, unwilling to let go. If you don't have the guts to bet, then I'll bet with you. Then return the letter to me. I don't want to do such a thankless task. Yang Kai was displeased and coldly snorted. Lu Si's head started to hurt. After struggling for a while, he gritted his teeth. This old man believes you. That's right. Yang Kai snorted. Let go. Lu Si awkwardly retracted his hand, glancing at the jade bed with great reluctance before reluctantly turning his eyes away. Yang Kai strode away. Waiting for his back to disappear, the Lu family group became extremely worried. Lu Liang quickly stepped forward. Elder C. Isn't this a bit too hasty? Then what do you think we should do? An opportunity has been placed in front of me. Do you think I should just let it slip through my fingers? Lu Si was also quite depressed inside. So be it life or death, it all comes down to this. This old master will leave for a few days. Saying so, he leapt up into the air and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. After Lu Si disappeared, Lu Liang's face became gloomy as he thought for a long time before quickly calling out, "You guys personally monitor that young Master Yang and see what he'll do in the next few days. Don't expose yourself." The several masters nodded solemnly. Oh, Lu family backyard. Yang Kai returned valiantly, and as soon as he entered, he saw Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman sitting in the courtyard, bored out of their minds, accompanied by Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. After seeing Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng was stunned and stared at the Yang crystal jade bed he had brought back. Little Lord. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also quickly came up. After a few days of healing, the two of them had almost completely healed, and from the outside there was no sign of injury at all. Where did you get such a big piece of jade? Qiu Yimeng couldn't help smiling. The Lu family's treasure. Yang Kai responded casually, walking over to the stone table in the courtyard and setting down the jade bed. It's beautiful. Luo Xiaoman didn't know what was good for her and stepped forward to touch the jade bed. It's quite warm. It looks like we can sleep on it. Qiu Yimeng's expression suddenly became dignified. Just now she had thought that Yang Kai had just taken a big piece of jade from the Lu family, but now that she had taken a closer look, it was clear that this was a kind of precious treasure that contained a great deal of energy. If it was used in artifact refining, it would definitely be of great use. Her delicate jade fingers gently stroked the Yang crystal jade bed, and the more she examined it, the more her expression became strange. This treasure doesn't seem to be of a low grade. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were also observing it, and as they did so, their expressions slowly changed. Such a big piece of jade was rare even in the Yang family. Only the heavens knew how much money the Lu family had spent to obtain it. This is a mysterious grade mid-rank Yang jade? After a long time, Tu Feng's expression changed as he confirmed this. Hearing his words, everyone jumped in fright, their faces filled with shock. Mysterious grade mid-rank. This kind of treasure was already extraordinarily high. In this world, of all the precious treasures, mysterious grade high rank was the best, and there was only a small gap between mid-rank and high rank. What was even rarer was that this large piece of Yang jade seemed to be naturally formed, slowly exuding a warm aura, making it ideal for sitting on a bed. Even if one didn't cultivate a Yang attribute secret art, if one sat on it for many years, they would still obtain many benefits. Is it really mysterious grade mid-rank? Qiu Yimeng looked at Tu Feng in amazement. Although her eyesight wasn't bad, compared to an immortal ascension boundary master, she was still somewhat lacking. It's mysterious grade mid-rank. Tang Yuxian also confirmed, and after saying so, a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes as she stared straight at Yang Kai. Little Lord, are you really from the Lu family? Of course. Qiu Yimeng frowned and muttered, I remember that the Lu family's above immortal ascension boundary Lu Si encountered some problems when breaking through, causing his meridians to be blocked. At that time, my Qiu family's grand elder told him that it was best to use Yang jade to warm his bed, so that the gentle Yang Yuan Qi could clear his meridians. Otherwise, after a long time, not only would his strength decline, even his life would be in danger. Is this Lu Si's jade bed? Thinking of this possibility, Qiu Yimeng's heart trembled. Yang Kai looked at her with a little surprise and said, You know quite a lot. Really? Qiu Yimeng immediately covered her mouth, unable to believe it. This time even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were shocked. Lu Si they naturally knew about him. As one of the few above immortal ascension boundary masters, he had long been famous throughout the world. However, no one could understand what kind of heaven-defying method Yang Kai had used to force Lu Si to hand over the jade bed that was comparable to his own life. Could it be that Yang Kai had killed Lu Si? Little Lord. Tang Yuxian looked at Yang Kai strangely and asked, What kind of price did you pay? How did you get this from Lu Si? Qiu Yimeng and Tu Feng also looked at him curiously. Without even mentioning the immeasurable value of this jade bed, coupled with its special use for Lucy. If Yang Kai hadn't paid a huge price, how could he have brought it back safely? I helped him with a small favor, so he gave it to me. Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't say much. Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed, seemingly contemplating something. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian obviously didn't believe Yang Kai's story, and were both quite surprised. Humph, I'll ask Lu Liang myself. Qiu Yimeng saw that he didn't want to say anything more and snorted proudly. With the relationship between the Qiu family and the Lu family, if she asked Lu Liang, she would naturally know the truth. Do as you wish. Yang Kai shrugged indifferently. In any case, it wasn't something that couldn't be exposed, so he suddenly said with a look of expectation, "We'll stay here for a few days before leaving. Qiu Yimeng, if you can't wait, you can return to the central capital first." "I'll wait for you." Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly. Yang Kai then carried the young crystal jade bed back to his room and entered retreat. So secretive. Qiu Yimeng snorted lightly, flicking her sleeves and leading Luo Xiaoman out, apparently really preparing to ask Lu Liang. "Young lady Qiu, when you find out, let us know." Tu Feng grinned meaningfully. Qiu Yimeng nodded casually. After Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman left, Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng exchanged a wry smile. "I found that the longer I stayed with the little lord, the more I couldn't see through him," Tu Feng whispered. Tang Yuxian also nodded in agreement. "It seems that every once in a while, he'll bring us some kind of surprise." When they first found Yang Kai, in front of the 4 immortal ascension boundary masters, Yang Kai had killed him without batting an eyelid. His domineering demeanor had made Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian feel quite satisfied, and he had even framed them, forcing them and the Nan family young lord to cut off their own fingers, and then subduing the golden feather eagle. After returning to High Heaven Pavilion, they learned that Yang Kai and the demon lord were actually from the same source. Inside High Heaven Pavilion, Qiu Yimeng had strongly praised Yang Kai, which had made them feel even more shocked. Here, when they had seen him cultivate, the two of them had been injured while he had remained completely unscathed. Now, he had actually effortlessly taken a priceless piece of precious jade from an above immortal ascension boundary master. One after another, which one of these things didn't amaze them? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian silently calculated that from the time they had found Yang Kai until now, it had only been a month. In such a short period of time, he had intentionally or unintentionally displayed unparalleled strength. Unknowingly, the two blood warriors no longer dared to underestimate him. Not to mention the little lord's background, just his personality alone was extraordinary. Chapter 382. Inside the room, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged on the Yang crystal jade bed, madly circulating his true Yang secret art. Unlike Lucy, who was sitting on top of the bed and only guiding a little bit of Yang Qi into his meridians, Yang Kai was now madly devouring the Yang crystal jade bed's energy. His entire body seemed to have become a bottomless pit as all the acupuncture points on his body began to emit an unparalleled suction force. Streams of golden energy, visible to the naked eye, were being drawn out from the Yang crystal jade bed, flowing into Yang Kai's acupuncture points like silk threads, drilling into his meridians and gathering in his dantian. Yang Kai felt a comfortable feeling that he had never felt before. Worthy of a mysterious grade mid-rank jade treasure, Yang Kai could clearly feel how pure and strong the Yang Qi that was pouring into his body was. It seemed that this Yang Qi was stimulating his meridians, constantly tempering the subtle impurities within them, making the Yang Qi even purer and more spotless. Soon his meridians were saturated and swollen, and with a light dripping sound, a new drop of Yang liquid was formed and immersed in the dantian's meridians. Yang Kai's swollen meridians suddenly became empty, and the speed at which he was devouring the Yang Qi once again became faster. The Yang crystal jade bed's energy quickly became Yang Kai's capital. Drop after drop of Yang liquid was formed in the dantian's meridians, and the Yang crystal jade bed's meridians. The Yang crystal jade bed's meridians were also decreasing at a very subtle speed. During this process, Yang Kai's physique and internal organs seemed to have undergone an indescribable baptism. 2 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. There were now at least 200 drops of Yang liquid stored in the dantian's meridians. When Yang Kai came out of the evil cavern, there were only 20 drops of Yang liquid left, but now, This number had crazily increased by 10 times. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the energy contained in this large yang crystal jade bed was. The current yang liquid was very different from the original yang liquid. Yang Kai's yuan qi was very pure. The energy contained in a single drop of yang liquid was many times greater than before, so even if there were only 200 drops, it was still a fortune that could not be ignored. It was enough to support Yang Kai's extravagance for a long time. The entire yang crystal jade bed had almost disappeared. Lucy would never have imagined that the yang crystal jade bed, which the Liu family had spent a huge amount of money and manpower to obtain, would disappear from the world in less than 2 days after Yang Kai had sold it. Only a palm-sized piece was left. Yang Kai squeezed this small piece of yang crystal jade in his hand, his eyes flashing with suspicion. Yang Kai found that even when he circulated his true yang secret art, he still couldn't absorb the energy from this piece of yang crystal jade. It seemed that there was some kind of magical power inside it that was resisting the suction force coming from his body. If he really hardened his heart and absorbed it, Yang Kai was confident he could absorb all of its energy. But after discovering such a strange phenomenon, he also wanted to figure out what was going on. The palm-sized piece of jade was still golden yellow, and its color was even more profound than the outer layer of yang crystal jade. It was much more solid and thick, and there was a faint aura that flowed through it. Looking at it curiously for a moment, Yang Kai couldn't see anything special about it. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai released his divine sense to explore it. However, his divine sense was unable to penetrate the jade. It was as if his divine sense had fallen into darkness, unable to detect anything unusual about this piece of jade at all. Both his yuan qi and divine sense were completely ineffective, so this piece of jade really seemed like an ordinary yang crystal jade. However, Yang Kai still felt that there was something strange about it, so he helplessly shouted towards the door, "Tu Feng Yuxian." The door opened and Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian entered together. "What is little lord's order?" Tu Feng asked in a deep voice. Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai for a moment. She found that after not seeing him for 2 days, this little lord seemed to have become stronger again. Originally, he had just broken through to the Yuanqi boundary 7th stage, but now he seemed to have made a great leap forward, as if he was riding on a hot spring breeze. Strange! Tang Yuxian secretly shook her head. After only 2 days of retreat, how could he have become so strong? Moreover, where had that young crystal jade bed gone? Tang Yuxian couldn't find any trace of the jade bed in the room. Yang Kai casually tossed the piece of jade in his hand to Tu Feng and said, "Take a look and see if there's anything special about it." Tu Feng caught it and his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he quickly suppressed it and frowned, grabbing the piece of jade and releasing his divine sense. After examining it for a while, he shook his head and said, "My attainments in divine sense aren't as good as Yuxian's, so I can't see anything special about it. Let her take a look." Yang Kai glanced over at Tang Yuxian with some surprise, seemingly not having thought that her attainments in divine sense were actually higher than Tu Feng's. When one reached the immortal ascension boundary, not only did they have to cultivate their physical strength, but they also had to cultivate their soul. Some people had their own unique understandings of divine sense and soul skills, so they were naturally stronger than other immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Tang Yuxian was undoubtedly such a person. Yang Kai nodded and Tu Feng tossed the piece of jade to Tang Yuxian. Tang Yuxian smiled gently, took the piece of jade, closed her beautiful eyes, and poured her divine sense into it. Gradually, the look on Tang Yuxian's charming face became slightly dignified, as if she really had discovered something, and the divine sense she poured into the piece of jade gradually became stronger. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he secretly looked forward to it. After a moment, Tang Yuxian took back her divine sense and gently exhaled, opening her beautiful eyes, a trace of excitement flashing across them. "Little lord, this is a piece of precious jade that has given birth to a true spirit." "A true spirit?" Yang Kai and Tu Feng were both shocked. "A true spirit?" Tang Yuxian nodded firmly, "And according to my perception, it has been a long time since it was formed and has already begun to develop sentience, which is why it was able to deceive your divine sense detection." "A true spirit with sentience?" Tu Feng exclaimed. "That means it's been around for at least a few thousand years." "Shoo!" Yang Kai gave Tu Feng a wink. Tu Feng froze for a moment before suddenly remembering something. Quietly releasing his divine sense, Tu Feng's expression became cold as he let out a heavy snort, his expression becoming ugly. He felt that there were actually several immortal Ascension Boundary Masters hiding their auras around this room. All of them were monitoring the situation here. These people were obviously masters from the Lu family. It wasn't that Tu Feng's divine sense wasn't as good as these masters. It was just that these masters were using special artifacts. If it weren't for the look in Yang Kai's eyes just now, Tu Feng wouldn't have been able to detect them. He probably wouldn't have thought to investigate carefully. Secretly surprised, Tu Feng didn't know if Yang Kai was just being cautious or had already noticed. After knowing that there were people monitoring them from outside, Tu Feng didn't dare to speak too loudly. Yang Kai beckoned to the two of them. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian quickly sat down cross-legged across from Yang Kai. The three of them leaned their heads together and whispered to each other. I've heard before about jade true spirits. It is said that ancient jade treasures have a certain chance of giving birth to true spirits. Is this the case with this one? Yang Kai lowered his voice and asked. Tang Yuxian nodded and said softly, It's just that the probability of a jade true spirit forming is very small. Out of 10,000 pieces of jade treasures, there may not even be one. As she spoke, her expression became slightly excited. But once a jade true spirit forms, its value immediately rises several dozen times. Tu Feng also nodded firmly, and Kai Yang's interest was piqued. Suddenly he asked, What's the use of a jade true spirit? The two blood warriors glanced at each other and suddenly felt a sense of pride. After following Yang Kai for so long, he had always amazed them, but now it seemed that in the end he was still just a young man. He didn't know any of the secrets and rumors that the two of them knew. It turns out that we are still useful. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian thought to themselves. Without hesitation, Tang Yuxian quickly explained, the formation of a jade true spirit is extremely difficult. It must be formed in a very large-scale jade mine. If my guess is correct, the Lu family's Yang crystal jade bed should have been mined from a large Yang crystal jade mine. The grade of the Yang crystal jade mine in the periphery may not be high, so the Yang crystal jade bed is the core product of this jade mine. And this small piece should be the centermost part of the Yang crystal jade bed, right? At this time, Tang Yuxian could naturally guess the origin of this piece of jade. Tang Yuxian smiled. They think that the Yang crystal jade bed is the essence of the jade mine. But in fact, this piece of jade is the essence of the essence. The energy and value it contains is likely even higher than that of the jade mine. Yang Kai suddenly became excited. A true spirit is the best artifact spirit ever born. Tang Yuxian's eyes became blurred. Her voice filled with undisguised admiration. If you can refine it into an artifact, when that artifact is completed, its grade will definitely increase greatly. It can be said that if this thing is refined by an artifact refining grandmaster, it may even result in a spirit grade artifact. Spirit grade, that was just a legend. Xiao Fu Shang had pursued this all his life, only to refine a single spirit grade pill. Similarly, the highest grade of artifact so far was only mysterious grade top rank, which was extremely rare. No spirit grade artifact had ever appeared in this world. It was as if there was some kind of mysterious force that suppressed this world, making mysterious grade top rank artifacts the limit. If we give it some more time and allow it to develop sentience, it will be able to play a huge role. It will be able to fly into the sky and escape into the ground. It is omnipotent, so subduing it will be a huge help. Tu Feng added. How long will you give it? Yang Kai asked. Tang Yuxian chuckled, at least a few hundred years, maybe even more. Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. After a few hundred years, only the heavens knew whether he would be dead or alive. The growth of a true spirit is very slow, after all, it isn't made of flesh and blood. But once it fully matures, I'm afraid there will be no opponent in this world. So powerful. Yang Kai sucked in a deep breath. Is that powerful? Tang Yuxian nodded solemnly. In addition to artifact refining, if you can safely absorb and refine a true spirit, it will be of great help to a person. It may bring you some unexpected changes and allow you to gain more heaven-defying means. Listening to her, Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Tang Yuxian saw the change in his expression and quickly waved her hand to warn him. Little lord, you must not have any ideas about it right now. The energy contained in this small piece of jade is beyond your imagination. If you really try to absorb it into your body, I'm afraid it will only lead to disaster. Chapter 383. And I understand. Yang Kai saw her speak so seriously and couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart, thinking that it was fortunate he hadn't rashly absorbed it just now. After explaining the pros and cons, Tang Yuxian handed the small piece of jade back to Yang Kai and said, "Little lord, please take care of this. Don't let others know about it, otherwise it will attract the covetous eyes of masters." Yang Kai nodded with the black book space. It was very convenient to hide things. Tu Feng grinned, silently and strangely laughing. It looks like the Lu family has suffered a big loss this time. No matter what price Yang Kai had paid in exchange for Lu Xi's Yang crystal jade bed, it now seemed that Yang Kai had gained a huge advantage. Tang Yuxian also smiled tenderly. They probably didn't expect there to be a true spirit inside. The true spirit had already begun to develop sentience, and was capable of deceiving the divine senses of most masters. Previously, it had been hiding in the Yang crystal jade bed, but Lu Xi had not been aware of it, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to give it to Yang Kai. The Lu family is a bit short-sighted, even daring to monitor the movements of the little lord. Such people aren't worth winning over. Tu Feng snorted. "My and Yuxian's injuries have already healed. When do you want to leave, little lord?" "Let's leave tomorrow." Yang Kai didn't intend to stay in the Lu family for long, but a few days ago he had to wait for the two blood warriors to heal, and now he had to absorb the energy inside the Yang jade, so he had no choice but to delay his journey. After being away from home for so many years, he couldn't wait to go back and see his parents. "Good, then I'll inform young Lady Qiu. She seemed to have said she wanted to come with us." Tang Yuxian nodded. The news that Yang Kai wanted to leave the Lu family quickly spread. Lu Liang and the other blood warriors all felt a little relieved. They didn't know why, but every day Yang Kai was here they felt uncomfortable, as if they were afraid the other Yang family young lords would learn that their Lu family had contact with Yang Kai. That night, Lu Liang held a banquet and invited Yang Kai, Qiu Yiming and the others. At the banquet, everyone only talked about the wind and snow. Regarding the Yang family's inheritance war, and the future situation of the central capital, he remained silent. Qiu Yiming looked on coldly, knowing that the Lu family was completely not optimistic about Yang Kai's chances, but she didn't say anything. Just like last time, he ate a little and left early. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was eating heartily and did not mention anything about roping in the Lu family. Drinking wine, eating meat, tasting fruits and other delicacies, this kind of inaction made Lu Liang and the others feel relieved. He was really afraid that at the last moment he would mention something. If that happened, Lu Liang wouldn't know how to answer. The wine was the same, but it was different from the reception for Yang Kai and the others a few days ago. The attitude of the Liu family members had subtly changed. After drinking, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. The next day, the Lu family's elders, led by Lu Liang, bid farewell to Yang Kai and Qiu Yiming at the main entrance. Lu Liang looked at Yang Kai sincerely and said, "Young Master Yang, this trip to the central capital will be fraught with danger. The inheritance war must not be taken lightly." Yang Kai nodded faintly. Lu Liang smiled and said, "It's rare for young Master Yang to come to the Lu family. This Lu has nothing to offer, so I can only offer you some silver as a token of my sincerity. I hope young Master Yang does not dislike it." Saying so, he smiled and motioned to the person next to him. The man hurriedly stepped forward and presented a box of banknotes with both hands. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's faces sank. Both of them were somewhat unhappy. With a cold expression, they stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his instructions. Yang Kai didn't care at all and just smiled. Since Patriarch Lu is so kind, this young master will accept. Tu Feng, accept it. Yes. Tu Feng nodded gently and took the box of banknotes. The Lu family wishes young Master Yang victory in the inheritance war. Lu Liang gently cupped his fists and said some polite words. Yang Kai laughed. Then I'll take advantage of Patriarch Lu's auspicious words. Farewell. Saying so, he mounted his cloud-treading colt and left. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both snorted and followed closely behind Yang Kai. Qiu Yiming and Luo Xiaoman also rode atop the cloud-treading colts the Lu family had prepared for them. After a few steps, Qiu Yiming paused and whispered, "Lu Liang, This time I'm afraid you've miscalculated. Lu Liang's expression changed slightly and was about to speak, but Qiu Yimeng had already mounted her cloud-treading colt and shot off into the distance. Behind him, the faces of the Lu family group were not very good. Miscalculated? Lu Liang frowned as he pondered over Qiu Yimeng's final words. Her meaning was obvious. She was blaming Lu Liang for underestimating Yang Kai. But even if you are the first young lady of the Qiu family, in the end you are still just a young woman. In terms of vision and strategy, how can you compare with this old master? Although Lu Liang felt a little uncomfortable, he didn't take Qiu Yimeng's words to heart. Time will prove whether this old master has miscalculated or not. Oh. As the 5 cloud-treading colts moved forward, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman slowly caught up from behind. After leaving the Lu family, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore gloomy expressions, both of them feeling somewhat sorry for Yang Kai. When he finally left, Lu Liang seemed to be sincere and generous, but in fact everyone present understood what he was thinking. If the Lu family really intended to make friends with Yang Kai, at the last moment, it would have been impossible for them to only offer some money. What was the inheritance war about? It was a competition of the various young lords' connections and means. To be specific, it was a competition of talents and materials. If the Lu family really wanted to participate in the inheritance war, they would have to stand on Yang Kai's side. At the very least, they would have to offer some talents, precious treasures, divine armaments, secret books, and so on. What was the point of just giving a few silvers? In this world, sometimes even if you had money, you wouldn't necessarily be able to buy anything, especially good things. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had only been with Yang Kai for a short time, but they could see that Yang Kai's aptitude was extraordinary and his cultivation was profound. Both of them were confident in Yang Kai's future. The Lu family treating Yang Kai so disrespectfully, it would be strange for the 2 blood warriors to feel comfortable. It was just that they couldn't understand why the Lu family didn't intend to stand on Yang Kai's side. Why would they give him a few silvers in the end? This undoubtedly gave people the feeling that even though I want to be on good terms with you, I won't bet my family on you. It's like I'm a two-faced person. Only Yang Kai knew that Lu Liang had only given him some silvers because he knew Xiao Fushang. If it weren't for Xiao Fushang, Lu Liang probably wouldn't have given him anything at the last moment. Seemingly aware of the dissatisfaction in the 2 blood warriors' hearts, Tu Feng didn't hesitate. Qiu Yimeng rolled her eyes and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. What's the point of holding back?" Tu Feng curled his lips and said angrily, "Then I'll say it. Young Lady Qiu, just pretend you didn't hear anything. And go ahead. I also want to hear it. Little Lord." Tu Feng raised his voice and shouted, "I took a look. Lu Liang gave me exactly 3 million taels of silver. Isn't he too stingy? How much do you want?" Yang Kai glanced back at him and couldn't help laughing. His Lu family is a first-class family. What's the point of giving him only 3 million silvers? If you want to buy a few bottles of pills, that money is gone. If you want to buy a few good artifacts, that money is also gone. At the very least, you should give him 10 million silvers. That's more in line with the Lu family's status. And he's too stingy. Tang Yuxian also nodded. 3 million silvers is already a lot. Yang Kai smiled. "I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me. This young lord doesn't have a single coin on him right now, so these 3 million silvers will be of great use to me. This amount of money looks like a lot, but when it comes to the inheritance war, it's basically useless." Tu Feng said indignantly. Lu Liang clearly knows this, yet he still dares to do such a thing. If it weren't for his Lu family having some relationship with young Lady Qiu's family, I would have beaten him up and stuffed those silver bills into his mouth. Qiu Yimeng shook her head and smiled bitterly. Lu Liang really was too cautious this time. But it doesn't seem to be entirely his fault. It's your little lord's acting that's too much. What do you mean, how is it the little lord's fault? Tang Yuxian was stunned. You can ask him yourself. He knows in his heart how he behaved these past few days in the Lu family. Qiu Yimeng said, urging her cloud-treading colt to catch up with Yang Kai. Turning her head to look at him, "You little brat, do you know what kind of situation you're in right now? Why are you still so careless, letting the Lu family slip away from you?" Yang Kai glanced at her for a moment before retracting his gaze. "I'm talking to you," Qiu Yimeng suddenly said bitterly. "You're not only letting go of an ally, you're also making yourself an enemy. Don't you understand? Now that you've come and gone, the gap between us is too big. Ally? Yang Kai sneered. Those who only want to have a mutually beneficial relationship with me aren't qualified to be my ally. But how can there be no mutually beneficial alliance now? Aren't you a bit too naive? I'm too lazy to argue with you. I don't need others to judge what I do. Qiu Yimeng choked on her words and angrily shouted, just you wait, when this young lady goes back this time, I'll join forces with the other Yang family young lords and crush your arrogance. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were both shocked and quickly said, Young Lady Qiu, you can't just say that. Yang Kai sneered, you can try, but when the time comes, don't blame me for erasing your Qiu family from the central capital. Qiu Yimeng stared blankly at Yang Kai, as if she hadn't expected him to say such vicious words. Even Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were stunned, feeling that Yang Kai's boasting was indeed a bit too arrogant, and it was also quite hurtful. Just as they were about to open their mouths and say a few good words for Yang Kai to comfort Qiu Yimeng quickly recovered and not only didn't seem to care, she even smiled towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes flashing brilliantly as she asked, Yang Kai, tell me honestly, besides that dragon lady, how many connections do you have? How many forces can you win over? Yang Kai's words were so arrogant that Qiu Yimeng immediately realized something, which was why she was so interested. Glancing over at her, Yang Kai sneered and said indifferently, none, I'm just a lone wolf. I'd be a pig to believe you. Qiu Yimeng sneered. Chapter 384. The Mist River ran from east to west, like a long dragon, splitting the earth into two halves. On the river, which was more than 1,000 meters wide, there was a turbulent current that surged fiercely. Yang Kai's group of 5 arrived at the edge of the Mist River, and couldn't help stopping as they looked at the turbulent waters. We're almost there. After crossing the Mist River and crossing Feng Province, we'll reach the central capital. Tu Feng seemed to be afraid that Yang Kai had been away from home for so many years and had forgotten the way home, so he said, with the cloud treading colt strength, it'll take at most 3 days. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Little lord, you rest here. I'll go find a boat to cross the river. Tu Feng grinned meaningfully, releasing his divine sense for a moment before turning around and flying off in a certain direction. This group of people were all at least Yuan-Chi boundary, so even though the Mist River was more than 1,000 meters wide, it couldn't stop them from flying. However, while people could fly, cloud-treading colts couldn't, so they still had to find a ferry to transport these monster beasts' horses. Not long after, a medium-sized ship sailed towards them with Tu Feng standing on the bow and shouting at the crowd. Tang Yuxian grinned, leading her and Tu Feng's mounts and saying, let's go. The 4 people and 5 monster beasts arrived at the shore and were about to board the boat when the boatman suddenly frowned and turned to Tu Feng. This hero, why didn't you tell this old man that you have 5 horses? When Luo Xiaoman heard this, she couldn't help giggling. Cloud-treading colts were indeed very similar to horses, but although the two were similar in the end, they were not the same species. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to see this. Naturally, it was understandable. Qiu Yimeng and Tang Yuxian also couldn't help laughing. Tu Feng asked, what's wrong with having horses? Don't tell me you don't need horses? That's not it. The boatman was a little old man in his 50s and shook his head. It's just that these horses need to be paid to cross the river. Tu Feng immediately rolled his eyes, just pay. It's not like we'll be short of you. Hearing this, the boatman was ecstatic. Since you say so, then hurry up and get on board. The group of people slowly shook their heads. Everyone's status was not low, and they all had cultivations. An ordinary old man was ferrying people around to make a living. Although he seemed to be a little unscrupulous, he didn't intend to argue with him. The ship was not big, but it was big enough to carry 5 people and 5 monster beasts at a time. Following the familiar movements of the boatman, the ship sailed briskly toward the center of the river. Standing on the deck of the boat, Tang Yuxian smiled and said, I've never been on a boat before. It's so shaky. If I hadn't been on one often, I'm afraid I would have easily fainted. Tu Feng nodded. Indeed, it's not easy to make a living on the riverside. Although Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman didn't say anything, they both showed expressions of approval. The two of them seemed to have never been on a boat before, so they were naturally quite interested in this journey. Rocking back and forth with the boat, They couldn't help but point to the turbulent river. If a river is so fierce, what is the sea like? Tu Feng asked, somewhat digressing from the topic. Although he was strong and knowledgeable, he had never seen the sea before. Naturally, he couldn't say anything about it, so he simply turned to the boatman and asked, "Old man, have you ever been to the sea?" The boatman smiled and shook his head. This old man has spent his entire life on the banks of the Lan River. Where would he find the time to go to the sea? However, although I've never been there before. However, I heard that the ships on the sea are all incomparably huge. It seems that all of them are several hundred zhang long. The waves on the sea are ferocious, but the ships are stable on them. Even if you pour a cup of water and put it on the table, it won't spill a single drop. Is that true? Tu Feng asked with a smile, apparently not believing it. How could it not be true? Just think about it, those big ships are so big, even if the waves are fierce, they can't be shaken. The two blood warriors, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, suddenly showed interested looks. Although they knew that the boatman's words couldn't be taken seriously, since they had nothing else to do, they decided to listen to him to pass the time. Seeing everyone's interest, the boatman didn't show any signs of fear and actually began talking non-stop. Yang Kai smiled silently to the side, his expression indifferent. Of all the people present, only he had been to the sea and had almost never returned. Regarding the boatman's exaggeration, Yang Kai didn't bother to point it out. After talking for a while, the boat arrived at the center of the Lan River. Yang Kai's mind was wandering when suddenly he felt something was off, and he couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he stared straight at the boatman. The boatman was still talking about the sea when Yang Kai suddenly said, "Old man, the way you paddle seems to be a bit wrong." Everyone on the boat was taken aback and turned to look at Yang Kai. The boatman laughed and asked, "Little brother, what do you mean by that?" Kai Yang smiled faintly. People who paddle all year round will find the rhythm of the paddle in their breathing, especially in this kind of torrential river, because if you can't find the rhythm, you'll only have to pay twice as much physical strength as others. Old man, since you've lived by this water all your life, don't tell me you don't understand this? Hearing this, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions suddenly became dignified as they stared vigilantly at the boatman. The boatman's eyes seemed to flash with a trace of surprise and panic, but he quickly calmed down and said, "What little brother says makes sense, but this old man has been paddling like this all his life, so I'm afraid I've become accustomed to it. Another day I'll try your method and see if it doesn't save me a bit of effort." Yang Kai continued to smile. "You use this method to paddle across half the river. Yet your expression didn't change at all, and since you live by this river you should eat river fish for food, right? There's no smell of fish on this boat." "Heh heh heh." His voice gradually became cold as his eyes slowly narrowed. "Old man, you're not an ordinary person." Before his words had even fallen, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both rushed towards the boatman. At that moment, the silver-blood golden feather eagle hovering in the sky suddenly let out a sharp cry, a clear warning tone in its voice. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's beautiful faces also paled as they quickly pushed their strength. Walala. Suddenly, several water columns appeared on the surface of the river. Each water column had a person hiding in it. A huge suction force suddenly appeared from below, and the big boat that was sailing on the river suddenly seemed to have fallen into a swamp, unable to move forward or backward, quickly sinking. Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were just about to fly up when a huge pressure suddenly appeared above their heads. Suddenly attacked, all three of them began to fall. A huge whirlpool suddenly appeared, and in a flash the entire boat was swallowed up along with the people on board. The 5 cloud-treading colts were also sucked into this whirlpool and disappeared. The moment he fell into the water, Yang Kai felt an unparalleled burst of power around him. Obviously, the two blood warriors had begun fighting with the boatmen. Faintly discernible silhouettes swam like fishes from all around, rapidly approaching this side. Yang Kai hurriedly glanced around. What he saw caused his expression to darken. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were fighting 3 people underwater. All 3 of them were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, and none of them were mediocre. One was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, one was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, and one was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage master. Even though the 2 blood warriors were powerful, they couldn't escape in a short time. The closest enemy was less than 10 meters away from Yang Kai. and Yang Kai could clearly see him grinning at him from under the water. Waving both of his hands, a blue light shot out from his palms and shot towards Yang Kai. With a wave of his hand, Kai Yang sent out a fist strike. The fist strike he sent out was like a giant golden seal, meeting the blue light head-on. With a muffled bang, the blue light dimmed significantly, but it was still not completely blocked. In a hurry, Yang Kai could only twist his body to avoid this attack and quickly float to the surface of the water. Quickly glancing around, Yang Kai saw that Qiuyi and Meng Nu were not far from him, but their situation was undoubtedly safer than his own because of the people underwater. Besides the three masters who were entangled with Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, almost all of them were converging on him. They're all here for me. Yang Kai instantly understood, but there was no time to think about all this. A moment later, he broke the surface of the water and leapt into the air, but before he could fly away, a figure appeared below. It was the same person who had just attacked Yang Kai. At this moment, this man stared coldly at Yang Kai, a somewhat indifferent look on his face as he waved his hand and sent out a ray of light towards Yang Kai. At the critical moment, the golden feather eagle actually leapt out and flapped its wings, sending out countless golden beams of light. As the golden light flashed in front of him, the man let out a strange cry and dove back into the water. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai turned around and quickly flew towards the shore. Hua hua hua. With a burst of sound, 6 or 7 figures floated mid-air, glancing around before chasing after Yang Kai. Among them, Qiuyi Meng and Luo Xiaoman were also present, but the two of them obviously wanted to help Yang Kai. Stop them! A middle-aged man who was leading the group ordered. Don't kill them! Immediately, 2 people responded and left the group, grinning as they rushed towards Qiuyi Meng and Luo Xiaoman. Qiuyi Meng's pretty face became cold as she whispered to Luo Xiaoman, I'm afraid they're here to deal with Yang Kai. Don't hold back, they won't dare kill you. Luo Xiaoman nodded firmly, her wet clothes further accentuating her seductive figure. Qua. Another series of splashing sounds rang out as the 2 blood warriors and the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters emerged from the water. Tu Feng's entire body was wrapped in a brown light as he fiercely attacked, completely disregarding whether he would be injured or not. Tang Yuxian also pushed her Yuan Qi, her graceful body flashing as she unleashed a variety of martial skills, her pretty face filled with anxiety. Who are you? You dare attack the central capital's Yang family? Tu Feng roared, sending out a wave of qi. Chapter 385. This is your Yang family. The immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master who was fighting with the 2 blood warriors sneered. The Yang family is arrogant and domineering. This time I'll end your Yang family bloodline. His tone was vicious, as if he had a great grudge with the Yang family. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions suddenly sank, realizing that this wasn't a random battle, but rather a premeditated ambush set up by the other party to target the Yang family. There were 3 opponents, so even if the 2 blood warriors were anxious and wanted to rush to Yang Kai's aid, they couldn't do so in a short time. Yuxian! Tu Feng suddenly roared, knowing that time was precious and didn't want to delay any longer. Tang Yuxian's body twisted as a ferocious surge of true qi burst forth from her body, wrapping the entire area around her in a cloud of mist. At the same time, her powerful divine sense was also activated, and a powerful soul skill was used to attack the weakest immortal ascension boundary master. The 2 blood warriors were anxious to protect their master, so obviously they were using their trump cards. The 3 Yang family blood warriors working together had easily blocked Tang Yuxian's soul skill, but they were still wrapped in a thick fog, unable to see any way out. Feeling the violent blood and qi fluctuations coming from Tu Feng's body, the immortal ascension boundary leader's expression changed greatly as he roared, Fuck! The Yang family's blood warriors are all madmen. That's my Mad Tyrant blood skill. Stop him! Mad Tyrant blood skill was a unique martial skill that the Yang family blood warriors cultivated. Using this skill, a blood warrior's vitality would temporarily increase by 2 to 3 times. Although their realm wouldn't change, both their defensive and offensive power would be greatly enhanced. This was similar to Yang Kai's blood force after becoming the demon race. However, the Mad Tyrant blood skill wasn't as good as becoming the demon race because using it would result in a backlash. A blood warrior overdrew their vitality in order to enhance their vitality. Once the Mad Tyrant blood skill was used, a blood warrior would become invincible for a short time. But as time passed, they would become extremely weak. The battle had only just begun, but Tu Feng had already decisively used this forbidden move, which clearly showed how anxious he was in his heart, greatly startling the three Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. They never thought that Tu Feng would be so eager to protect his master, not caring whether he would be injured or not. Knowing that they didn't have much time left, the three of them didn't hold back and fiercely attacked Tang Yuxian. He wanted to defeat her quickly. Then he would deal with Tu Feng. However, Tang Yuxian was still a member of the Blood Warriors, so her strength was indisputable. Summoning all of her artifacts, she was able to single-handedly hold the three Blood Warriors in place, preventing them from moving. Quickly, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master saw that he couldn't break through Tang Yuxian's defenses. He hurriedly roared at the other side. On the other side, the middle-aged man leading the group that was chasing Yang Kai was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Master. Behind him was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage Master, and two Yuanqi 9th Stage Masters. Such a lineup was more than enough to easily kill any true element Boundary 7th Stage cultivator. But that did not include Yang Kai. Hearing a roar from the other side, the expression of the middle-aged man leading this group became cold as he hurriedly urged his soul skill towards Yang Kai's back. An invisible force pierced through the air and drilled directly into Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai, who had been running away, suddenly trembled. Suddenly, his true qi stopped flowing, and he swayed as he fell from the sky. Humph! The middle-aged man coldly snorted, his figure flashing as he and the others quickly surrounded Yang Kai. This is the Yang family's young lord? The Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage Master stared contemptuously at Yang Kai, who had fallen to the ground, his face twisted in pain, disdainfully curling his lips. He's nothing special. I thought this time there would be some twists and turns, but who would have thought it would be so easy? The middle-aged man heavily snorted. You underestimate the Yang family too much. Right now he is still weak. If he is allowed to grow to the same realm as you, I'm afraid even I won't be able to win. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage Master showed a look of disapproval, but he did not refute, instead just nodding. Unfortunately, he is still just an Yuanqi cultivator. He is destined to be easily taken down. An Immortal Ascension Boundary Master dealing with an Yuanqi cultivator was too easy. If the latter did not have an artifact to defend his soul, he would not be able to resist the attack of a soul skill. Therefore, the young lords and young ladies of great families and great forces would at least be equipped with such an artifact, and with the capital and heritage of these forces, they would have enough money to arm their important figures. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and kill him. I'm afraid the situation will worsen. The middle-aged man saw that Yang Kai was unable to resist, his eyes somewhat dim, no longer being long-winded, and lightly ordered. The Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage Master shrugged his shoulders indifferently and grinned. Good. I'll take care of the offending. Saying so, he picked up his weapon and slowly walked in front of Yang Kai, stretched out his foot, stepped on Yang Kai's chest, and aimed his weapon at Yang Kai's neck, then viciously stabbed down. Yang Kai's eyes were dull, and his expression was pained, as if he really did not have the strength to resist and could only wait to be slaughtered. That moment, an amazing light bloomed from the pair of dull eyes, and a purple light flashed, directly rushing into the Immortal Ascension Boundary 1st Stage cultivator's mind. A cold, gloomy, evil and violent aura instantly exploded in his knowledge sea. The weapon in the middle-aged man's hand was less than 3 inches away from Yang Kai's neck. This man still had a casual smile on his face. However, he was no longer able to stab down with his weapon. After the soul skill he had obtained from the evil cavern soul evil spirit exploded in his mind, the middle-aged man instantly froze in place, only to feel a chill in his head as his entire knowledge sea suddenly froze. Yang Kai suddenly launched an attack. One after another, purple light blasted out in all directions, creating a circle of ripples that wrapped around the Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage middle-aged man and the other two Yuanqi 9th Stage young men. The middle-aged man was attacked and reflexively retreated, his eyes trembling violently, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. The two Yuanqi cultivators, on the other hand, screamed miserably, their hands clutching their heads as they knelt on the ground, groaning in pain. Hong. A muffled sound rang out as Yang Kai's fist smashed into the chest of the Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage Cultivator, causing his back to bulge outwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if all the ribs in his chest had been broken, the broken bones piercing into his heart and lungs as the violent true Yang Yuan Qi exploded inside his body. This man didn't even make a sound before his eyes dimmed. In the blink of an eye, an Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage Cultivator had been killed. Yang Kai leapt up from the ground like a gust of wind, arriving next to the two Yuan Qi 9th stage young men. His expression as cold as a knife, grabbing their heads with both hands and twisting them. Two crisp snapping sounds rang out. The two young men's heads were twisted 180 degrees, their necks broken, and they fell to the ground. The middle-aged man had just regained his footing when Yang Kai had already killed 3 people in a row. 4 pairs of eyes stared at each other, Yang Kai's expression indifferent, a strange smile on his face, while the middle-aged man's face was pale, his eyes filled with horror. Just because of a moment of carelessness, 3 of his masters had been killed. What was even more inconceivable to him was that he had clearly felt his soul skill hit this Yang family young lord. But why was he completely unharmed? There were no traces of a soul-type artifact on his body just now. Instead, his soul skill had clearly penetrated his head. How could he possibly be unharmed? Even if he was a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator, wouldn't he be affected by such an attack? But looking at this young man's performance, it seemed that his attack just now wasn't even qualified to scratch his itch. Also, what was that cold, sinister, violent, and evil divine soul attack just now? Little brat, you dare play the pig to eat the tiger? The middle-aged man roared angrily. Yang Kai sneered, disdainfully curling his lips. So what? Yes, so what? You ambushed me here using numbers to bully me. Using your strength to bully the weak. So why can't others play the pig to eat the tiger? What kind of logic is this? The middle-aged man's face was extremely pale, but he suddenly sneered, good, you really are a descendant of the Yang family. All of you are extraordinary. But you're doomed to die today. Yang Kai carefully observed the middle-aged man's expression and found that even though he had spoken such harsh words, he didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. Instead, the middle-aged man was staring at him with a look of dread. Yang Kai knew that the brief exchange just now had left this man scratching his head. This man was obviously a cautious person, so he was acting so cautiously. You're not my opponent, Yang Kai coldly declared, not panicking. The middle-aged man was stunned, seemingly not having expected such words from Yang Kai. His expression becoming cold. Even if you're a member of the Yang family, your words are too arrogant. I'm an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. So what if you're an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master? Yang Kai actually took the initiative to step forward, his expression calm, as if he didn't put this middle-aged man in his heart. I just killed an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master right under your nose. The middle-aged man was stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai, suddenly becoming somewhat confused, an expression of not knowing what to do appearing on his face. Not only that, man, but even you, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Cultivator, are destined to die at my hands today. Yang Kai sneered. Unfortunately, although your cultivation is good, your understanding of soul skills isn't very profound. You probably haven't cultivated them for long, right? Otherwise, how could you not have noticed that I wasn't injured at all? In fact, I'm not afraid to tell you, my spiritual energy is even stronger than yours. Nonsense. The middle-aged man sneered, his mind calming down, obviously not believing such nonsense. But before he could finish speaking, an extremely tyrannical divine sense suddenly swept over him. The strength of this divine sense was comparable to that of an average Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Cultivator, even comparable to those at the peak of the Immortal Ascension Boundary. No, it was already comparable to the divine sense of a peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. So far, the middle-aged man had only felt such a powerful divine sense from 3 or 5 people, and all of those people were at the peak of the Immortal Ascension Boundary. His mind, which had just stabilized, once again trembled violently. Chapter 386. Just as the middle-aged man was in a daze, Yang Kai made his move. 2 beast roars rang out as the white tiger and divine ox charged forward. Grasping a crimson sword in his hand, Yang Kai sent out a several dozen meter-long sword chi towards the middle-aged man. At the same time, a cloud of flower petals suddenly flew out from Yang Kai's body, rotating around him like sharp blades as they shot towards the middle-aged man. A purple light burst forth again as Yang Kai's soul skill shone brilliantly. At this moment, Yang Kai had used all the conventional means at his disposal. Sensing the extremely terrifying power coming towards him, the middle-aged man let out a strange cry. Finally, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest as he dodged the sword chi in a sorry state. However, he was entangled with the white tiger and divine ox, and before he could disperse the two beast spirits, the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia that was wrapped in the fragrance of flowers had already completely enveloped him. Hong. The middle-aged man madly pushed his yuan qi, a shockwave visible to the naked eye spreading outwards with him as the center. A fierce wind rolled up, containing his own strength, blocking the attack of the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia and the two beast phantoms. Leaping into the air, the middle-aged man actually didn't retreat, but instead rushed forward towards Yang Kai. In the end, he was still an immortal ascension boundary third stage master. Although he had been momentarily affected by Yang Kai's words, and had allowed Yang Kai to seize the initiative, his instincts and combat experience allowed him to choose the most appropriate way to fight. This young man was undoubtedly very strong, his combat effectiveness far exceeding his own Yuan Qi 7th stage strength. However, the middle-aged man was keenly aware that the soul skill Yang Kai displayed was somewhat ethereal, unlike that of an ordinary immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Strictly speaking, it was like a tree without roots, water without a source. Although it was powerful, it wasn't terrifying. The reason for this was because Yang Kai only had his divine sense. Although he could use his soul skill, he didn't have a knowledge sea. Once his knowledge sea was formed, the full power of his soul skill would be fully displayed. Although the middle-aged man didn't know the reason, he still made the right choice. As long as he could resist Yang Kai's soul attack. In the end, he was still an Yuan Qi cultivator. Even though Yang Kai possessed a top-grade artifact, and even though his martial skills were profound, his cultivation was still several realms lower than Yang Kai's. It wasn't necessarily impossible to kill him. In a trance, the middle-aged man had already stabilized his footing. His hands formed a seal, and a burst of lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was as if his Yuan Qi could summon the miraculous power of thunder and lightning. Kacha, bolts of lightning thicker than a person's thigh struck down from the sky. Electric snakes swam in the air, wrapping Yang Kai in layers. He was the most powerful of the four people who were chasing after Yang Kai, and the moment he made a move, his aura was extraordinary. Yang Kai couldn't avoid it in time and was entangled by the drifting lightning. In an instant, it was difficult for him to move, and even his body felt numb. With a cold and stern expression, the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body came out and formed a seemingly thin defensive shield around his body, blocking the attacks of the electric arcs. He swung the Shura sword in his hand. Beam after beam of sword chi slashed out fiercely, and the scattered 1,000-blossoming blood begonia gathered once again and attacked the middle-aged man ferociously. The middle-aged man didn't dare to hold back and quickly pulled out a small hammer. This hammer flashed with lightning. Once this hammer was in his hand, the power of his lightning bolts actually increased again. The two beast phantoms rushed forward, but were blocked by the lightning bolts again and again, unable to advance or retreat. The two of them, one in the air and one on the ground, were separated by less than 100 meters. Using all of his means, for a time the two were evenly matched. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed, secretly feeling that the situation wasn't good. This time they had taken a great risk in order to kill the Yang family young lord. In their plan, once they succeeded, they would immediately retreat. Even if the Yang family young lord had two blood warriors with him, they wouldn't be afraid. However, they had never expected that this Yang family young lord would actually be so powerful. Not only had he killed 3 masters whose cultivation was higher than his, but he was also able to fight evenly with an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. The 2 artifacts he used were extraordinary, both of them heaven-grade top rank. His martial skills were exquisite, his Yuan Qi was pure, and he even had a soul skill. The middle-aged man quickly estimated that it would take him at least half an hour to kill this young man. And this was in the most ideal environment where no one could interfere. Now that time was of the essence. How could the other party give him half an hour? What's more, whether this young lord still had cards up his sleeve, the middle-aged man didn't know. This time he was afraid he had lost. The middle-aged man became anxious. At that moment, on the other side of the battlefield, a loud roar suddenly rang out. In the middle of the battlefield, the fog surrounding the three immortal Ascension Boundary Masters quickly dissipated under this roar, revealing Two Fang's glowing red figure. His face was filled with a terrifying grimace, and the scars on his face seemed to come alive. Mad Tyrant Bloodskill. Yu Xian, leave this to me. Tu Feng said faintly, his cold eyes glaring towards the three immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Tang Yuxian didn't say anything, instead leaping out of the battlefield and quickly flying towards Yang Kai. The middle-aged man who was fighting Yang Kai saw Tang Yuxian's figure fly over, so how could he dare remain? He was just an immortal Ascension Boundary third stage master. In this plan he was only responsible for killing the Yang family young lord. He didn't have the qualifications to fight the Blood Warriors. In a panic, he used all his means to obstruct Yang Kai for a moment before fleeing without looking back. Just as he left, Tang Yuxian arrived beside Yang Kai and asked anxiously, "Little lord, are you hurt?" Yang Kai waved his hand and sent out 1,000 flower petals towards the middle-aged man. But it was too late, so he hurriedly shouted, "Catch him and bring him back." Tang Yuxian was taken aback for a moment but didn't hesitate. Her tender body flickered and disappeared. A moment later, Tang Yuxian flew back with the middle-aged man. In front of Tang Yuxian, an immortal Ascension Boundary third stage master wasn't even qualified to carry her shoes. With Yuan Qi imprisoned, Tang Yuxian didn't even spare him a glance and simply threw him in front of Yang Kai. The middle-aged man's face was ashen as he stared at Tang Yuxian in horror, seemingly only now realizing the horror of a blood warrior. Smiling bitterly, he turned his eyes back to Yang Kai and said, "Young Master Yang, you won't get anything out of me." Yang Kai grinned. She calmly walked towards him. When she was in front of him, she looked down at him and said indifferently, "When did I say that I wanted to ask you anything?" As soon as his voice fell, the blood-red sword in his hand drew a beautiful arc. The middle-aged man who had been imprisoned by Yuan Qi wore a stunned look on his face. His head rolled to the ground. "Those who know my secret either die or become one of my people." Yang Kai snorted. Tang Yuxian suddenly trembled. Staring at Yang Kai in horror, a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Yang Kai's words seemed to have a hidden meaning. What secret did this middle-aged man know about the little lord? He had actually so decisively silenced him. What about her? Had she also inadvertently learned some of the little lord's secrets? Just as she was contemplating, Yang Kai had already put away his sword and said lightly, "Go help Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman and—" Tang Yuxian nodded, not daring to neglect and dashing out again. Yang Kai stood in place and observed for a while, quickly discovering that although Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were not the enemy's opponents, they were also unharmed. The other party obviously didn't intend to do anything to them, only leaving two people behind to block them. When Tang Yuxian arrived, the two people didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation. Before they could react, they had been killed. On the other side, Tu Feng and the three immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had disappeared, probably because the other party knew they couldn't win and didn't want to confront the Blood Warrior who had used his Mad Tyrant blood skill. Tu Feng was in hot pursuit. A moment later, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman, under the leadership of Tang Yuxian, came to meet up with Yang Kai. The two women looked a little nervous and worried, as well as a little scared. Looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, Qiu Yimeng asked, "How come you're not injured at all? Didn't I see you being knocked down from the sky by them?" Hearing her say this, Tang Yuxian suddenly became worried and swept her eyes over Yang Kai. A trace of concern flashed across her beautiful eyes. When Yang Kai was in danger just now, she had been busy dealing with the three opposing masters, so naturally she hadn't been aware of the situation here. Qiu Yimeng was different. She knew in advance that her life was not in danger, so naturally she was paying more attention to Yang Kai. "Little lord, are you really not injured?" Tang Yuxian looked at him nervously, seemingly afraid he was deceiving her. "It's just a minor injury, nothing serious." Yang Kai responded casually. In fact, he didn't even have any external wounds, But in such a dangerous situation, if he said he was unscathed, it would only make them more suspicious. You. Xiao Yimeng slowly shook her head with a dignified expression. I can't see through you more and more. Glancing at the 3 corpses on the ground, Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling shocked. Although these people were already dead, she could still feel that these 3 people's cultivations were much higher than Yang Kai's, one of them even being an immortal ascension boundary master. However, Yang Kai, without any outside help, had killed all 3 of them. He had even been entangled with an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master for a long time. Enough about me, Yuxian, how are you? Yang Kai obviously didn't want to talk about this topic and turned to look at Tang Yuxian. Xiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman suddenly realized that Tang Yuxian seemed to be seriously injured. Her clothes were somewhat tattered, and there was still some blood at the corner of her mouth that had not yet dried up. The true essence in her body was tumbling, and it was obvious that she had suffered some internal injuries. On her snow-white arm there was a long wound. Although the blood had stopped flowing, her clothes were dark red. With her strength, if she hadn't been entangled with 3 opponents by herself, she wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. The most important thing was that time was too tight, so she had to make some sacrifices, allowing Tu Feng to use his Mad Tyrant blood skill so she could rescue Yang Kai. If given enough time, she and Tu Feng could have defeated these 3 masters without suffering any injuries, or even killed them. However, this matter was related to Yang Kai's safety, so she and Tu Feng didn't have much time to waste. So even if she knew that fighting 3 enemies at once was not a good idea, Tang Yuxian still didn't hesitate. Even if he knew that using his Mad Tyrant blood skill would overdraft his vitality, Tu Feng didn't hesitate. The loyalty of a blood warrior was vividly demonstrated in this battle. I'm fine, little lord doesn't need to worry. Tang Yuxian shook her head gently. Chapter 387. Everyone waited for less than half a stick of incense worth of time before Tu Feng returned, covered in blood. The murderous intent radiating from his body was so thick that it was almost tangible, like a god of death descending upon the world. Even Xiao Yimeng couldn't help feeling a chill run down her spine. In Tu Feng's hands were 2 heads belonging to the 2 masters who had previously entangled him and Tang Yuxian. Hurrying back, Tu Feng threw the 2 heads to the ground and said in a cold voice, all of them committed suicide, 1 ran away. During his pursuit, the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage and 5th Stage Masters had immediately bit their tongues to commit suicide after being severely injured. Only the strongest one had managed to escape in a panic, barely managing to escape with his life. The people here are also dead. Tang Yuxian's eyes flashed coldly. Interesting. Yang Kai's expression became cold as a strange grin appeared on his face. The person behind this group of people has some means. Otherwise, these assassins wouldn't have bitten their tongues to commit suicide at the last moment, preferring to lose their lives rather than reveal any information. Along the way, only the Lu family knows about young lord's whereabouts. Tu Feng's face was filled with murderous intent as he said. Tu Feng was a little angry. This time, the assassination had taken place right under his and Tang Yuxian's noses. The other party had used some kind of method to completely mask everyone's auras, so even the 2 blood warriors hadn't noticed. If it weren't for Yang Kai's vigilance at the critical moment, perhaps this time they would have succeeded. Under the protection of 2 powerful blood warriors, the Yang family young lord had still been killed. If such news were to spread out, the entire blood hall would lose all face. The entire blood warrior hall would lose all face and the 2 of them would be punished by their families. They might even be asked to commit suicide as an apology. This was a very real possibility. In other words, Yang Kai's vigilance had not only saved his own life, but also saved both his and Tang Yuxian's lives. Tu Feng was grateful but at the same time ashamed. He immediately linked the culprit to the Lu family. It wasn't that he had maliciously harmed them, but because he was currently using his Mad Tyrant blood skill, his murderous intent was surging. His fighting spirit was so strong that it was impossible for him to think calmly. In addition, the Lu family's attitude towards Yang Kai a few days ago had annoyed him, so naturally he had taken this opportunity to vent. Hearing this, Xiao Yimeng's expression changed greatly as she hurriedly said, Lu Liang would never do such a suicidal thing. Tu Feng didn't care about Xiao Yimeng's identity or face and coldly snorted. Lu Liang won't, but it's hard to say whether the rest of the Lu family won't. Qiu Yimeng suddenly froze and didn't know what to say. She just stared at Yang Kai, hoping he wouldn't be as unreasonable as Tu Feng. Yang Kai didn't say anything. He just frowned, looked around, and then looked at the battlefield and the corpses lying on the ground. Suddenly, he looked up at the silver blood golden feather eagle in the sky and said calmly, "It has nothing to do with the Liu family. I'm afraid the eagle has exposed its whereabouts. We were too careless this time." Hearing him say this, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Although Lu Liang's actions last time had made Qiu Yimeng somewhat unhappy, she had no choice but to accept it. But no matter what, the Lu family still relied on the Qiu family to develop. Over the years, the Lu family had also provided the Qiu family with many good things, so as the young miss of the Qiu family, she had the obligation and responsibility to protect the Lu family to the best of her ability. This bastard! Tang Yuxian grit her teeth. He glared at the golden-feathered eagle circling in the sky. Yang Kai said lightly, "For so many years, no one has dared to have any ideas about the Yang family's young lords, so whether it was me or you, none of us would have thought that this would happen. Learn from your mistakes." As he spoke, he blew a loud whistle, and the golden feather eagle immediately swooped down. Smiling strangely, Yang Kai glanced over at Qiu Yimeng and said, "Although this time it has nothing to do with the Lu family, I hope that today's events will reach Lu Liang's ears, and that the Qiu family pass on the message." Qiu Yimeng didn't respond for a moment, not understanding why Yang Kai would suddenly say such a thing. Her brow furrowed slightly as she thought about it for a moment, but soon her heart filled with resentment as she grit her teeth and spat, "You bastard, how can you still think about such things at this time? You're really full of evil ideas. Even if you want to pluck feathers from a goose, you don't have to go to such an extent. I really admire you." Humph! They asked for it. Do they really think this young lord is a pile of mud? This time I'll teach them a lesson. Yang Kai sneered. When everyone heard him say this, they realized that he actually cared about the Lu family's attitude towards him. He may not care about the Lu family's support, but he wouldn't allow others to look down on him. Those who looked down on him would pay the price sooner or later. However, the two of them were speaking in riddles, causing the two blood warriors and Luo Xiaoman to be somewhat confused. "Elder Sister Qiu, what do you mean by that?" Luo Xiaoman was extremely naive and straightforward, so she couldn't help asking. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian also looked at her eagerly, wondering what kind of mystery was behind this that would cause Qiu Yimeng to despise Yang Kai so much. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly and turned to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. "I told you that this young lord of yours is a vengeful person, but you didn't believe me. Humph, let me put it this way, although the Lu family really isn't responsible for this incident, Yang Kai has only stopped by the Lu family residence once. If news of his attack today were to reach Lu Liang's ears, how do you think he would react?" Tu Feng was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing Lu Liang would definitely be on tenterhooks, afraid that the little lord would suspect him of leaking his whereabouts. In order to prove his innocence, Lu Liang would definitely come to the central capital to clarify things with the little lord. Since he has come to clarify things, he would definitely bring some gifts. Tang Yuxian covered her mouth as she stared at Yang Kai in amazement. She hadn't expected him to have such crooked thoughts at that moment. Bringing gifts was the main point. "Moreover, this is a message my Qiu family sent." Qiu Yimeng gritted her teeth. Qiu Yimeng ground her teeth in anger. Lu Liang will definitely think that my Qiu family is willing to act as a peacemaker, so as long as he prepared enough gifts, Yang Kai will definitely not blame him. Your young lord is clearly using this as a pretext to make a fuss, creating something out of nothing in order to amass wealth. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian stared at Yang Kai in amazement and admiration. This kind of clever mind the two of them couldn't understand. Having just encountered a life-threatening situation, an average person would be in a state of shock, enjoying the joy of surviving a calamity. Their young lord, on the other hand, was not only calm and composed, but also immediately set his sights on an unrelated person. This wasn't his brain working a bit too fast. The Lu family this time was really an unexpected disaster. For a moment, the two blood warriors couldn't help feeling some sympathy for Lu Liang. They really didn't know what kind of reaction the Lu family patriarch would have once he learned the truth. Even if he knew, he would probably pinch his nose and admit defeat. Who told Yang Kai to only stop at his house? Tell Lu Liang that he doesn't need to come over, just bring the gifts. Yang Kai added lightly. Qiu Yimeng snorted, really too lazy to deal with him. Let's get out of here first. Yang Kai's expression sank as he waved his hand. The 5 cloud-treading colts, which were not easy to cultivate and were extremely valuable, had long since been swept away by the torrent, leaving the 5 of them no choice but to fly. Tang Yuxian's injuries weren't serious, but they weren't light either. As for Tu Feng, he wasn't injured, but after an hour, the effects of his mad tyrant blood skill had worn off, causing his vitality to suddenly weaken. If the 2 blood warriors wanted to fully recover, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. Having just encountered an ambush, no one dared to act too ostentatiously. Inside a mountain pass, the 5 of them stopped to rest. Yang Kai personally went out to catch some food and brought it back, which made the 2 blood warriors feel more and more uneasy, but at the same time they also felt grateful. Later that night, the 5 of them sat together and grilled some game. The atmosphere was a bit dull. The 2 blood warriors felt they had failed in their duties and were too embarrassed to speak, so when they looked towards Yang Kai, their eyes were filled with guilt. Qiu Yimeng was secretly annoyed with Yang Kai for taking advantage of the situation, and naturally didn't pay any attention to him. Luo Xiaoman also saw the awkward atmosphere and closed her mouth like a well-behaved rabbit. Only Yang Kai was sitting by the bonfire, his eyes indifferent as he stared at the flickering flames. He was recalling what had happened during the day in his mind, connecting all the dots and speculating about the possibilities of what had just happened. After a long time, Yang Kai straightened up and suddenly said, "You don't have to feel guilty. This time it wasn't directed at me. Little Lord." Tang Yuxian pursed her lips, looking somewhat ashamed. Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not trying to comfort you. This time it really wasn't directed at me. Perhaps they found out about our movements a few days in advance, so they set up an ambush in the river. They knew that if we wanted to cross the Lan River, we would need to find a ferry, and crossing the river with a ferry gave them the opportunity to do so." Listening to him speak so seriously, the 5 of them couldn't help but listen carefully. Their deployment of forces was very targeted. The 3 strongest blood warriors were there to contain the 2 blood warriors. The rest of them were responsible for killing the Yang family disciples. Those people were quite large in number, and their strength was also quite good. However, when they were chasing me, they didn't show any deep hatred, so they had no grievances with me. Tu Feng nodded and said, "During the battle, the strongest young lord also said something. It seems that they were targeting all the Yang family young lords. They just happened to encounter me. If any other Yang family disciple had passed by, they would have also been assassinated." Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, it was Yang Kai who had passed by. If it had been any other Yang family young lord who had passed by, with the skill and number of assassins, how could they have survived? "Did you notice the strength distribution of those people?" Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile as he asked pointedly. "Strength distribution?" Tu Feng frowned. N1 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8 stage, 1 7th stage, 1 5th stage, 1 3rd stage, 1 1st stage. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. In addition, all of them were Yuanqi boundary masters. "Didn't you notice anything wrong with this kind of Immortal Ascension boundary strength distribution?" Chapter 388. With Yang Kai's reminder, everyone suddenly reacted. "There's a gap," Tu Feng quickly said. "And there's a gap." Yang Kai nodded lightly. The masters of a great force should be distributed in a stepped pattern. Since they have Immortal Ascension boundary masters at the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 7th stage, there should be masters at the 2nd, 4th, and 6th stage. Assassinating a Yang family disciple is a matter of great importance. If there really was a great force trying to stir up trouble, they would definitely have dispatched all of their masters without leaving anyone behind. Pausing for a moment, Yang Kai asked Tu Feng Yuxian, "When you were fighting with those 3, did you notice any signs of their sect?" Both of them shook their heads, Tu Feng saying, "Those people were very cautious and didn't use any special martial skills, for fear that we would be able to see through them. However, I always felt that they weren't very familiar with each other because their cooperation wasn't so tacit and intimate." Of course they weren't familiar with each other. If I'm not mistaken, they aren't from the same great force at all. Yang Kai coldly snorted. No great force would dare to act against the Yang family. What do you mean? These people, they were a gathering of several great forces, and then they selected a few masters to investigate the movements of the golden feather eagle, speculate our position, and then set up an ambush here. Qiu Yimeng nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then it explains why there is a gap in the distribution of their strength. When the masters of several great forces gathered together and selected a few masters from them, of course there would be such a situation. Little Lord's observation is quite good. Tu Feng chuckled. Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he suddenly smiled strangely. Looking at them, he said, since it was a gathering of masters from several great forces, it's absolutely impossible for there to be only a few of them. The two blood warriors' faces suddenly changed as they asked in shock. You mean they still have a backup plan? Yang Kai shook his head. No. The ones who ambushed us were only those people. But have you ever thought about what the rest of the masters were doing besides them? The several blood warriors thought for a while before suddenly feeling shocked. He looked at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai's eyes became cold. It looks like my brothers won't have a peaceful journey. This deployment is aimed at all the Yang family disciples. What a big move. If Yang Kai's speculation was correct, then this was truly too big of a deal. The masters of several forces split up to track down the whereabouts of the Yang family disciples, intercepting them midway. The golden feather eagle hovering above the Yang family young lord's head was the beacon that pointed them in the right direction. This time Yang Kai was more scared than hurt. But what about the other Yang family young lords? Could someone really have been intercepted and killed on the way? To dare to do such a thing, the person behind the scenes must have extraordinary means and guts. Your Yang family has offended too many people. You only have yourself to blame. Qiu Yimeng sneered. It's too early to conclude that it was my enemy's doing. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The inheritance war's implications are too great. Qiu Yimeng stared at him blankly, seemingly having seen through his thoughts. The family will investigate. We don't need to think too much about it. Yang Kai suddenly smiled lightly, standing up and walking over to the side, calling out, Tu Feng Yuxian, come over here. The two blood warriors stared blankly. Quickly getting up, they chased after him. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both curled their lips, acting so mysterious. Walking into the darkness, Yang Kai stopped and turned around to look at the two blood warriors. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's hearts were in turmoil, not knowing why Yang Kai had called them out. Today's events made them feel extremely guilty. Although they had secretly resolved to be careful on the road ahead, what had already happened. Little Lord won't reprimand us, right? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't say a word. Their hearts filled with bitterness, their faces turning red in the darkness. How are your injuries? Just as the two of them were wondering, Yang Kai suddenly asked. Tu Feng froze. He had never expected that Yang Kai would actually ask about this. Hearing Yang Kai's concerned inquiry, both he and Tang Yuxian couldn't help feeling some ripples in their hearts. Quickly replying, my body is a bit weak. I can only exert about 60% of my strength. Yuxian is a bit better off than me, but she also has some internal injuries. If she wants to recover, it will take a few days. Saying so, he quickly added, Little Lord can rest assured. Yuxian and I will escort you safely back to the family, even if it costs our lives. Tang Yuxian nodded. We won't be so careless again. When we return to the central capital, we will ask for forgiveness from the family. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not saying anything. After a while, he stretched out his hand and handed out 2 pills, one for each of you. Now take them in front of me. The two blood warriors were startled, not knowing why Yang Kai was speaking so seriously. But they also knew that Yang Kai wouldn't harm them, so without hesitation, they took the pills and swallowed them. These seemed to be ordinary healing pills at best, only Earth grade top rank. The two blood warriors tasted the pills and immediately judged their grade, feeling a bit suspicious. Why did the little lord give them the feeling that he was giving them some kind of extraordinary pills? Although they were surprised in their hearts, they didn't show it on their faces. Even if Yang Kai had given them an ordinary grade pill, it was still a sign of his sincerity. You can think of it as me trying to win you over, or you can think of it as me being afraid of death. On the way back, I'll have to rely on the two of you to protect me, so I also hope you can recover quickly. Yang Kai said with a smile. The two blood warriors felt even more strange. How could a single Earth-grade top-rank healing pill allow them to recover quickly? What kind of riddle was the little lord playing at? Both of them shook their heads secretly, puzzled. Go back? Meditate and absorb the medicinal efficacies. Don't waste them. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both nodded and turned around, but after taking a few steps, they suddenly stopped. The two of them glanced at each other, understanding the meaning in each other's eyes, quickly turning back to face Yang Kai. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at the two of them curiously, not knowing what they wanted to say. Little Lord. Tu Feng's expression became solemn as he said, this time in the inheritance war, if the family allows the blood warriors to participate, then Yuxian and I hope we can follow Little Lord's lead. We hope Little Lord won't think our strength is too low. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared straight at Tu Feng, chuckling after a long time. I'd be happy to. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both smiled happily and quickly knelt on the ground, earnestly saying, then these two subordinates will await Little Lord's arrival in the Blood Warrior Hall. I'll be there. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian then got up and left, following Yang Kai's instructions, quickly sitting down cross-legged and circulating their secret arts to refine the medicinal efficacies. Looking at the direction the two of them were meditating, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated, but after a long time, he couldn't help smiling. Finally, these two blood warriors have been settled. Along the way, although Yang Kai had used some deliberate methods, most of them were just casual performances. All kinds of strange and mysterious things had truly conquered Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, making them want to pledge their loyalty. Although it was still unknown whether the blood warriors would participate in this time's inheritance war, Yang Kai still had to plan ahead. If the blood warriors were really allowed to participate, he would soon have two powerful allies on his side. When Tu Feng called them subordinates, his words were sincere, without the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. This was the first time the two blood warriors had called themselves subordinates in front of Yang Kai, which meant they really wanted to help Yang Kai participate in the inheritance war. Looking up at Starfield, Yang Kai smiled with relief, full of expectations for this time's inheritance war. The night passed peacefully. At dawn the next day, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both opened their eyes from meditation and glanced at each other, both seeing a deep joy and surprise in the other's eyes. After a night of meditation, both of their injuries had completely healed. Originally, it would have taken them at least 10 days to half a month to fully recover, but in just one night they had fully recovered. Recalling all the strange and mysterious things that had happened when they were refining and absorbing the Earth-grade top-rank healing pill last night, both of them couldn't help feeling like they had fallen through the clouds. That was clearly just an Earth-grade top-rank pill. Normally, the two blood warriors wouldn't even spare it a glance. If it hadn't been given to them by Yang Kai, how could they have taken it? Both of them already had heaven-grade top-rank healing pills in their possession. However, after refining this Earth-grade high-grade pill, which they had not taken seriously, it suddenly gave birth to a miraculous medicinal effect that surged to the point of disbelief. The medicinal effect wandered through their meridians, flesh, and blood, and not only did it heal all the injuries they had suffered this time, even the hidden injuries they had suffered in previous battles were healed. Blood warriors were born to fight. Every blood warrior that matured had experienced hundreds of life and death battles. It could be said that every blood warrior's body was riddled with hidden injuries. These injuries couldn't be healed with pills. Only with a combination of medicines and a long period of meditation could there be a possibility of full recovery. But as a blood warrior, how could they have the time to meditate? Tu Feng had hidden injuries. When he circulated his yuan qi, he would feel a slight tingling pain in his abdomen, but he had already ignored this subtle pain. Tang Yuxian also had hidden injuries. Every time she became angry, her heart would ache. This was because she hadn't been able to clean up after being poisoned. These internal injuries were very subtle and wouldn't affect their combat strength or the circulation of their true essence. However, both of them knew that although they wouldn't be affected by these internal injuries right now, as time passed, sooner or later they would die from these subtle internal injuries. But now, the two of them clearly felt that all the hidden injuries they had suffered in their previous battles had disappeared. How could this be possible with just an Earth-grade top-rank pill? In an instant, both of them understood that the little lord must have hidden something in those two Earth-grade top-rank pills, which was why they had such a miraculous effect. And that kind of unknown thing must be priceless and incomparably rare. For a time, the guilt and gratitude of the two blood warriors became even stronger. Chapter 389. Young Kai had long since woken up, and it could even be said that he hadn't slept all night. The two blood warriors were refining the medicinal efficacies to heal their wounds. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were both women, so the task of monitoring the surroundings naturally fell to them. Looking at Young Kai, the two blood warriors couldn't help feeling a subtle warmth in their hearts. Just as they were about to open their mouths to express their thanks, Young Kai glanced at them faintly and asked, "Which force does this area belong to?" Tu Feng thought about it for a moment before replying, "If I remember correctly, this place should be within the sphere of influence of Tianyuan City." Tianyuan City was the name of a city and also the name of a force. What kind of force is Tianyuan City? Young Kai frowned. A first-class force. Why does little lord ask about this? Tu Feng didn't understand why he was suddenly so concerned about Tianyuan City. Young Kai flashed his white fangs and grinned at him, a hint of slyness flashing across his face. Qiu Yimeng opened her eyes and curled her lips. Now he has another target to rob. The situation forced my hand. I had no choice. Young Kai shrugged his shoulders. Seeing that he didn't deny it, the two blood warriors couldn't help frowning. Thinking about it, even the Lu family, which was thousands of kilometers away, had suffered an unexpected calamity because of yesterday's incident. Soon, Lu Liang would be carrying large and small bags to the central capital to deliver gifts to Young Kai. So how could the nearby Tianyuan City not be implicated? In any case, Young Kai had been attacked in the sphere of influence of Tianyuan City, so Tianyuan City's responsibility could be big or small. It all depended on whether the leaders of this force were tactful or not. In this sensitive period, any small matter could develop into a big event. Do we need to send a message to Tianyuan City? Tu Feng was obviously quite experienced. Hearing this, Tu Feng couldn't help feeling eager. If necessary, I can go now. They won't dare say anything. Even Tang Yuxian showed an excited look at this moment, seemingly wanting to compete with Tu Feng for the role of messenger. No need, this kind of thing they will naturally know. Young Kai shook his head. Then he stood up and said, "All right, let's go. We've wasted a lot of time on the road. I wonder what the central capital has become. Are the two seniors' injuries serious? Do you want to rest for a few more days?" Qiu Yimeng frowned. He asked worriedly. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian exchanged a glance and quickly shook their heads. It doesn't matter. Seeing him say so, Qiu Yimeng didn't insist. Without the cloud-treading colts, the five of them could only fly, so their speed was naturally much slower. After a day and a night, the gap between the strength of these young people was clear at a glance. Even after flying for so long, Young Kai's expression was still calm. His face was not red and his heart was not beating fast, as if he had not used any strength. Qiu Yimeng, on the other hand, was slightly out of breath. In order to keep up with these two immortal ascension boundary masters, her yuan qi consumption was quite serious. As for Luo Xiaoman, she was even more embarrassed, her face red. His forehead was sweating profusely, and the two jade rabbits in front of his chest were moving up and down in the rhythm of his breathing. It was a magnificent sight. However, he gritted his teeth and followed behind the crowd without saying a word. If it weren't for Tang Yuxian not being able to stand by and deliberately taking care of her, Luo Xiaoman would have long been left behind by the group. They took a remote road, so they didn't encounter any dangerous situations. They stopped to rest at night, and set off again after a night. The sun rose and the moon disappeared. After a full 8 days, the group finally saw a huge city in the distance. The central capital. It seemed to be the center of the entire world. The size of the central capital could no longer be described with words. Even from a few hundred kilometers away, everyone could still see its outline. That majestic aura rushed over, making people feel small and insignificant. When people thought of the central capital, they couldn't help but think of a certain phrase. North and south don't see each other. The world's greatest city. Standing on the south side of the city, one couldn't see the north side of the city at all. The entire central capital seemed to be an endless sea, a vast expanse of land. Often such a situation would occur. One side of the city would be covered by dark clouds, lightning, and thunder. But on the other side of the city, the sun would shine brightly and the blue sky would be clear. Even if one was an immortal Ascension boundary master, it would take at least 2 to 3 hours to fly across the entire city. From this, it could be seen just how huge this city was. The world's greatest city truly deserved its name. It was hard to imagine how such a huge city, almost the size of a small country, had been established. It was as if it had already existed in the annals of history. For so many years, the central capital's 8 great families had firmly occupied this world's largest city, constantly expanding and consolidating it, allowing it to grow larger and larger. This had also created today's miracle. The group of 5 paused and stared towards the central capital. Although I've always lived here, every time I come back from a trip, I can't help but want to take a few more looks, Tang Yuxian said with some emotion. Tu Feng nodded solemnly. Not only them but anyone who came outside the central capital would also be amazed by it, whether it was someone who had lived here for a long time or someone who was coming here for the first time. Looking at the giant city he had been away from for several years, Yang Kai's expression remained calm. Only when he thought of his 2 parents would his mood fluctuate slightly. Qiu Yimeng brushed a stray strand of hair behind her ear, glancing over at Yang Kai and saying, "Xiao Man and I will separate from you here. At this time, if we are seen together by others, I'm afraid it will arouse suspicion." Yang Kai nodded. Tu Feng suddenly smiled at Qiu Yimeng and asked, "Young Lady Qiu, in this inheritance war, will your Qiu family stand on the little lord's side?" Qiu Yimeng smiled, staring at Yang Kai for a moment before saying, "Although I am acquainted with your little lord, the inheritance war is of great importance. I need to consider it carefully." "What's there to consider?" Tang Yuxian smiled and struck while the iron was hot. "Besides the little lord, young Lady Qiu doesn't know any of the other young lords, nor do you know their depths. Rashly betting the Qiu family on them is inappropriate. Although even if you lose, the Qiu family's heritage won't be affected. A character like the little lord is undoubtedly worth young Lady Qiu taking a gamble." Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai with a smile, seemingly waiting for something. But after waiting for a long time, Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling a little annoyed, snorting lightly. "Then let's see how your little lord performs." There was a deep meaning behind this statement. Performance in the end was his performance in front of her. Or was it his performance in the inheritance war? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's eyes darted around, suddenly both wearing strange looks, as if they had discovered a big secret. Both of them stared at Qiu Yimeng. Qiu Yimeng's expression remained unchanged, still indifferent. Tu Feng continued to add oil to the fire, a wretched look appearing on his face as he said, "If the little lord and young Lady Qiu join forces, they will be a perfect match. The future of the central capital will likely belong to the 2 of you. Perhaps you can even create a beautiful story. TSK. Tang Yuxian quickly followed up, "I also think so, young Lady Qiu, don't hesitate." Haha. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly, as if she didn't understand the meaning of Tu Feng's words. She didn't blush, instead just glancing over at Yang Kai. Just as Tu Feng was about to wipe his mouth and say something, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Until we meet again." This sentence was quite abrupt. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian wanted to take this opportunity to finalize a big ally for Yang Kai. They hadn't expected him to just say goodbye like this. Saying so, Yang Kai really left. The 2 blood warriors were stunned for a moment before cupping their fists to Qiu Yimeng and hurriedly catching up with Yang Kai. Looking at Yang Kai's quickly departing back, Qiu Yimeng also froze in place, unable to recover for a long time. She hadn't expected his actions to be so simple and swift. "That bastard!" Luo Xiaoman said indignantly. "How rude. After all, we've gone through thick and thin together. Yet he didn't even say anything and just left?" Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed thoughtfully. Did he see through it? He should have seen through it, so he didn't even try to persuade her and simply left. This man really isn't easy to fool. "Elder sister Qiu, aren't you angry?" Luo Xiaoman said, somewhat indignant for Qiu Yimeng, stomping her foot. "How could he just ignore you?" "Good." Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and pulled Luo Xiaoman aside. "Let's go back to the Qiu family first. When we arrive at the Qiu family, first send a message to your Purple Fern Valley so they don't worry." "And I know." You haven't seen Big Brother Fanhong for so long, did you miss him? Chiu Yimeng asked with a smile, seemingly trying to find something to talk about to dispel the loss in her heart. No. Luo Xiaoman blushed and shook her head, whispering, I don't know why, but I haven't thought about him for so long. That's because you've seen all the wonderful things outside. The two girls didn't know each other a year ago, but since they had gone to High Heaven Pavilion, they had encountered all kinds of dangers, but each time they had managed to survive, never leaving each other's side. After experiencing so many trials and tribulations together, whether it was Chiu Yimeng or Luo Xiaoman, both of them regarded each other as family and sisters. As such, Luo Xiaoman had never once objected to Chiu Yimeng's words. On the other side, Yang Kai and the two blood warriors rushed towards the south of the central capital. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian followed closely behind Yang Kai. Neither of them saying a word, but both of them were full of doubts, wondering why Yang Kai didn't care about the Chou family. If he didn't put the Lu family in his eyes, the two blood warriors would have taken it for granted, but the Chou family was different. As one of the 8 great families, winning over any one of them would be a huge help. As long as one's mind was clear, there was no reason to let them go so easily. What's more, Chiu Yimeng's status in the Chou family wasn't low. Winning over Chiu Yimeng was tantamount to winning over the Chou family. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian wanted to ask, but didn't know what to say, so they simply followed behind Yang Kai, feeling like they were about to die. After a while, Tang Yuxian quietly sent out a burst of qi towards Tu Feng. The latter frowned and was caught off guard, causing him to let out a low grunt. Tang Yuxian couldn't help rolling her eyes, speechless for a while. Chapter 390. The actions of the two blood warriors were so obvious that they naturally couldn't escape Yang Kai's perception. The speed of their advance slowed down slightly, and after the two of them caught up, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at them, his expression indifferent. What's wrong with you? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian nodded solemnly. What's there to be surprised about? Yang Kai smiled lightly, his expression as calm as ever, without any trace of regret on his face. Little Lord, how could you just let young Lady Chou go like this? The Chou family's influence isn't weak. If it could play a role in the inheritance war, whether it was supplies or talents, it would be guaranteed. Tu Feng didn't hesitate and directly asked. Both he and Tang Yuxian had decided that as long as the family allowed the blood warriors to participate in the inheritance war, they would follow Yang Kai, so naturally, they wouldn't act like before and ignore Yang Kai's actions. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said lightly, Chiu Yimeng still has scruples in her heart. She doesn't dare to take a stand right now. Even if I try, the result will be the same. That's impossible. Tu Feng couldn't help feeling surprised. I saw that she was very interested in you, little lord. It seems she likes you very much. She even said a lot of good things about you in front of me and Yuxian. Tang Yuxian also nodded slightly. She likes me? Yang Kai stared at Tu Feng blankly for a moment before laughing. Tu Feng? Tu Feng, if you think so, then you're too naive. Tu Feng wasn't a young man, so when he heard Yang Kai say such things about him, he couldn't help but blush. His old face couldn't help blushing. Perhaps my performance was able to enter her eyes and was much better than the other young people. Yang Kai raised his brow, showing a confident demeanor. Because of this, she felt that I was a little different from the others. But that doesn't mean she likes me. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian frowned. Still, they couldn't agree with Yang Kai's statement. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, Who is Chiu Yimeng? She is the first young lady of the Chou family, the first of her generation. Let me ask you, can a woman like her decide her own future? Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both thought about it and couldn't help frowning. Chiu Yimeng. She had countless suitors and was one of the most influential figures in the central capital. However, in the face of the pursuit of so many talented young men, Chiu Yimeng still maintained her purity and never once had a relationship with any of the central capital's young lords. The reason for this was because the Chou family's patriarch, Chiu Shoucheng, had said that whoever wanted to marry Chiu Yimeng would have to marry into the Chou family. At first, it seemed that Chiu Shoucheng cherished his daughter and didn't want her to leave the Chou family. But in reality, the Chou family probably wouldn't want to let go of a chance to win support for their family. In short, Chiu Yimeng's future was not something she could decide. In the future, she was destined to become a chess piece in a marriage alliance, which would bring some benefits to the Cho family. The ideological education she had received since she was young was probably based on the principle of family supremacy. Her love life had given birth to children. Her marriage was arranged by the Cho family. She couldn't decide for herself. How could a woman who had received such an education easily choose to stand in Yang Kai's team before the inheritance war began? If she chose so rashly, the Cho family would never recognize her. You don't believe me? Yang Kai tilted his head and stared at the two blood warriors. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't answer. She won't return to the central capital with us. That is the best evidence. Yang Kai smiled softly. If she really decided to ally with me, she wouldn't care what others think. So don't say she doesn't like me, because she has always regarded me as a Yang family direct descendant who can form an alliance with her. Even if, Yang Kai said seriously, if there is someone better than me, I think the Cho family will definitely be my enemy in the future. The two blood warriors both wore solemn expressions. Although they faintly felt that Yang Kai's views and ideas were a bit extreme, they had to admit that the young lords and young ladies of the great families really didn't place too much importance on personal relationships. From childhood, they had been influenced by their families, so what they considered was always the interests of the family and their own interests. As for personal feelings, they were only secondary. Subordinate will remember. Tu Feng nodded slightly. Although the blood warriors were powerful, they really couldn't see through the thoughts of the young lords and young ladies of these families. Yang Kai nodded, his heart calm, no longer saying anything. An hour later, the three of them finally arrived at the central capital. The central capital was extremely large, so naturally there were countless gates. In front of the three of them was the south gate. There weren't any bustling ordinary people, nor were there any cultivators. The south gate, which looked like the mouth of a giant beast, was completely silent. Only a few relatively strong cultivators were standing by the south gate, patrolling the surroundings with relaxed expressions on their faces. Because this south gate wasn't something ordinary people could enter. This was the central capital's Yang family's special gate. Each of the 8 great families had its own special city gate. After entering the city gate, there was a special passage that led directly to the Yang family. Except for people from the 8 great families, no one was allowed to pass through these gates or passages. Those who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. The few patrolling cultivators in front of the south gate were only here to put on a show. There was nothing for them to do, so they were naturally very idle. When the three of them arrived at the city gate, the several cultivators all wore solemn expressions and quickly turned to look at them. After seeing the tokens on the waists of the 2 blood warriors, all of them cupped their fists and bowed respectfully. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both wore indifferent expressions, not even glancing sideways as they followed Yang Kai into the central capital. After the 3 of them left, the cultivators at the gate dared to glance back quietly, all of them surprised. Which young lord came back? He looks quite young, only 17 or 18 years old. A 17 or 18-year-old young lord. Could it be the youngest one? Wasn't the youngest young lord rumored to be unable to cultivate? I'm afraid he's just an ordinary person. Why is his aura so calm? It's like he's not ordinary. Whether he's ordinary or not, we don't care, we just need to guard the gate. And don't talk about such things behind his back. It would be bad if one of the family's masters heard it. But speaking of which, isn't that the first young lord to return to the family? And the others haven't returned yet. Oh. Yang Kai and the 2 blood warriors walked along the passage for less than a stick of incense worth of time before they saw a large group of people waiting in front of them with bored expressions on their faces. The number of people in this group was quite large, about a dozen or so. The one at the head of this group was a fat man, less than 6 feet tall, with a big belly. He was pacing back and forth in front of the crowd, seemingly having walked for a long time, sweat dripping from his fat head and big ears. He was holding a brocade handkerchief in his hand, wiping the sweat from his forehead and neck from time to time. Suddenly seeing the 3 people walking over, the fat man was startled for a moment, but soon after, he was overjoyed and quickly stuffed the brocade handkerchief into his sleeve. Everyone behind him straightened their faces and assumed a welcoming posture. Yang Kai and the 2 blood warriors stopped about 5 meters in front of this group. Looking at the fat man, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. This fat man was clearly not a member of the Yang family, but rather a foreign member of the Yang family. His strength wasn't very high, but since he was waiting here, it must have been arranged by the family. Yang Kai didn't know what the family was up to. Tu master, you've worked hard. The fat man first bowed to Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, his pair of small eyes narrowing into slits as he smiled and turned to Yang Kai. Tu master, forgive this subordinate's ignorance, but which young lord is this? Tu Feng's expression remained unchanged as he replied faintly. Fourth master's servant, the little lord. The young lords of the family rarely showed themselves when they were at home, so it wasn't surprising that this fat man didn't recognize them. Tu Feng naturally didn't intend to bother with him. The look on the fat man's face was slightly surprised, as if he hadn't expected that the first one to return to the family would be the little lord. But he immediately restrained himself and cupped his fists to the ground. Third-class steward Yin Tianyu, by order of the family, is here to welcome the little lord back to the family. The little lord must have worked hard on this journey and must have worked hard these past few years. A third-class steward's status in the Yang family wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. However, this fat man Yin Tianyu's strength was unsightly, so he probably didn't have a martial background. The Yang family was such a big family that it always needed people who were proficient in various aspects of its territory to help manage it. For these people, strength wasn't the most important thing. What was important was their ability to manage their territory. Yang Kai didn't know what Yin Tianyu was responsible for, but he was actually arranged here to welcome the returning young lords. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he smiled amiably at Yin Tianyu and said, Steward Yin must have worked hard. You must have waited here for many days, right? Yin Tianyu was surprised to see Yang Kai so kind, but his small eyes became even more spirited as he smiled and humbly replied, It is this subordinate's honor to be able to welcome the young lords back to the family. Waiting here for many days is not a hardship. Yang Kai nodded slightly and asked, What arrangements does the family have for us? The Yang family was different from ordinary families. The tempering of the direct descendants was almost cruel, so the elders in the family basically wouldn't be too kind to the juniors. In the past, when the Yang family's direct descendants returned to the family, they would directly return to their respective residences and no one would come to receive them. But this time there was a third-class steward waiting here. Obviously there was some kind of arrangement. When Yin Tianyu heard Yang Kai's question, he couldn't help feeling surprised and said, Little lord is really clever. This subordinate admires you. Tu Feng coldly said, There's no need for flattery. Just answer the little lord's question directly. Yes. Yin Tianyu still had a smile on his face, not showing the slightest trace of embarrassment. It's like this. The family has ordered that the young lords who have returned to the family not be in a hurry to return to their residences, but instead go to the Dragon Transformation Pond first. Dragon Transformation Pond? Tu Feng exclaimed. Yang Kai was also stunned while Tang Yuxian's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly. None of them had expected that the family would prepare such a big gift for the returning young lords this time. Chapter 391. The Dragon Transformation Pool was a place where a fish could leap over the Dragon Gate and transform into a dragon. This was an important place for the Yang family, and also a treasure trove for the Yang family. The water in the Dragon Transformation Pool was of great benefit to a cultivator. It was said that soaking in it could cleanse one's marrow and transform one's body. If a cultivator could soak in it for a few days, their strength would definitely increase and their aptitude would improve. A cultivator's aptitude was the foundation and cornerstone of their growth. This aptitude determined how high a cultivator could grow, and was generally difficult to change, unless they took some particularly rare precious treasures. The Yang family's Dragon Transformation Pool had such an effect. It had always been a place where the Yang family members fought to enter. But even the direct descendants of the Yang family found it difficult to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool. They had to be reviewed by the family's elder court, and if the elder court felt that a direct descendant was worth investing in, they would be allowed to enter. As for the Yang family members who didn't share the same surname, it was even more difficult to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool, unless they made some kind of extraordinary contribution. Little Lord, Yuxian and I have both been to the Dragon Transformation Pool. It's a very good place. Tu Feng heard this and whispered excitedly. And when I was protecting young Lady May, I was seriously injured and almost lost my life. Fortunately, young Lady May asked Fifth Master to intercede on my behalf, allowing me to enter the dragon transformation pool. Not only did my injuries stabilize, but my strength also improved. Tang Yuxian also nodded. How could Yang Kai not know the value and efficacy of the dragon transformation pool? When he heard Yin Tianyu say this, he couldn't help smiling bitterly. When he was still at home because of his congenital deficiency, his father, Yang Yingfeng, had applied to the Council of Elders many times to allow him to soak in the dragon transformation pool. He wanted to see if it could make up for his shortcomings. But no matter how many times Yang Yingfeng applied, he was always rejected by the Council of Elders. Why waste the efficacy of the dragon transformation pool for a cripple? As a result, every time his father Yang Yingfeng saw him, he would feel ashamed, as if it was because of his stubborn illness that he was congenitally deficient. During that time, his mother Dong Suju also felt sad all the time. She washed her face with tears. Yang Yingfeng's parents would often accept tasks from the family. He worked so hard just to earn some merit so that Yang Kai would have a chance to enter the dragon transformation pool. But no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to achieve their wishes. There will definitely be a chance next time. Every time he returned from the Elder Hall, Yang Yingfeng would say the same thing, seemingly trying to comfort himself. He also seemed to be comforting Yang Kai. The guilt and dejection in his eyes were still vivid in her mind. Back then, his parents had tried so hard but failed to achieve their goal. Who would have thought that today the Elders Guild would take the initiative to open it up? That was their hard work and struggle back then. What was the reason? Thinking of this, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated slightly, and his eyes flashed. He nodded lightly. Yin Tianyu's smile was still plastered on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Little young master, there's no time to lose. Should we head to the dragon transformation pool now?" Inexplicably, Kai Yang's heart gave birth to a feeling of rejection. He furrowed his brows, but before he could say anything, the crisp cry of an eagle suddenly rang out above his head. Hearing this cry, everyone couldn't help looking up at the sky, their expressions becoming strange. The golden feather eagle on Yang Kai's shoulder also flapped its wings and flew up into the sky in the blink of an eye. Today is a double blessing. Another young lord has returned. Yin Tianyu laughed. He had been waiting here for many days, but no young lord had returned. Unexpectedly, two of them had returned today, naturally causing him to feel excited. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people appeared from the other side of the passage. At the head of the group was a young man about 25 or 26 years old. His eyes shone brightly and his appearance was extraordinary. Riding atop a cloud-treading colt, he leisurely strolled over. Behind him there were also two blood warriors. Behind these two blood warriors, there were actually several other masters with decent strength. Not far away, Yang Kai and the young man's eyes met midair, the latter's eyes flashing slightly as he stared at Yang Kai with slight surprise. Immediately, the young man smiled and nodded gently to Yang Kai. Yang Kai also nodded in response. Seeing this young man's face, Yang Kai also knew who he was. Yang Zhao, the second oldest son of the family's direct descendants, was the son of Yang Kai's great-uncle Yang Yinghao. His great-uncle Yang Yinghao was the current patriarch of the Yang family. It was also because he had been wounded in the war with the Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land that the family had recalled all the young lords who had gone out for life experience. Unlike Yang Kai's obscurity, although Yang Zhao had never been publicly known before, most people in the family, because of his relationship with Yang Yinghao, knew of his existence and even knew of his face. Yang Kai had only met him a few times but wasn't familiar with him. After seeing Yang Zhao, the fat man Yin Tianyu's expression immediately became dignified, even the people behind him holding their breaths. Regardless of Yang Zhao's own strength, regardless of his performance in the inheritance war, he was the son of the current patriarch, so they couldn't neglect him. "Little lord." Yin Tianyu was an astute person, first greeting Yang Kai with a respectful attitude. "I'll leave you to it." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Many thanks, little lord." Saying so, Yin Tianyu quickly straightened his clothes and waited for Yang Zhao to approach before quickly repeating what he had just said to Yang Kai. From beginning to end, Yang Zhao sat atop his cloud-treading colt. not moving at all. After listening to Yin Tianyo's report, he nodded gently. I understand. Saying so, he turned his eyes to Yang Kai and smiled. Is it little brother Kai? Second brother. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly and grinned. Sure enough, it's little brother Kai. Haha. Yang Zhao laughed loudly as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai. It's said that a woman changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. I see that a man also changes 18 times. After not seeing you for a few years, second brother almost didn't recognize you. Where is that weak little brat from so many years ago? Now you're clearly a handsome young man, worthy of being a member of my Yang family. From his words, it was obvious that he was the patriarch of the Yang family. Second brother overpraises me. Kai Yang didn't seem to understand, but his expression remained indifferent as he replied. While the two were talking, the several masters behind Yang Zhao were also sizing up Yang Kai, but after a while they couldn't help showing some disdain, seemingly looking down on Yang Kai. Only the two blood warriors didn't show any change in expression. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were also the same. The blood warriors were loyal to the Yang family, and since Yang Zhao and Yang Kai were both young lords of the Yang family, they naturally couldn't show any disdain towards either of them. However, they noticed the disdain of these strangers. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian couldn't help frowning. Both of them stared towards these people with cold expressions. The faces of these people suddenly changed and they quickly restrained their expressions. Yang Zhao's eyes flashed as he glanced over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian with some surprise. He hadn't expected these two to be so protective of Yang Kai. Even he hadn't received much respect from the two blood warriors who had escorted him back home. The two blood warriors had simply completed their escort mission and hadn't even said a word to him. After a moment of comparison, Yang Zhao immediately realized that there was something unusual about this situation. Yang Kai seemed to be quite liked by these two blood warriors. Why was that? Suppressing these doubts in his heart, Yang Zhao didn't show any expression, simply asking, did little brother Kai fly all the way back? He saw that Yang Kai and the others didn't even have mounts. Naturally, he would think so. Yang Kai nodded. Then it must have been a hard journey. Yang Zhao sighed sympathetically before dismounting his cloud-treading colt and walking straight over to Yang Kai, saying affectionately, if little brother Kai doesn't mind, how about we go to the dragon transformation pond together? While we're on the way, I'll let second brother hear about your glorious deeds these past few years. Good. Yang Kai smiled. Let's go. Yang Zhao also laughed. After taking a few steps, Yang Zhao suddenly turned back and said, right, you go to the house and wait for me. I'll be back in 3 or 5 days. The strangers nodded together. The two blood warriors didn't respond. They were only responsible for safely escorting Yang Zhao back to the family. Now that they had arrived here, their mission was complete and they could naturally return to the Blood Warrior Hall. You two have worked hard. Yang Kai also smiled at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. The two of them shouted in unison, little lord, take care. Such an affectionate attitude couldn't help causing Yang Zhao and the other two blood warriors to raise their eyebrows. After Yang Kai and Yang Zhao left, the 4 blood warriors glanced at each other but didn't say anything before flying off towards the Blood Warrior Hall. Halfway there, one of the 2 blood warriors asked, Tu Feng, why do you and Tang Yuxian seem to care a lot about the little lord? Did he do something special? Why don't you tell us about it? The blood warriors were all very familiar with each other. In front of outsiders they wouldn't show it, but when there was no one else around they naturally wouldn't hesitate. Tu Feng slowly shook his head. No, it's just that the little lord is very kind. Although he wasn't an outsider, Tu Feng wasn't stupid enough to betray Yang Kai. Because the people here could become Yang Kai's enemy at any time. If he talked about his good points now, it would only harm him. The man obviously didn't believe Tu Feng's words and couldn't help curling his lips. What about you two? How was the second young lord? Tu Feng changed the subject and asked. The 2 blood warriors looked indifferent, the one who had asked the previous question saying, nothing too special. His performance was quite normal. The 4 blood warriors suddenly glanced at each other, and all of them smiled meaningfully. Everyone knew that the other party was talking nonsense. But even if they knew, none of them dared to expose it. At this time, no matter which blood warrior it was, they absolutely couldn't betray the young lords. Even if the patriarch or the elder council asked, They couldn't reveal anything. A blood warrior was a blood warrior, synonymous with loyalty. Yang Kai and Yang Zhao were leisurely strolling towards the dragon transformation pond at this moment. Along the way, the two brothers only talked about the tedious things they had experienced in the outside world over the past few years, not mentioning anything about the sect or their own accomplishments. Both of them knew that this was their brother, but also their enemy. If they didn't do anything right, this young lord would try to trip them up and beat them to a pulp. The inheritance war was a civil war between brothers, a battle of wits and courage. Chapter 392. The two brothers walked together in a harmonious atmosphere, as if they were close brothers. After a short while, they arrived at the location of the dragon transformation pond. Outside there were countless cultivator guards, but in secret, there were many masters paying close attention to this place, their divine senses constantly spreading out. Once an outsider tried to approach this place, they would be ruthlessly and directly killed. There was no room for discussion. Once, a steward from a first-class family had come to pay tribute to the Yang family, but after delivering the tribute, he somehow lost his way and ended up 10 kilometers outside the dragon transformation pond. Before he had time to say a word, he was killed on the spot by the Yang family masters guarding this place. After this incident spread out, the first-class family not only didn't dare to question him, but instead sent someone to apologize with double the amount of gifts. The Yang family's treasure trove had always been a heavily guarded location. Even though it was inside the central capital, with the dragon transformation pond as its center, the surrounding several dozen kilometers had still been maintained in its most primitive state. At first glance, one would probably think they had stumbled into the great wilderness. Shrouded in clouds, it was impossible to see one's hand in front of one's face, covering a large area. Lush mountains and forests were looming, and from time to time, one could see a few silhouettes. In the deepest part of this place was the dragon transformation pond. When Yang Zhao and Yang Kai arrived here, they quickly closed their mouths. Yang Zhao stepped forward and cupped his fists. Disciple Yang Zhao has been ordered to come to the dragon transformation pond. May I ask which senior is guarding this place? From the clouds a strange voice floated out. This old master is Xiao Zhengqing, so it is young Lord Zhao. Young Lord Zhao, there is another person beside young Lord Zhao. Who is it? Before Yang Kai could answer, Yang Zhao quickly took over and said with a smile, "It's my little brother Kai." The voice in the clouds was silent for a while, seemingly pondering who this little brother Kai Yang Zhao was talking about was, but after a long time said, "Since you've come, 2 young lords may come in." As these words were spoken, the clouds in front of them seemed to be pushed aside by 2 giant invisible hands. The clouds rolled to the sides, revealing a clear passage in the middle. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai and Yang Zhao were shocked to discover this. On both sides of this passage stood many of the Yang family's masters. The one closest to the two of them was less than 5 meters away. Just now these people were wrapped in clouds and mist. Unexpectedly, neither of the two brothers noticed it, and they didn't know what kind of mysteries were hidden within the clouds. These Yang family masters were obviously different from the people outside. Their auras were much calmer, and most of them were at the Yuan-Qi boundary. Their cultivations were also much more vigorous than the average person. Occasionally, there were a few immortal ascension boundary masters scattered among them, but all of them stared at the two of them with solemn expressions. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai looked at each other for a moment before their expressions couldn't help turning solemn as they strode forward towards the entrance. "Greetings, young masters. Please, young masters." Along the way, all the cultivator nodded slightly, greeting the two of them respectfully. Yang Zhao wore a smile on his face as he strode forward. Yang Kai didn't say a word, quietly releasing his divine sense to sense the surroundings, secretly surprised. Although he was also a member of the Yang family, and a direct descendant of the Yang family, Yang Kai still didn't understand what kind of capital the Yang family had. However, after probing around, he was surprised to find that the cultivators around him were undoubtedly much stronger and more powerful than the ordinary disciples from the first or second-class sects in the same realm. Their essence, qi and soul, the strength of their physique, vitality, bones, meridians, and yuan qi all seemed to be much purer. Yang Kai estimated that the two people here would be enough to defeat 3 cultivators of the same realm outside. Of course, this was only a competition between ordinary disciples. Even so, it was enough to surprise him. Moreover, the surrounding clouds and mist were quite strange. When Yang Kai probed them with his divine sense, it was as if he was immersed in a pool of stagnant water. There should be some kind of spirit array operating here. After walking for a full stick of incense worth of time, the front suddenly opened up and the clouds and mist suddenly disappeared, giving the two of them a sense of relief. Beside a huge pool, 3 old men with white hair and beards sat cross-legged, their eyes shining brightly as they stared towards Yang Zhao and Yang Zhao. After seeing 2 people emerge from the mist, the old man in the middle smiled and asked, "Yang Zhao?" Yang Zhao's expression became serious as he quickly cupped his fists. Disciple greets 3 seniors. To be able to guard the dragon transformation pond, whether these 3 were surnamed Yang or not, their status in the Yang family was not low. They were even comparable to the elders of the family. This was why Yang Zhao was so serious. Xiao Zhengqing and the other 2 smiled slightly, seemingly very satisfied with Yang Zhao's attitude, turning their eyes to Yang Kai and asking suspiciously, "Are you the one who served the previous generation's 4th brother, Yang Yingfeng?" "Yes." Yang Kai greets 3 seniors. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yang Kai was also shocked. These 3 were all peak Immortal Ascension boundary masters. In other words, any one of them was no worse than Ling Tai-su before he broke through. At this moment they were actually guarding the dragon transformation pond, showing just how much importance the Yang family attached to this place. With these 3 here, along with the mysterious spirit array and countless hidden masters, it was likely only an above Immortal Ascension boundary master would be able to break through its defenses. After learning about Yang Kai's background, Xiao Zhengqing just nodded slightly, while the other 2 didn't say anything. It seemed that for them, Yang Zhao was more interesting and could arouse their attention. Seeing how obvious their reactions were, Yang Kai wasn't too surprised. "Senior, why did the family arrange for us to come to the dragon transformation pond first this time?" Yang Zhao saw that Xiao Zhengqing was quite optimistic about him and couldn't help but ask, quickly asking the question in his heart. Xiao Zhengqing smiled lightly and said, "Naturally, it is to give you a better space to develop. You have been outside for a few years now, at most you have entered a first-class force to gain experience. How could the resources there compare to our Yang families? The secret arts and martial skills you cultivate, the medicinal efficacies you absorb, and the many impurities your body produces. Once you enter the dragon transformation pond, you will be able to cleanse yourself of these impurities." Yang Zhao smiled happily and respectfully said, "I will definitely live up to the family's expectations." Xiao Zhengqing laughed. "Good, as expected of the patriarch's son. You are truly different from others. The dragon transformation pond is just below us. You can enter it yourself." Yang Kai couldn't help but frown slightly. Although he didn't expect Xiao Zhengqing to be so optimistic about him, these words still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Zhao didn't say anything. Right now he had no power or influence, so if he really tried to say anything, it would only be a thankless task and would only make him appear to be overestimating himself. If Yang Zhao wanted to change his mind, there was only one way. That was to establish himself above the entire Yang family. At that time, everyone would have to obediently follow his orders and act according to his mood. Yang Zhao nodded slightly, and together with Yang Kai, the 2 of them looked down and suddenly saw a huge pond. Only its outline could be seen. It was impossible to see the water inside because above this pond was a thick layer of clouds. However, Yang Kai was keenly aware that this layer of clouds was different from the ones they had just passed through. The clouds from before were only used to confuse, but the layer above the dragon transformation pool was formed by the gathering of the energy of the world. It was as if the entire dragon transformation pool was a crystallization of energy. Dense steam rose into the air, condensing into a layer of clouds that covered the top. The dragon transformation pond is a place where one can cleanse their body. This opportunity is not easy to come by, so you should cherish it, Xiao Zhengqing smiled. Another person interjected, "The dragon transformation pond is also a place to test a person's aptitude. The longer one stays inside, the more outstanding their aptitude is. Yang Zhao, you need to perform well. You are different from the average young lord. You are the son of the current patriarch. Many people are optimistic about you. Yang Zhao's face was filled with excitement, seemingly eager to prove himself, quickly cupping his fists and nodding, yes. Go. Xiao Zhengqing waved his hand and an invisible force wrapped around both Yang Zhao and Yang Kai, gently sending them into the dragon transformation pond. The clouds churned and the two fell into the pond at the same time, disappearing. Suddenly, a cold feeling washed over him. The water of this dragon transformation pond seemed to have some kind of magical effect. Yang Kai clearly felt some kind of energy pouring into his body's meridians and pores. As this energy entered his body, his whole body became tingling with pain. But then this pain suddenly disappeared as this energy drilled into his meridians, and, under the burning of his true Yang Yuan Qi, converged into his unyielding golden skeleton. Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly feeling that this dragon transformation pond seemed to be a bit untrue. It didn't have any of the magical effects it was rumored to have. Turning his head to look at Yang Zhao not far away, Yang Kai's expression became even more strange. He found that his second brother seemed to be enduring a great deal of pain at the moment. His entire face red and his Yuan Qi madly circulating, drawing the energy from the dragon transformation pond into his body. Soon after, some impurities were expelled from his body, and some filthy substances were added to the clear pool water. Yang Kai quickly swam a little further away, lost in thought. Looking at Yang Zhao's current appearance, the dragon transformation pond clearly had some kind of effect and could really help people cleanse their body. But why couldn't he feel it? After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly realized something, a look of surprise filling his face. If his guess was right, it must be because of the myriad drug liquid. The myriad drug liquid, if taken over a long period of time, was able to cleanse one's body and fundamentally improve one's aptitude. Since obtaining the myriad drug liquid until now, as long as there weren't any unforeseen circumstances, Yang Kai had basically taken a drop of it every day. After such a long time, the impurities in his body should have been completely eliminated and his aptitude should have improved significantly. Now that he had entered the dragon transformation pond, what use would it have? The effect of the dragon transformation pond was definitely not as good as the myriad drug liquid. Understanding this point, Yang Kai's expression became disappointed. Influenced by his childhood beliefs, he had been looking forward to the effects of the dragon transformation pond, but now it had no effect on him, so naturally he was disappointed. The dragon transformation pond didn't have any effect on him, and now that he had just entered it, he couldn't just leave directly. Yang Kai suddenly felt bored and could only wait silently, circulating his true Yang secret art, and absorbing and refining the energy in the dragon transformation pond. Chapter 393. Young Family. The news that the two young lords had returned first quickly spread. The two golden feather eagles that had returned to the family were the best evidence. Two figures, one man and one woman, were quickly flying towards the dragon transformation pond. Both of their faces were filled with nervousness and expectation, as well as some guilt and heartache. The middle-aged man was a bit better, forcing himself to remain calm, but his muscular body couldn't help trembling slightly, a look of joy even appearing on his meticulous face. On the other hand, the woman was wiping the corners of her eyes as she ran, crying silently, her tears falling to the ground, her eyes red. After running for a while, the middle-aged man couldn't stand it anymore and muttered, "Suju, what are you crying for? You should be happy that your son is back." Dong Suju continued to wipe her tears, but before she could speak, she began sobbing and stammering, I just couldn't help it. You thought I wanted to cry, these tears, they just came out by themselves, woo-woo. It's so annoying. Yang Yingfeng was speechless. If our son saw you like this, he would think I was bullying you at home. Dong Suju suddenly became sad. You didn't bully me? Why don't you tell me what happened to that vixen last time? Why did she keep calling me Big Brother Yang and calling me Big Brother Yang so intimately? She was extremely eloquent. Her tears seemed to have stopped flowing, and her incoherent appearance was nowhere to be found. Fourth Master Yang was so embarrassed that his face turned red, stuttering for a long time before muttering, "It was an accident, last time was just an accident." An accident? Dong Suju didn't give up and continued pitifully, "I married into your Yang family at the age of 18 and followed you for almost 20 years. After so many years of not being able to enjoy the good fortune of your Yang family, I've suffered a lot. At this age, I actually have to worry about my husband being seduced by another vixen. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come to the central capital to participate in the inheritance war, and ended up meeting such a heartless man like you woo-woo. As she spoke, she wiped the corners of her eyes, quietly observing Yang Yingfeng's reaction. What a surprise! Fourth Master Yang's forehead immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Although Dong Suju was not young anymore and had reached the age of a married woman, he did not know how she grew up. Even now, she looked no different from a 16-year-old girl. The long flowing time great emperor did not seem to have left any traces on her face. Moreover, not only did Dong Suju look young, but she was also very lively. She would often say things that only young girls would say and do things that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. When the husband and wife went out together, such embarrassing things often happened. The unfamiliar people immediately saluted respectfully. Greetings, Fourth Master Yang. Greetings, Miss Yang. Yang Yingfeng asked curiously. Who is young Lady Yang? The servant politely said. Isn't this Fourth Master's daughter? Sure enough, dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. As expected of the Fourth Master's daughter, Miss Yang's beauty is peerless and unparalleled. Flatter vigorously. The Fourth Master Yang's face darkened. Dong Suju, on the other hand, smiled and held onto Yang Yingfeng's arm, nodding repeatedly as if she was enjoying herself, as if she could not wait for others to say a few more good words about her. After experiencing this many times, Fourth Master Yang had also gained some experience, so whenever he visited an unfamiliar family as a guest, he would not hesitate to open his mouth. Not waiting for the host to open his mouth, he quickly introduced himself. I am Yang Yingfeng, this is my wife Dong Suju. The host immediately became depressed, thinking to himself that this Fourth Master Yang was a strange person. It was as if he was afraid that the world did not know he was an old cow eating young grass, actually introducing himself like this every time he met someone. Perhaps the temperament of the Yang family was just so strange. The thoughts of a direct descendant of a great family really were not something they could easily understand. The previous incident that Dong Suju mentioned actually happened 3 years ago, and the woman who had a good impression of Yang Yingfeng had long since disappeared. However, Dong Suju did not let go of this matter, bringing it up every time she felt depressed. What's more, Fourth Master Yang's temperament was dull, so he fell for this kind of trick. Obviously, he had not done anything wrong. It was just that the woman had been attracted by his elegant demeanor, but as soon as Dong Suju mentioned it, Fourth Master Yang would become like a grandson, repeatedly apologizing and embarrassing himself. It was really an accident, Suju, don't think too much about it. I just helped her when she was in trouble. In fact, I didn't even say more than 3 words to her. Fourth Master Yang nervously explained as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. In fact, he did not know how many times he had explained this. Really? Dong Suju sniffled, tears streaming down her face. You're not lying to me? I won't lie to you, I won't lie to you for the rest of my life. Fourth Master Yang said firmly, his expression solemn. Fourth brother, you're so kind. Dong Suju suddenly broke into a smile. Fourth Master Yang grinned, a simple and honest smile appearing on his face, one that was quite similar to Yang Kai's, but without the wickedness of Yang Kai's. You won't tell this to our son, will you? Fourth Master Yang suddenly had a flash of inspiration and hurriedly asked. And that will depend on how you behave in the future. If one day I'm not happy, perhaps I'll go talk to our son. You know what it's like to talk about things. Who knows what we'll end up talking about? Kukuku. Fourth Master Yang suddenly felt uncomfortable, thinking that if his high and lofty image were to collapse in his son's heart, that would be extremely bad. Speaking of his son, Dong Suju's expression became slightly more serious as she muttered, I wonder if our son has brought back a wife for us these past few years. I don't think so. I heard Tu Feng say that he came back alone. However, Tu Feng told me that there seems to be a woman who has a good impression of him. How many women? Dong Suju suddenly became interested. How many? The Yang family Fourth Master's thick eyebrows arched. Suddenly, his face filled with killing intent. Only one. If he dares to be unfaithful, I'll break his legs. The expectation and smile on Dong Suju's face quickly faded as she snorted meaningfully. If you dare do that, I'll break your legs. Yang Yingfeng's neck shrank as he suddenly wondered. Why was it that he had only said 3 words to a woman and this woman had been asking him for 3 years? Yet his son had no problem being unfaithful. Was this some kind of double standard? Seeing that they were about to reach the edge of the dragon transformation pond, Dong Suju quickly said, Quick, fourth brother. Help me take a look and see if my clothes are properly done. Is my hair messy? Is there any problem with my current appearance? Fourth Master Yang asked curiously. You're not going on a blind date. Why are you being so careful? Dong Suju curled her lips. Seeing our son is much more important than a blind date. Fourth Master Yang pondered for a while. Suddenly feeling that his wife's words made sense, he also straightened his clothes and asked, Is there any problem with my appearance? Your beard is a little thick, but it's fine. And Fourth Master Yang nodded with satisfaction. The husband and wife both stopped at the edge of the dragon transformation pond's forbidden area. They held their breaths as they stared at the thick clouds and mist. Their bodies were ramrod straight as they waited with solemn expressions. It was as if they were waiting for some kind of master to arrive. After waiting for a while, Fourth Master Yang suddenly said, That's not right, Suju, our son should be in the dragon transformation pond right now. It should take at least a day or 2 for him to come out. Why would we come here now? Why don't you go back? Dong Suju suggested. Good. There are still some things I need to take care of. I'll come find you when I'm done. Yang Yingfeng nodded, turned around and left. After taking a few steps, suddenly he felt a murderous aura coming from behind him. 2 cold gazes pierced his spine and sent a chill down his spine. The fourth master couldn't help shivering and hurriedly came to a stop, a dignified expression on his face as he stood beside Dong Suju with his hands behind his back, looking straight ahead. His expression was solemn. What's wrong? Dong Suju looked at him with a sweet smile, gently biting her teeth. Fourth Master Yang sniffed and said in a muffled voice, I suddenly feel that it's better to wait here. In any case, those things aren't important and can be dealt with at any time. I'll wait here alone. Dong Suju looked at Yang Yingfeng tenderly, her face filled with tenderness and understanding. You go do what you need to do. Don't worry about us, mother and son. When my son comes out, I'll take him to the Dong family so he won't have to participate in the inheritance war. No. Fourth Master Yang shook his head like a rattledrum. It's better for me to wait. Oh. Inside the dragon transformation pond half a day later. Yang Kai really couldn't stay here any longer. The dragon transformation pond had no effect on him, so he could only wait here and circulate his true Yang secret art. His cultivation speed was faster than usual, but not by much. If it were any other time, he would have pretended to stay here for a while before leaving. But thinking about how his 2 parents were waiting for him in the house, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling like his butt was on fire. Quietly glancing at the other side, Yang Kai found that Yang Zhao was still in the same state, shaking his head gently and leaping out of the dragon transformation pond. Midair, Yang Kai circulated his yuan qi, evaporating the water on his body before landing back down. Xiao Zhengqing and the other 2 all stared at Yang Kai in amazement. As they had said, the dragon transformation pond was a place that could test a person's aptitude. The better one's aptitude was, the longer they could stay in the dragon transformation pond, and the greater the benefits they could obtain. The 3 of them had been guarding this place for many years, and had seen many young family disciples enter the dragon transformation pool. Even the disciple with the worst aptitude who entered the dragon transformation pool had to persist for a full day and night before coming out. But this one in front of them, after entering for less than half a day, actually came out on his own. This kind of performance was really unsightly. Xiao Zhengqing and the other 2 were quite senior and their status in the Yang family was not low, so naturally they didn't need to give Yang Kai any face. What's more, the 3 of them weren't very optimistic about Yang Kai's chances. He came out just like that? One of them snorted, a look of disdain on his face. Yang Kai frowned, but although he was unhappy, he didn't answer, instead just asking, Do you 3 have any other orders? None. You can return to the house. Xiao Zhengqing said casually. Yang Kai nodded, cupped his fists to the 3, turned around and strode away. Behind him there seemed to be a chuckle, but Yang Kai turned a deaf ear. Chapter 394. Bastard, I've been reading Laughing Proud Wanderer for the past few days, but he hasn't updated. What a beast. It had been 5 or 6 years since he left the Yang family. When he left, he was just an ordinary person who couldn't cultivate, but now he had reached the Yuanqi boundary 7th stage. It felt like a lifetime had passed. Yang Kai was also very worried about his 2 parents, but due to the family rules, he was unable to visit them. In addition, last time Dong Qinghan told him that his mother ran out to secretly see him, but was discovered by the family. 4th Master Yang had taken her place and received 30 beatings, which made Yang Kai even more worried. He wondered how his 2 parents had been these past few years. His mood rose and fell as he hurriedly left the Dragon Transformation Pool's forbidden area. He just left the expanse of clouds and mist when he saw 2 figures standing ramrod straight. They stood there silently and raised their heads in anticipation towards the forbidden area. Looking at each other, both of them were stunned. Yang Kai never thought that his 2 parents would be waiting here. After all, he had only returned to the family less than half a day ago. If no one had sent them a message, perhaps his 2 parents wouldn't have known that he had returned. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju also didn't expect that their son would appear in front of them so quickly. Both of them were still in a daze. Before, the 4th Master had said that Yang Kai would need at least 1 or 2 days to come out of the Dragon Transformation Pond, but that was because he had overestimated Yang Kai's aptitude as much as possible. From Tu Feng, they had learned about Yang Kai's current cultivation and that he had gotten rid of his congenital deficiency, but as for Yang Kai's aptitude, they didn't know. In their hearts, they didn't know. They estimated that if he stayed in the Dragon Transformation Pond for 1 or 2 days, his aptitude would definitely not be good, but it was also normal. They never expected that after only half a day, Yang Kai would come out of the Dragon Transformation Pond. Such a short time was enough to prove that Yang Kai's aptitude was very problematic. The 3 of them looked at each other for a moment. Then Yang Kai smiled, as if he had never smiled so peacefully and happily in all these years. Dong Suju's mouth suddenly became soft. Tears fell from his eyes, but without saying a word, he quickly stepped forward. He held his son in his arms. But now, Yang Kai was obviously not the same as before. After all these years, he had grown a lot taller. Dong Suju was actually half a head shorter than him. She had no choice but to stand on her tiptoes, put her small hands around Yang Kai's neck, and put his head on her slender shoulders. She stroked his hair with one hand and put the other on his broad back. He opened and closed his mouth several times. All of them were replaced by choking sobs. Her tears dripped onto Yang Kai's shoulder, and a warm feeling came over him. Smelling the fragrance that had made him infatuated when he was young, his entire mind was at peace. A sense of relaxation that he had never felt before exploded in his body and mind. The ship that had been sailing for a long time finally returned to the harbor of Wenning. Yang Kai felt like crying. 4th Master Yang was a tough man, but at this moment, the rims of his eyes reddened. He quietly turned his head and squeezed his eyes. "Mother, I'm back," Yang Kai murmured softly. Dong Suju finally calmed down her emotional state. She gently patted Yang Kai's back and nodded repeatedly. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." After saying this more than 10 times, her voice gradually stopped trembling. In the end, she couldn't help but break into laughter. Only then did she let go of Yang Kai. She squeezed his shoulders with both hands and stood in front of him, looking him up and down. Her beautiful eyes were full of joy. He had grown taller and stronger. He was no longer the weak child of the past. Now that her son was standing in front of her, she actually felt like she could rely on him. Thinking of this, Dong Suju began to cry again. The growth of a person was always accompanied by trials and tribulations. Yang Kai becoming like this was inseparable from the hardships he had suffered in the past few years. Yang Kai was about to give 4th Master a look, hinting for him to come over and comfort him, but he didn't expect his father to turn his head to the side and look at the sky at a 45-degree angle, as if there were birds flying in the sky. He stood there calmly with his hands behind his back. The corners of his eyes were wet. Yang Kai was helpless and could only open his mouth to comfort him. "It's okay, don't cry. And it's a joke." Dong Suju nodded gently, wiping his own tears, his eyes swollen like a peach. Yang Kai smiled and looked towards Yang Yingfeng. The 4th Master still maintained his posture, not moving at all. Father! Young Kai called out softly. Fourth Master Yang didn't know what to think, but he quickly turned his head and cupped his fists towards Young Kai with a serious expression on his face. Opening his mouth, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. He was seeing his son, not an elder of the same generation. What was the point of cupping his fists? Was he supposed to salute him? His old face instantly flushed red. He reached out and flicked his sleeves without leaving a trace, flicking away the non-existent dust. Then he put his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. With a calm expression he said, "And you're back." Yang Kai sniffled and suddenly felt that this question was somewhat inexplicable, so he could only nod. "And I'm back? Well then, let's go home." The Yang family's fourth master was a bit shaken. He waved his hand and left, his ears completely red. Yang Kai and Dong Suju glanced at each other before following behind the fourth master, both of them giggling. Although Yang Yingfeng didn't show much expression when he saw Yang Kai, anyone could see that at this moment he was quite proud of himself. Even his footsteps were lighter than before. Inside the fourth master's house, the three of them traveled quickly and returned home in a short while. The fourth master's house wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. After all, he was a direct descendant of the previous generation, so there were only a dozen servants and maidservants in the house. Compared to other places, it was a bit quieter. Entering the house, all the servants and maidservants they encountered along the way respectfully bowed to Yang Kai. Yang Yingfeng quickly ordered the servants to prepare a meal to welcome his son back, but Dong Suju pulled Yang Kai directly into his former bedroom. Pushing open the door to the room in his memory, Yang Kai slowly walked in. What he saw was no different from what he remembered, whether it was the placement of the things inside or the layout. There was not the slightest change, even the tables, chairs, and beds were spotless. Obviously, someone came to clean this place every day. Yang Yingfeng flashed in like a ghost and whispered, "After you left, your mother often came back here and looked after this place. It was as if she saw you were still at home." Dong Suju pinched Yang Yingfeng lightly, but the fourth master's skin was thick and he didn't say a word. He just glanced suspiciously at the madam. "Don't listen to your father's nonsense. I just came here occasionally to take a look," Dong Suju quickly said. Yang Kai nodded slightly. In his heart he knew better than anyone else. This room. It was likely that not only would his mother come here often, but even his father would often visit this place. The whole room was filled with the smell of the two old men in the family. It was easy to imagine Yang Yingfeng standing here sighing. It was easy to imagine Dong Suju sitting on the bed, crying miserably. 5 or 6 years, more than 1,000 days and nights not being a parent. They would never be able to understand how difficult these days were. Yang Kai's heart surged, his breathing becoming slightly rapid, but he didn't know what to say. "I'll have the food and wine delivered here, we'll eat here today." The fourth master found that he seemed to have said something wrong and quickly found an excuse to leave. "I'll go help. Son, you should rest for a while." After a short while, the servants delivered the food and wine. All of the dishes were personally cooked by Dong Suju. Fourth Master Yang even took out a bottle of good wine that he had kept for many years. A family of 3. For the first time in many years, they sat at the same table and ate in harmony. After a while, the fourth master drank himself to the point of intoxication. After a while, Dong Suju also drank herself into a daze. Only Yang Kai was still sober. "That's all for today. I'll come talk to you again tomorrow." Although there were thousands of questions in his heart, Yang Yingfeng didn't ask Yang Kai anything on his first day back home and instead stood up shakily. Dong Suju supported her cheeks with her hands and said drunkenly, "You go back by yourself. I'm going to sleep with my son tonight. I haven't slept with him for a long time." Kai Yang turned pale with fright. The fourth master, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. Hearing this, he nodded and walked out of the door. "Father!" Yang Kai hurriedly called out to him. "What's wrong?" Yang Yingfeng turned around and asked. "You don't think there's a problem?" Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. The fourth master thought about it seriously for a while before frowning and asking, "What's the problem?" Yang Kai face-bombed. He knew that these two old men were probably really drunk. Did they think he was a child? No matter what he said now, they probably wouldn't listen. In desperation, Yang Kai could only call the maidservant from outside and help Dong Suju back to her room to rest. As the sound of footsteps gradually faded away, Dong Suju's muffled voice came from afar. "Don't make trouble, I'm going to sleep with my son tonight. If anyone tries to stop me, I'll stab them and curse them. In the future, I will never let these two get drunk." Yang Kai secretly decided in his heart. The next day dawn. Yang Kai got up early and faced the rising sun to practice his unyielding golden skeleton secret art. The yuan qi in his body was restless, seemingly on the verge of a breakthrough. When he was in the Liu family, he had absorbed a large piece of yang crystal jade bed, and these days he had been using the myriad drug liquid to cleanse his body, so it was normal for him to want to break through. His mind was calm, neither sad nor happy, just letting nature take its course. Half an hour later, sweating profusely, Yang Kai finished his cultivation. After breakfast, a servant came to report that the fourth master had summoned him. Yang Kai knew that his two parents must have a lot to say to him, so he wasn't too surprised. After tidying up a little, he hurried to the study. Unsurprisingly, not only was Yang Yingfeng waiting in the study, Dong Suju was also sitting nearby, staring at the door. Seeing Yang Kai enter, Dong Suju quickly stood up and pulled him over to sit next to him. After the three sat down, fourth master Yang coughed dryly and looked at Dong Suju. "Do you want to ask first or should I?" "Go ahead and ask. What I want to ask are all trivial matters." Yang Yingfeng nodded, his expression becoming serious as he pondered for a moment. "My relationship with High Heaven Pavilion, did your Grand Master tell you about it?" "And he did." Yang Kai nodded. "Then you should know why I asked you to go to High Heaven Pavilion." Yang Yingfeng took a deep breath. "Let me ask you, what is the current situation of High Heaven Pavilion?" Yang Yingfeng only knew that High Heaven Pavilion had been burned to the ground by the Chou family's masters. Thousands of High Heaven Pavilion disciples had all been dismissed, and the whereabouts of the sect's elders were unknown. Chapter 395. High Heaven Pavilion was not only Yang Kai's sect. It was also the sect of the fourth master Yang, so how could he not care? Yang Kai calmly recounted the various injustices that had happened to his sect, causing Yang Yingfeng's face to become gloomy and angry. "But now, Chou Yimeng is helping to rebuild High Heaven Pavilion, and that place is now under my name. Before the sect is officially established, that place is just one of my properties." Yang Kai's brow gradually relaxed. Chou Yimeng. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju both looked at Yang Kai in amazement. The Chou family's first young lady? Why would she help rebuild High Heaven Pavilion? The sect was burned down by one of her family's masters. That doesn't make sense. Yang Yingfeng frowned, puzzled, slowly shaking his head and asking, "Is there a reason for this? I helped her a little, so in return rebuilding High Heaven Pavilion isn't a big deal for her." Yang Kai said lightly, "You helped her a little?" Fourth Master Yang's expression became more and more strange as he stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, seemingly not having expected that after all these years, he would actually have a relationship with the Chou family's first young lady. Dong Suju, on the other hand, smiled and looked meaningfully at Yang Kai. "Son, are you very familiar with her?" "Not too familiar but not unfamiliar either." Yang Kai nodded. Dong Suju pursed her red lips thoughtfully before giggling. "The Chou family's first young lady is an extraordinary character. If she were a man, she would definitely be the next patriarch of the Chou family. Son, work hard. Take her in." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Regarding Chou Yimeng, Yang Kai didn't have any thoughts about her at all. It was undeniable that this woman was very attractive and had a strong background. If he could obtain her favor, it would be like obtaining divine assistance in the inheritance war. But Yang Kai still instinctively rejected her. The feeling she gave off was too shrewd. This kind of shrewdness, it shouldn't appear in a young girl. Perhaps this was the tragedy of being born into a great family. Cooperation was fine, but it was absolutely impossible for anything to happen between them. Restoring the sect's name, Yang Yingfeng whispered to himself, "Chou Yimeng can't become the patriarch of the Chou family. She really can't do this. If any of the Central Capital's 8 great families spoke up for High Heaven Pavilion, then the pot of shit that had been placed on High Heaven Pavilion's head could be removed without any hesitation. The evil sect name. It wasn't a big deal. The most important thing was Great Sex Demon Lord. This was the Sex Evil Sex sect. Is there any news from Grandmaster? Yang Kai quickly asked. Yang Sex sect, sex grand sex, but several sex and elders, several elders and elders, grand elders have disappeared. After a pause, Yang Yingfeng suddenly thought of something and asked expectantly, has your Grandmaster really broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary? When the Qiu family masters sent back a message, Yang Yingfeng had also received the news immediately. But after all, this was only the Qiu family masters' side of the story. Perhaps they had fabricated it in order to shirk responsibility, so fourth Master Yang didn't dare fully believe it. Not to mention Yang Yingfeng. Everyone else who heard this news still held some doubts even now. How could such a super expert appear in a mere second-class sect? He really broke through. Yang Kai nodded firmly. After receiving Yang Kai's affirmation, Yang Yingfeng grinned widely, pacing back and forth in his study before suddenly coming to a stop. Patting his thigh heavily, he muttered, Good. I knew Master would definitely break through, but I didn't expect it to come so late. As he spoke, fourth Master Yang's expression relaxed, as if he had put down a big stone in his heart. In the past, Ling Tai Su was depressed because of the matter of his two disciples, and his heart was full of knots. After wasting more than 10 years in vain, now that he had finally made a breakthrough, it was definitely because he had resolved the knot in his heart, so Yang Yingfeng was naturally happy for him. Grand Master's misfortune was actually a blessing in disguise. Yang Kai suddenly thought of an idea. The Demon Lord emerged from the coiling dragon stream and fought with the masters of the sect. One of the elders was killed on the spot and Grandmaster also suffered heavy injuries. That unworthy junior. Yang Yingfeng couldn't help cursing, his eyes filled with anger. The Demon Lord was still Yang Yingfeng's junior brother, but now he had betrayed his master and killed his fellow disciples, so the fourth master was naturally enraged. Sooner or later, I'll make him kneel in front of Master, kowtow and admit his wrongs. Yang Yingfeng was annoyed for a while before hurriedly asking. And then? Later, Grandmaster was surrounded by demonic qi, and his life was in danger. Seeing that there was no way to save him, I tried to give him something. You gave him something. Yang Yingfeng's eyes widened to the size of a pigeon's egg while Dong Suzhu also covered her mouth, both husband and wife holding their breaths nervously. And it was a medicinal liquid I made myself. I didn't expect it would really work, not only pulling Grandmaster back from the gates of hell, but also helping him dispel the demonic qi in his body. Yang Kai braced himself as he made up a story. After Grandmaster recovered, he broke through. You made a medicinal liquid yourself? Yang Yingfeng's expression was one of fear, his face completely pale. Dong Suzhu patted her chest with her small hands, secretly rejoicing that nothing serious had happened. Otherwise, the title of Grandmaster's murderer would not have been placed on the Demon Lord's head, but rather on Yang Kai. If that had really happened, her fourth brother would have died of guilt. Yang Kai sniffed and said, Actually, I know a little about medicine. I studied it in Medicine King's Valley's hidden cloud peak. So that's how it is. Yang Yingfeng suddenly realized. You know about it? Yang Kai was stunned, but the two old men didn't show the slightest surprise, as if they had long been aware of this matter. And Qinghan secretly sent us a letter to tell us. Dong Suzhu nodded. This could be explained. Dong Qinghan was her mother's nephew, so it wasn't strange for him to send a letter. Grandmaster Xiao is truly worthy of being called a grandmaster. Yang Yingfeng sighed. You didn't need to do anything personally, just teaching you something actually had such a magical effect. Sighing with emotion, Yang Kai nodded solemnly. I'll have to thank Grandmaster properly some other day. Yang Kai chuckled and nodded, of course. When I have time, I'll personally go to Hidden Cloud Peak. My master's life-saving grace is equivalent to my life-saving grace. I can't help but thank him. Fourth Master Yang said sincerely with a grateful expression. Yang Kai suddenly felt depressed. If the fourth master went to Hidden Cloud Peak and the two sides confronted each other, wouldn't his lie be exposed? Quickly saying, Father, you shouldn't go, Grandmaster's temper is a bit strange. Even if you go you may not be able to see him. It's better for me to go alone. Yang Yingfeng thought about it for a moment and felt that what Yang Kai said was true. Over the years, many people from the 8 great families had tried to go to Hidden Cloud Peak to ask Xiao Fushang to refine alchemy pills, but no matter how many people went back and forth, only a few of them were able to succeed. Quickly nodding, Yang Yingfeng said, "That's good. When you go, prepare a few gifts." "And I understand." Yang Kai secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Dong Suju suddenly became excited and asked softly, "Son, do you still remember the method to concoct the medicinal liquid?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Naturally I remember." Then, Dong Suju's heart couldn't help beating faster as she looked at Yang Kai expectantly and nervously. How could Yang Kai not know what she was looking forward to? The 4th Master Yang had been injured by the Demon Lord and suffered from a chronic illness. Even now, there was still some residual demonic qi in his body. If not for this reason, how could Yang Yingfeng still be an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator? Even Dong Suju was now an immortal ascension boundary 7th stage cultivator. At that time, the 4th Master Yang was Ling Taisu's eldest disciple, while the Demon Lord was the 2nd disciple. The Demon Lord's aptitude was heaven-defying, and now he had reached the above immortal ascension boundary. Yang Yingfeng was Ling Taisu's brother, so obviously his aptitude wasn't any worse than the Demon Lord's. If it weren't for that incident, how could he still be an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage cultivator? At the very least, he would be an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator. The demonic qi in Yang Yingfeng and Ling Taisu's bodies came from the same source, but the latter was much denser. Since that magical medicinal liquid was able to resolve the demonic qi in Ling Taisu's body, it didn't necessarily mean it couldn't resolve the demonic qi in Yang Yingfeng's body. If he could cure the 4th Master's chronic illness, his future would be bright and he might even be able to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. In the past, Yang Yingfeng's aptitude was one of the highest in the Yang family, even better than the current patriarch Yang Yinghao. This medicinal liquid can be prepared, and the required materials aren't too complicated. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The 4th Master Yang and his wife's breathing suddenly became rapid. "Father, I want to take a look at your condition first." "Good." Yang Yingfeng nodded, sat down next to Yang Kai, and stretched out his hand. Yang Kai flicked his finger and placed it on his palm, circulating his yuan qi slightly and carefully examining it. When the yuan qi entered his body, Yang Yingfeng's expression suddenly became startled as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. He hadn't expected his son's yuan qi to be so pure and vigorous. Although it was only a strand of yuan qi, it was easy to see the whole picture. The yuan qi in his son's body was obviously extraordinary, comparable to his own over the years. Yang Kai was only at the 7th stage of yuan qi. If he was given enough time to accumulate and improve his cultivation, to what extent could his yuan qi reach? This child seemed a bit mysterious. Was this really his own son? The Yang family's 4th master had a surreal feeling in his heart. After a long time, Yang Kai withdrew his hand with a solemn expression. "How is it?" Dong Suju asked with a trembling voice. "Compared to Grandmaster's condition, it's better and can be cured, but because too much time has passed, that strand of demonic qi has attached itself to the dantian and is not easy to resolve. Father must drink this medicinal liquid all year round until it is completely eradicated." It's good that it can be cured. When Dong Suju heard him say this, he couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Exchanging a glance with Yang Yingfeng, they both saw the joy in each other's eyes. Over the years, the husband and wife had searched everywhere for famous doctors and tried all kinds of methods, but they were still unable to resolve the strand of demonic qi in the dantian. Even the Yang family's dragon transformation pond had no effect. But now, the worries that had plagued the husband and wife for many years had been resolved with the return of their son. They suddenly felt that no one in this world was as amazing as their son. Chapter 396. Over the next 10 days, Yang Kai closed himself in his room and told his 2 old men that he needed to refine the medicinal liquid. A variety of precious materials were sent to his room, and all of them were stored in the black book space by Yang Kai. These materials were not from the Yang family but were instead found by Yang Yingfeng and his wife. Although they weren't precious treasures, their grade wasn't bad either, the highest of which was mysterious grade low rank. Yang Kai wanted to give them the illusion that this medicinal liquid was extraordinary. Otherwise, if he could just casually refine it, it would be impossible to explain its magical effects. It wasn't that Yang Kai intended to conceal the myriad drug liquid from his two old men. It was just that this thing's origin was very strange. Since it was related to the Medicine King's Valley Pill Saint statue, letting them know would only add to the danger, so it was better not to tell them. 10 days later, Yang Kai brought 2 large water bags filled with myriad drug liquid and gave them to Yang Yingfeng, ordering him and Dong Suju to take a drop every day. He also gave them a lot of myriad drug milk, which was the key to dispelling the demonic qi. The myriad drug liquid was only for them to cleanse their bodies. As for the highest grade myriad drug cream, Yang Kai didn't use it. This thing could help one comprehend the heavenly way. So Yang Kai wanted to wait until his 2 old men reached the peak immortal ascension boundary to help them break through. Although that may take a long time, Yang Kai could afford to wait. The 4th master didn't know how precious the myriad drug liquid was, so he simply accepted it and put it aside, glancing at Yang Kai with a slightly strange expression, frowning as he asked, "The inheritance war. You want to participate?" Yang Kai felt like he had something to say, so instead of answering, he asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Yingfeng sighed. "Your mother and I didn't expect you to grow up in these past few years, so we didn't want you to participate in the inheritance war. What your mother means is, you don't want to participate." Yang Kai stared at him with burning eyes. A slight smile appeared on his face. He had asked his father for his opinion, but his father had told him his mother's, so what his father's opinion was, there was no need to ask. "I want to participate," Yang Yingfeng quickly said. "Only by winning the position of patriarch can I restore the sect's name." "That's what I thought too." The father and son looked at each other and laughed. He laughed and laughed. Yang Yingfeng's expression suddenly became gloomy. "Don't blame your father for being a little selfish. Back then, I owed your Grand Master too much. Now I can only count on you to repay him. High Heaven Pavilion cannot lose its inheritance in the hands of your Grand Master." "I know. Mother, I'll tell her. You don't have to worry about it." Yang Yingfeng waved his hand and spoke in a heroic tone. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, letting go of the worries in his heart. Although the 4th master had always shown himself to be very henpecked, when it came to family matters, the 4th master was still able to make decisions. Dong Suju would only tease and oppose him on some trivial matters. "Right." Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. "I want some people who are well-informed, flexible, and loyal. Father, do you have such a person in mind? Do you have something to do?" Yang Yingfeng raised his thick brow. The 4th master pondered for a while before tossing something to Yang Kai and saying, "Go to the North City District's Clear Sky Inn and find a man named Pang Chi. He should be able to help you." "Who's that?" Yang Kai played with the object in his hand. Suddenly, he discovered that it was a piece of cyan bamboo about the length of a finger. It was shaped like a flute, and if one gently blew into it, it would make a sound. However, Yang Kai didn't recognize the material of this bamboo. It was neither gold nor jade. It was also not an ordinary material. Bamboo Knot Gang's sect leader. Yang Yingfeng smiled lightly. "This is a force I cultivated myself. Although the strength of the people inside isn't very high, they are first-class experts in gathering information. If you can really subdue them, it will be of great benefit to you in the inheritance war." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded. 4th Master Yang said somewhat guiltily, "Although I also control some of the family's forces, I can't give them to you. Because in the inheritance war, except for those allowed to participate by the family, no one else is allowed to participate. Even if I give them to you, you won't be able to mobilize them, let alone use them." Yang Kai nodded gently, also understanding this point so naturally he wouldn't say anything. "There's still some time before the inheritance war. You can use this time to familiarize yourself with them." Yang Yingfeng smiled meaningfully. Yang Kai also grinned, a dangerous grin on his face. 4th Master Yang stared at him blankly. He had never seen Yang Kai have such an evil side to him. Suddenly, an eagle cry sounded outside the house, causing Yang Yingfeng's brow to wrinkle as he asked suspiciously, "Golden feather eagle?" Yang Kai, on the other hand, smiled happily and listened carefully. A moment later, another eagle cry sounded, and sure enough, it was a golden feather eagle. Yang Yingfeng was suddenly confused. "How did a golden feather eagle end up in our house?" The Young family's eagles had always been managed by a family with a different surname. This family was very small, with only a few people, but their ancestors had passed down a special method to enslave monster beast. With this method, they were able to live in the Young family and raise and take care of the dozen or so rare and precious beasts. After Yong-kai returned to the Young family, the golden feather eagle that had followed him all the way here had returned to its cage. It hadn't appeared for more than 10 days, but now it had come here on its own. Yang Yingfeng didn't know why the golden feather eagle had come here, but Yong-kai was well aware. It was likely that this eagle missed the taste of the myriad drug liquid, so it had come looking for it. The father and son pair quickly walked out and saw a few people standing under a tree, holding some meat in their hands as they teased the golden feather eagle perched on the treetops. The meat was extremely fresh and had always been the favorite food of the golden feather eagle. But at this moment, its pair of eagle eyes didn't even bother to look at them, instead staring straight into the room where Yong-kai was. Seeing Yong-kai appear, the golden feather eagle actually spread its wings and leapt down, landing on Yong-kai's shoulder in a flash, its hook-like beak rubbing against Yong-kai's hair affectionately. The group of people watching this scene couldn't help marveling, and even Yang Yingfeng was amazed as he stared at Yong-kai. The golden feather eagle's intelligence was very high, and it had a very bad temper. Even the family that raised them, if they were provoked, would find it difficult to appease them, but this golden feather eagle had actually flown onto Yong-kai's shoulder and acted so intimately. This was something that had never happened before. The golden feather eagle was still crying out, its clear cries echoing for several kilometers, seeming somewhat urgent, as if it was urging something. "Don't be noisy," Yong-kai shouted. To everyone's surprise, the golden feather eagle immediately closed its beak and stood obediently on Yong-kai's shoulder, not moving at all. Young master's methods are really amazing. One of the maidservants covered her mouth as she stared at Yong-kai with her beautiful eyes, her face filled with excitement and worship. Another old servant also smiled and said, "I've been in the Young family for so many years, but I've never seen anyone who can make a golden feather eagle so obedient. This time it's really an eye-opener." How did you do it?" Fourth Master Yang frowned and asked. "It's probably because it followed me all the way here." Yong-kai chuckled and didn't say much. Yang Yingfeng was stunned, obviously not believing this. Golden feather eagles were notoriously difficult to train, otherwise, they wouldn't have been handed over to another family's disciples. The previous generation of Yang family young masters had also been found by a golden feather eagle. Yang Yingfeng had also lived with a golden feather eagle for a long time, but no matter how hard he tried, that golden feather eagle's attitude towards him had always been lukewarm. When had there ever been such intimacy and dependence? At that moment, a servant came in from outside and reported, "Master, young master, there is a man named Du Chang by outside asking for an audience." Fourth Master Yang pondered for a moment before nodding. "Let him in." "Yes." Du Changbai. Yang Yingfeng didn't know who he was, but he knew that the family that raised and trained the Yang family's golden feather eagle was surnamed Du Changbai had probably chased the golden feather eagle all the way here. Otherwise, in the Yang family's territory, no outsider would dare run around casually. Not long after, the servant led an old man into the room. Before he arrived, Du Changbai cupped his fists and said with a flattering smile, "The Du clan's eagle keeper greets Fourth Master Yang and Little Lord." Yang Yingfeng nodded and asked casually, "Are you here to look for the golden feather eagle?" Du Changbai's face was full of embarrassment. This eagle's beast nature is difficult to tame. It accidentally entered Fourth Master's mansion and disturbed Fourth Master and Little Lord. "I beg Fourth Master's forgiveness." "It's fine, it was this monster beast that brought me back." Yang Yingfeng shook his head. "Since that's the case, take this eagle back and keep an eye on it." "Yes." Du Changbai nodded repeatedly, "Many thanks for Fourth Master's magnanimity." Saying so, he smiled awkwardly at Yong-kai before turning his attention to the golden feather eagle, his expression becoming serious, and blowing a string of clear but inexplicable tunes. This was the method of communication between the eagle keeper and the golden feather eagle. In the past, whenever Du Changbai blew this tune, the golden feather eagle would obediently listen to his instructions, but this time it obviously didn't work. The eagle seemed to be more intelligent than before and was actually looking at him with its head tilted, its sharp eyes seeming to contain a hint of ridicule. A group of servants were watching from the side. wanting to see the means of the eagle keeper. Coupled with the serious expression on Yang Yingfeng's face, Du Changbai's mood was both tense and complicated. After blowing for a while, the golden feather eagle didn't seem to hear, but Du Changbai's mouth was sour. Cold sweat dripping from his forehead, Du Changbai became even more embarrassed, coughing dryly and saying to Yang Kai, "Little lord, please excuse my offense." Saying so, he took a few steps forward and made a gesture to grab the golden feather eagle standing on Yang Kai's shoulder. "It's very dangerous." Yang Kai grinned at him. Du Changbai didn't understand what Yang Kai meant, but before he could recover, the golden feather eagle suddenly let out a sharp cry and a golden light shot towards Du Changbai. Du Changbai's strength wasn't very high, only around the Yuanqi boundary 7th stage, but it was enough to block this attack from the golden feather eagle. Hurriedly waving his hand, Du Changbai summoned an Yuanqi barrier in front of him, offsetting the golden light. Du Changbai quickly jumped back a few steps and stared at the golden feather eagle in disbelief. He had raised this eagle for so many years, but he had never been attacked by it before. Never had he expected that today he would almost fail. Chapter 397. Speaking of which, due to the heavy snowfall, some of his relatives didn't have time to leave, so today and tomorrow they would have to go out during the day, one in the morning and one in the evening. Staring at the golden feather eagle for a long time, Du Changbai could only see the hostility in its eyes. As the Yang family's eagle keeper, now that he couldn't do anything about this eagle he had raised for more than 10 years, if this news were to spread, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? Du Changbai suddenly felt extremely embarrassed and stood there, not knowing what to do. Seeing his awkwardness, Yang Kai smiled lightly and quietly took out a drop of myriad drug liquid from the black book space, then stroked the eagle's beak and fed it some myriad drug liquid. "Don't hurt people." The eagle shook its wings and cried out a few times as if it didn't want to. "Be obedient," Yang Kai frowned. The golden feather eagle immediately folded its wings and became extremely obedient. Du Changbai couldn't help feeling shocked as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. His eyes filled with disbelief as he asked, "Little lord, you can communicate with this eagle?" "Pretty much." Yang Kai nodded. Du Changbai suddenly showed a look of worship. His Du family had relied on a set of beast enslavement secret arts passed down by his ancestors to enter the Yang family and become an eagle breeder specializing in raising and training golden feather eagles. Originally, he thought that his beast enslavement secret art was enough to be unparalleled in the world. But now, compared with Yang Kai's magical means, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Du Changbai asked himself if he could reach the same level as Yang Kai, even if he cultivated his beast-taming secret art to its peak. It was impossible for him to achieve such a miraculous feat for a moment. Du Changbai was shocked and aghast. There was actually someone in this world who could communicate with the monster beast to such an extent. Yang Yingfeng's eyes lit up even brighter as a look of pride appeared on his face. Yang Kai was his son, so the more outstanding Yang Kai's performance was, the happier he would be. Although communicating with the monster beast wasn't something to be proud of, it was still a skill. "Senior Du." Yang Kai glanced over at Du Changbai. Du Changbai's expression became solemn, quickly saying, "I wouldn't dare, little lord can just call me by my name." No one knew better than Du Changbai how difficult it was to train the golden feather eagle. Yang Kai being able to make the eagle behave so obediently, he had to respect for him. "If I want this eagle, what? How can I obtain it?" Yang Kai asked Du Changbai. "You want this eagle?" Du Changbai was surprised and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Yang Yang's of the of course, Yang Kai's of the family. Du Changbai immediately understood what he meant. Lane. T. But this little lord of the fourth master's house was different. He could directly communicate with the golden feather eagle. If he could get his hands on such a strange beast, it would be of great use to him. At the very least, it would be a good choice for him to send messages. After hesitating for a moment, Du Changbai said, "Little lord, please forgive me. This eagle belongs to the family. This Du is just an eagle breeder. I can't give it to you." "I know that, but now I just want to know how I can take it for myself. You've been raising eagles for the Yang family for so many years. Has no one ever taken a few from you?" Du Changbai slowly shook his head. No one has ever succeeded, even if the family allowed it. Even if the family allowed it, the eagle wouldn't leave its cage. Yang Yingfeng frowned and interjected, if it were any other time, I would be able to use my merits to help you exchange for an eagle, but right now I can't. During this sensitive period, you have to prepare everything yourself. Yang Kai nodded and expressed his understanding. In a few days, the inheritance war would begin. The family would not allow the relatives of these young lords to assist them in any way. Du Changbai nodded, as Fourth Master said, I can use my merits to exchange for an eagle. After a pause, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. But little lord, you've only just returned to the Yang family. You have no merits to offer the family. Merits? Yang Kai raised his brow. What kind of merits can be exchanged for an eagle? Fourth Master Yang didn't know much about this, so he could only turn his eyes to Du Changbai. The latter said, merits that can bring obvious benefits to the family, such as convincing an entire force to swear allegiance to the Yang family, or offering the family some artifacts, martial skills, precious pills, and precious treasures. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Mysterious grade martial skills, is that enough? As soon as this statement came out, not only did Du Changbai's expression change, but even Yang Yingfeng was taken aback. He had never expected that his son would actually be able to practice a mysterious grade martial skill in these past few years. In his memory, High Heaven Pavilion only had a single mysterious grade low-rank martial skill, and all of it was in the hands of Ling Tai Su and the other elders. Ordinary disciples simply couldn't practice it. Car, you can't be. Yang Yingfeng frowned. No, I haven't practiced any martial skills in the sect. Yang Kai shook his head, knowing that his brother was worried about him revealing the sect's secrets. Yang Yingfeng was even more surprised now. If he didn't learn these martial skills in the sect, then where did he learn them? Could it be that his son had wandered outside these past few years? On the other hand, Du Changbai nodded repeatedly. A mysterious grade martial skill is enough. Mysterious grade martial skills were generally the most powerful martial skills of any force. Only the next generation could learn them. Exchanging a mysterious grade martial skill for a fifth-order golden feather eagle, the family had no reason to refuse. Little lord, do you want this due to help you apply to the family? Generally speaking, I'll be the one to handle the golden feather eagle. Du Changbai volunteered. Good, then I'll leave it to old man Du. Little lord is too polite. Du Changbai's old face blushed slightly as he cupped his fists. This Du only hopes that little lord can give this Du some pointers on the beast enslavement method in his spare time. This Du would be extremely grateful. Very well. Yang Kai nodded. In fact, he was also interested in seeing the Du family's beast enslavement method. He didn't know if he could comprehend anything from it and use it to enhance the power of his beast enslavement seal. Since the Du family was able to become the Yang family's eagle keeper, they definitely had a way of enslaving demonic beasts that no one else could. Otherwise, the Yang family would have already snatched the demonic beast enslavement technique from the Yang family. How would the Du family be able to raise an eagle here? Then this Du will go back and deal with this matter. The shortest will be 1 or 2 days, and most will have news in 5 or 6 days. After Du Changbai received Yang Kai's promise, his face filled with joy as he stared at Yang Kai expectantly. Glancing at the hostile golden feather eagle, Du Changbai felt slightly embarrassed. Little lord, this eagle will have to go back with this Du for the time being. Otherwise, if the family investigates, this old master won't be able to bear the consequences. Yang Kai nodded and gave the golden feather eagle a command. The golden feather eagle immediately spread its wings and soared into the sky, quickly returning to its cage. Don't lock it up, it will come to me once a day. Yang Kai ordered. This Du will remember. Du Changbai nodded and left in high spirits. Not bad. Yang Yingfeng smiled and couldn't help but praise his son. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. Little tricks. I'll be heading to the North City District first and probably won't be back for a few days. Father, you should tell mother. Good go. Yang Yingfeng nodded. Yang Kai didn't stop him. The central capital was simply too big. If he had to walk, it would have taken him at least a few days to reach the North City District. Moreover, it was not convenient to fly in the central capital, so Yang Kai could only bring out a cloud-treading colt from his mansion. Riding it, he left. That night, when Dong Suju returned, She found that Yang Kai had already left and couldn't help complaining to Yang Yingfeng. Her son had only been back for 2 days before he went into retreat for more than 10 days, but when he finally came out, he actually went to the North City district. Dong Suju was naturally sad. The fourth master didn't say a word as he let Dong Suju complain. After Dong Suju calmed down, the fourth master said, Kair has already prepared the medicinal liquid and told us to drink a drop of it every day. Saying so, he took out the myriad drug liquid that Yang Kai had brought over and placed it on the table. A drop? Dong Suju looked confused. Didn't he say it was for you to heal your wounds? Why do I have to drink it? Kair said that if we take it all year round we can retain eternal youth. I want it, I want it. Dong Suju's face filled with excitement, not waiting for the fourth master to finish speaking before shouting excitedly, all of her previous depression completely forgotten. The husband and wife obviously didn't believe that Yang Kai's medicinal liquid could really preserve one's youth, but in any case, this was their son's kind intentions. Even if it was just a cup of water, it was still sweet. Bringing over a wine cup, Yang Yingfeng carefully poured a drop into his wife's cup before pouring a drop into his own. Then the two of them looked at each other and frowned. A drop at a time, it really didn't taste good. Once they wet their lips, it would be gone. Why don't we pour a bit more? It's not poisonous anyway, and it smells quite good. Dong Suju suggested, her face filled with eagerness. That's fine. Yang Yingfeng didn't object, pouring a bit more into his wife's cup before pouring it into his own. Fill it up, since it can dissolve the demonic qi in your body. Drinking more won't do you any harm. Following his wife's instructions, fourth master Yang filled his cup to the brim. The two of them picked up their wine cups, Dong Suju naughtily linking her and the fourth master's arms and drinking a toast. The fourth master smiled slightly, and just like on their wedding night, the husband and wife downed the wine in one gulp. As the myriad drug liquid entered their stomachs, the two of them smacked their lips and carefully tasted it. This medicinal liquid smelled very fragrant and tasted very good. They really didn't know how their son had managed to make it. It was a wonderful aftertaste. Smiling at each other, fourth master Yang didn't even have time to speak when suddenly his complexion changed greatly, his whole face turning red. In the next moment, the yuan qi in Dong Suju's body began to madly circulate uncontrollably, and at the same time, a terrifying burst of energy erupted from his abdomen. The faces of the two men became extremely aghast. It was as if a gust of wind had swept through the entire room. In that instant, the tables and benches were reduced to dust. On the surrounding walls there were thousands of marks left behind by sharp blades. These were the marks left behind by the raging true essence. Not daring to hesitate, the two of them quickly sat down cross-legged and began circulating their secret arts, guiding the massive amount of energy in their bodies through their meridians. Chapter 398. Central Capital, North City District, Clear Sky Inn. Yang Kai wore a set of blue robes, his hands clasped behind his back as he strode forward with his head held high. The slightly chubby shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he immediately smiled and asked respectfully, "Does this young lord wish to stay or eat?" Yang Kai's appearance was extraordinary and he was riding a cloud-treading colt, so the shopkeeper had seen countless people and naturally knew that this young man's background was not low, so how could he dare slight him? "I'm looking for someone." Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he placed the piece of blue bamboo on the table. Seeing the blue bamboo, the shopkeeper's expression suddenly became dignified and he quickly ran out from behind the counter and whispered, "Young lord, please follow me." Yang Kai put away the token, nodded slightly, and followed behind the shopkeeper with a calm expression. Although Clear Sky Inn also did some business, that was just a cover. The real face of Clear Sky Inn was actually the headquarters of the Bamboo Knot Gang. In the central capital there were more than just the 8 great families. There were also countless forces that were hidden in the dark and could not be seen in public. These forces, large and small, were all supported by the 8 great families. They were mainly responsible for matters that the 8 great families were not convenient to deal with, and the Bamboo Knot Gang was just one of them. Compared to the other forces, the Bamboo Knot Gang was relatively small. After passing through the entire Clear Sky Inn, they came to a huge courtyard. Inside the courtyard, many cultivators were competing in martial skills, either one-on-one or in groups of 3 or 5. Yang Kai secretly glanced around and found that the strength of the people here was indeed not high. At most, they were at the peak of Yuanqi boundary. Most of them were still around the separation and reunion boundary, with some even at the Qi transformation boundary. Inside the central capital, the better cultivator were generally taken in by the 8 great families, so the remaining ones were naturally a mix of good and bad. Yang Kai didn't care about this, but the cultivator who were fighting, when they saw the chubby shopkeeper leading Yang Kai in, all of them looked over in surprise and began to comment. After passing through the huge courtyard, the two arrived in front of a large hall. In front of the hall, there were some very fierce-looking cultivator. They were looking around vigilantly, and after the two appeared, all of them cast their eyes towards them. He stopped in his tracks. The fat shopkeeper cupped his hands towards them and said with a smile, "The 4th master has sent someone here. Please go and inform the gang leader." One of the cultivator, sizing up Yang Kai from head to toe, he couldn't help but frown and ask suspiciously, "Why does he look so unfamiliar? Is he one of the 4th master's people?" The fat shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. "Of course, he has 4th master's token on him." The man nodded. "Let's wait." After saying that, he turned around and walked in. After a while, that person came back and said to Yang Kai, "Faction leader said that you should go to the side hall to rest first. He will come after he finishes his discussion." Yang Kai frowned. Who would have thought that he would actually be rejected? This was interesting. Inside the main hall, there seemed to be an argument going on. The voices of several people could be heard. Yang Kai released his divine sense. Not only did he instantly see through the cultivation levels of the people in the hall, he also heard some things. His expression gradually turned cold. He couldn't help but snort. "Young master, why don't you go to the side hall and wait for a while?" The fat shopkeeper suggested cautiously. "No need, I will go in by myself." Yang Kai shook his head and stepped inside. "Sir, please wait." The cultivator who went in to report hurriedly stood in front of Yang Kai. As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly flew out. In midair, a hot yuan qi burst out of his body, rampaging through his meridians. Before he landed, he directly passed out. With a few muffled thuds, the cultivator guarding in front of the main hall all fell to the ground. Before the fat shopkeeper came to his senses, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of the door. With a squeak, the closed door opened. Yang Kai slowly walked in from the outside. There were about a dozen cultivators sitting around a several dozen meter long table. Each one of them had a gloomy face and red neck. It seemed that the argument they had just had was quite intense. The yuan qi in their bodies was showing signs of tumbling. Yang Kai's eyes turned slightly and fixed on the person sitting at the head of the table. This person had a refined face and a slender figure. He was dressed in a scholarly manner and had the temperament of a mature man. His appearance was quite interesting. However, at this moment, there was a faint trace of sadness and helplessness between his eyebrows. The Bamboo Knot Gang sect leader Pang Chi. It was difficult to associate his imposing name with his refined temperament. The sound of Yang Kai pushing open the door naturally alarmed them. The moment Yang Kai walked in, the sound of the fierce argument came to an abrupt end. All of them turned their heads in surprise, several of them frowning slightly, their expressions displeased. But more than that, there was fear. In any case, Yang Kai was now someone sent by Yang Yingfeng and his identity was obvious. Pang Chi quickly got up and waved his hand to dismiss the fat shopkeeper who had followed him in. Putting on a forced smile, he cupped his fists and asked, "May I ask what your excellency's name is?" "Yang family Yang Kai." As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help feeling horrified. They had thought that Yang Yingfeng would at most send one of his subordinates this time. In the past, the Bamboo Knot Gang and Yang Yingfeng had relied on the 4th master's subordinates to handle matters. But as soon as the name Yang Kai was announced, they realized that the situation was different from what they had imagined. This young man was obviously a young lord who had just returned to the Yang family. It was likely that he was one of the subordinates of the 4th master Yang. Realizing that Yang Kai's identity was noble and extraordinary, everyone quickly stood up. Pang Chi quickly stepped down from the table and respectfully said, "Pang Chi did not know young lord had arrived and failed to welcome you. Please forgive him." "Please forgive us, young lord." Everyone shouted in unison. It's fine. Yang Kai waved his hand faintly, not showing any sign of concern. Pang Qi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had acted recklessly just now and had actually allowed Yang Kai to rest in the side hall while waiting for him. If this young lord had really blamed him, he feared he wouldn't be able to see the sunrise tomorrow. For a moment Pang Qi's back was drenched in cold sweat as he secretly rejoiced. Young lord, please sit. Pang Qi hurriedly said. Yang Kai didn't act polite. Walking directly to the highest position, Yang Kai sat down. Pang Qi let out a hollow laugh as he stood to the side, unable to help feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. Everyone else was the same, all of them standing in place, their hearts in turmoil. They had never been in contact with any of the Yang family's young lords. At this moment they naturally felt some psychological pressure. Moreover, they didn't know what Yang Kai's purpose for coming here was. Thinking back to the quarrel just now, several of them couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat. Their hearts began to feel uneasy. Yang Kai grabbed a fragrant fruit from the table, leaned back in his chair, and put his 2 big feet on the table. Assuming a comfortable posture, he began to eat. Finding that he didn't understand etiquette, acting no different from a hooligan, the expressions of the people present relaxed, no longer as nervous as before. Their backgrounds were all very low, so when they saw Kai Yang acting so lazy, they naturally felt their tension disappear. The taste is good. Yang Kai ate a few mouthfuls before throwing the fragrant fruit back on the table, looking up and saying, "Sit down." The group of people turned their eyes to Pang Qi, the latter nodding slightly. Everyone sat down. Gently coughing twice, Pang Qi carefully asked, "I don't know if young lord came to the bamboo knot gang this time because fourth master gave you some instructions?" "No." Yang Kai shook his head. "I just came to play. You don't need to pay attention to me. It seems you were discussing something important. Go on, I want to listen." Saying so, he swept his eyes over the crowd with a smile. The faces of the people present couldn't help changing slightly as they bowed their heads and closed their mouths. Pang Qi smiled dryly and said, "In fact, it's just some trivial matters. Young lord might get tired of listening to them." "It's fine. Go on." Yang Kai indicated that he didn't mind. Pang Qi's expression became bitter. He really hadn't expected this Yang family young lord to be so difficult to deal with. Yang Kai sat up straight and smiled. "When I was outside the hall, I seem to have heard someone say something about the Hua family. What happened to the Hua family? Tell me, I've been away from the central capital for so many years, so I'm not very well informed. I'm very interested in the Hua family." Everyone's expression changed at the same time as they were overwhelmed with shock and fear. "Don't dare speak!" Yang Kai shouted, his eyes suddenly becoming cold. "Young lord, the matter is actually like this." Pang Qi quickly opened his mouth. He knew that if he didn't speak now, this Yang family young lord had clearly heard something just now, which was why he was acting so aggressive. Before Pang Qi had time to finish speaking, Yang Kai had already taken action, his yuan qi surging and a large number of blood-red petals suddenly fluttering around the hall. These sharp petals carried a cold murderous intent as they flew towards the 4 people present. 3 of them were unable to react in time and were pierced through by the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, leaving countless invisible wounds on their bodies, killing them instantly. Only an immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage Master managed to escape with a hurried counterattack. But just as he stood up from his chair, a blood-red sword chi flew towards him. Hong. With a loud bang, the entire hall suddenly became filled with chaotic yuan qi. The man was struck by this sword chi and his face went pale, apparently having been injured. Realizing Yang Kai's terror and unreasonableness, he didn't dare remain and quickly flew out of the hall. But before he could reach the hall's entrance, countless petals appeared in front of him, blocking his path. In the next moment, like 10,000 arrows, the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia fiercely struck him. The man's complexion changed again as he hurriedly leapt backwards. A purple light burst out midair, and the man's expression froze as he felt an intense pain in his knowledge sea. Just like that, he slammed into Yang Kai's attack with his back facing him. Yang Kai stood in place holding the scarlet blood sword in his hand, motionless. Poo. The man actually hit the scarlet blood sword directly and his whole body was pierced through like a thin sheet of paper. Slowly pulling out the scarlet blood sword, The Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage cultivator slumped to the ground, unable to get up. Sweeping his eyes over the remaining people, Yang Kai's face became gloomy as he coldly said, "The Hua family's recruitment? I'm afraid you won't have the life to spend the money." Everyone's expression changed when they heard his shout. Pang Qi stared at Yang Kai in horror, his eyes trembling violently as a cold wind blew up his spine. Chapter 399. Of the 4 people who had been killed, except for one who had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary First Stage, the other 3 were all Yuanqi 8th or 9th stage cultivators. This kind of cultivation was unremarkable in the entire central capital, but to the Bamboo Knot Gang, it was already a rare talent. The people here were all from humble backgrounds and did not have good secret arts or martial skills. Being able to improve their strength to this level was already quite difficult. But in the blink of an eye, these 4 people had died one after another. The ruthlessness and decisiveness of the young lord under the command of 4th Master Yang was obvious. The faces of the other people in the hall changed dramatically as they all stared at Yang Kai in horror, their hearts filled with fear. It seemed that only now did they truly understand the tyrannical strength of the 8 great families' direct descendants. Among the people present, the strongest was Pang Qi, a trivial Immortal Ascension Boundary Second Stage cultivator. He knew that he would not have been able to kill these 4 people in such a short time, but Yang Kai had done it. Didn't this mean that if they really fought, even he wasn't his opponent? Such a terrifying young man. A Yuanqi 7th stage cultivator actually had such powerful combat strength. Who else wants to submit to the Hua family? I don't mind sending him on his way. Yang Kai coldly swept his eyes around. Everyone's faces were calm, without the slightest trace of guilt. "Young lord, please be merciful," Pang Qi pleaded in a trembling voice. The 4 people who had intended to submit to the Hua family had all been killed, and the remaining people had strongly opposed this during the discussion just now. Pang Qi was afraid that Yang Kai would kill the wrong people, which would be difficult to clean up. But just now this young lord had clearly been outside the hall, so how could he have so accurately found the location of these 4 people? This kind of method was really incomprehensible. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not intending to kill again. Taking back the 2 artifacts, Yang Kai slowly sat down, and the remaining people couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Pang Qi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shouted towards the outside. Not long after, someone rushed in and respectfully asked, "What is Sect Master's order?" "Drag these ungrateful bastards out and bury them." Pang Qi pointed to the 4 corpses and ordered. The guard stared blankly, but after seeing the blood on the ground, his face suddenly paled. He quickly nodded. He ran out and called some helpers, trembling as they dragged the corpses out. The smell of blood still lingered in the hall, and no one dared to breathe, all waiting for Yang Kai. "From today onwards, the Bamboo Knot Gang will be taken over by me." Yang Kai swept his eyes around. "Does anyone have any objections?" "Lord." The Bamboo Knot Gang was secretly supported by the 4th Master. "Since you are young lord, we should follow your orders." Pang Qi quickly. "Okay, tell me about the Hua family." "Just now outside the palace. Yang's groups." Pang Qi pondered for a moment before he truthfully recounted the contents of the argument. Family sex masters, and family was another force. To eyes. Masters. Young I. In the hall, a group of people began to quarrel. The people led by Pang Qi didn't want to betray Yang Yingfeng, but the other 4 didn't. People wanted to climb higher and water flowed lower. Although Bamboo Knot Gang was supported by 4th Master Yang, they had never even seen Yang Yingfeng's face for so many years, so naturally they weren't loyal to him. With some external interference, it was inevitable that they would be tempted. Moreover, even if they betrayed Yang Yingfeng, with the 4th Master Yang's dull personality, he probably wouldn't pursue the matter, but if they refused the Hua family's olive branch, they would be in trouble. Thinking about it, it was inevitable that these 4 people would want to seek refuge with the Hua family in order to develop better. But now these 4 people had been killed, so naturally no one dared to make any more noise. After listening to Pang Qi's story, Yang Kai nodded secretly, knowing that he wasn't deceiving him. After he finished speaking, Pang Qi also stood quietly beside Yang Kai. no longer speaking. Everyone else also stared at Yang Kai, seemingly waiting for some kind of instruction. After a long silence, Yang Kai said, "Before I came here, Father's intention was for me to convince you with virtue and make you all willingly submit to me. But I don't have the time or inclination to do so. I want to participate in the inheritance war. If you follow me, it means you will also participate in the inheritance war. This is an opportunity, but at the same time it will also be dangerous. None of you are children, you should understand this." Everyone nodded in unison. None of the people present were over 30 years old. In front of them, Yang Kai was just a child. But now, hearing him say such words, they couldn't help feeling a little depressed. You can choose for yourself. If you don't want to participate in this inheritance war, you can leave now, I won't hold you accountable. But this is your only chance. If you don't leave now, you won't have another chance in the future. Saying so, Yang Kai waited quietly. Everyone looked at each other. Yang Kai being so open and honest was really beyond their expectations. Coupled with his decisive slaughter just now, everyone couldn't help but realize that this Yang family young lord seemed to be a decisive person who didn't like to drag his feet. For a while, no one dared to get up and leave. Pang Chi smiled faintly and said, "Although we have never seen Fourth Master's face before, for so many years, we have been sheltered under the shade of Fourth Master's shadow. Now that young lord has a need, we are naturally duty-bound to help." His words were neither salty nor light. Obviously, he didn't recognize Yang Kai from the bottom of his heart. How could Yang Kai not be clear about this? It was just that he really didn't have the time or inclination to subdue the Bamboo Knot gang like he had subdued the two blood warriors. Nodding indifferently, Yang Kai grinned, "I can tell you clearly, following me is not necessarily a good thing. But if you don't follow me, there will definitely be bad things." Yang Kai's smile was filled with an evil aura, causing everyone who saw it to feel a little creepy. Everyone in the room, quickly getting up, they shouted in unison, "We are willing to serve young lord like dogs and horses." Yang Kai had spoken so straightforwardly. If they didn't respond now, they would really be a group of fools. "Sit down." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Pang Chi, you also sit." "Yes." Pang Chi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Thinking that this young lord and his fourth master really didn't have the same temperament. They were two completely different people. "How many people does the Bamboo Knot gang have now?" Yang Kai asked lightly. "About 600 people." 600 people. Yang Kai frowned. This number was indeed a bit small, but it wasn't too shabby. "How strong are they?" Pang Chi smiled bitterly, his face filled with shame. "Most of them are separation and reunion boundary, 30% are Yuan Qi boundary. As for immortal ascension boundary, there are only 3. But just now, one of them has already. Of the 3 immortal ascension boundary masters, one had already been killed, leaving only 2. One was an immortal ascension boundary first stage cultivator, the other was a second stage cultivator. Such strength was really shabby. However, Yang Kai didn't show a look of disappointment. He didn't need the Bamboo Knot gang to fight for him. "These 600 people, are they all in the central capital right now?" "Yes, if young lord needs them, just give the order. All of them can be summoned." Pang Chi nodded. "Send out 200 people, I need to inquire about the whereabouts of a group of people." "Young lord, please give us your orders." Yang Kai explained the number of people in Su Yan's group and the characteristics of several key figures. Pang Chi quickly memorized them. "Also, find me 50 clever messengers and have them be on standby." "Yes." Although Pang Chi didn't know what Yang Kai wanted so many messengers for, since he had given the order, he simply did as he was told. "Right, what does the Bamboo Knot gang do for a living?" Yang Kai asked. Pang Chi smiled awkwardly. "Our main business is running some inns, tea houses, restaurants, and other such businesses. The gang's disciples often take on some work in the city, but it's mostly small businesses." "What about the surplus?" Pang Chi became even more embarrassed, hesitating for a long time before replying. "So far, we only have 500,000 taels in reserve." "So poor." Yang Kai was stunned. Everyone's face went red. Pang Chi helplessly said, "Making a living in the central capital is really not easy. The 8 great families were in too much of a limelight. Those forces in the dark, with the support of a good master, would often receive rewards from him. But the Bamboo Knot gang wasn't so good. They were supported by Yang Yingfeng. Fourth Master Yang's status in the Yang family wasn't very high. These years, in order to treat his hidden illness, he had spent a lot of money searching for famous doctors, so he didn't have much resources or money on hand to reward the Bamboo Knot gang. It was no wonder that the four young lords were biased towards the Hua family. After thinking about it, Yang Kai took out a stack of silver notes and handed them to Pang Qi. Take this money and use it first. Looking at the large stack of silver notes, everyone's breathing couldn't help becoming slightly rapid. With so many silver notes, it was at least a few million taels of silver. This new master was really generous. Pang Qi was startled, but he didn't refuse and simply accepted the money with a grateful expression. Looking at him, Yang Kai smiled softly. Do what I told you, I'll come back another day. Saying so, Yang Kai stood up and walked out. The group of people quickly sent him off. After Yang Kai left, all the cultivator in the hall looked at each other. Gang master, how much did that young lord give? Someone couldn't help asking curiously. Pang Qi carefully counted the money and exclaimed, a full 3 million taels. 3 million taels of silver. Those were the silver notes that Lu Liang had given to Yang Kai, and now they had all been transferred to the Bamboo Knot gang. Many people exclaimed, some of them excitedly saying, the fourth master's son is much more generous than the fourth master. Although this young man is ruthless and straightforward in his way of doing things, he seems to be quite a good person. Pang Qi calmly said, now that we've taken his money, no one can say anything about betrayal. That young lord is a master who kills without batting an eyelid. Everyone was shocked. Thinking about the four cultivator who had died before, they couldn't help nodding. Chapter 400. Regarding the Bamboo Knot gang, Yang Kai didn't care much about them. All he wanted was for them to gather intelligence and deliver information. This gang, to put it bluntly, was nothing more than a motley crew. Any master could easily destroy them. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have enough strength to mobilize, Yang Kai wouldn't have had any ideas about them. Pang Qi didn't refuse and accepted the huge sum of money, obviously showing his loyalty. This was something Yang Kai was well aware of. Leaving the Bamboo Knot gang, Yang Kai quickly returned. Halfway back though, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Yang Zhao on the second floor of a nearby restaurant waving towards him with a smile. Little brother Kai, come up and talk. Yang Kai frowned, not having expected to meet him here. But he didn't refuse, jumping off his cloud-treading colt and walking straight into the restaurant. Going up to the second floor and arriving at the private room where Yang Zhao was staying, Yang Kai felt several sharp gazes land on him as soon as he entered. Second brother, Yang Kai cupped his fists in greeting as he glanced around, his heart slightly moved. Although he didn't know most of the people present, from the way these young lords and young ladies dressed, Yang Kai could tell that their backgrounds weren't small. Come. Yang Zhao enthusiastically pulled Yang Kai over, pointing to a young man who was sitting in a chair, rubbing his chin with one hand and smiling towards them. Do you know who this is? Yang Kai glanced over and smiled. Fifth brother. The Yang family's younger generation was ranked fifth, Yang Kong. Yang Zhao and Yang Kai were blood brothers, so Yang Kai naturally recognized him. But he hadn't expected that he would also return to the central capital. Yang Kong swept his eyes over Yang Kai but didn't say anything, simply nodding lightly, a faint smile on his face. When brothers met, it was only natural that they wouldn't act so indifferently. However, Yang Kong didn't say anything. His contempt for Yang Kai was obvious. Everyone else in the room stared at Yang Kai playfully, seemingly trying to find some kind of embarrassment on his face. However, seeing that his expression remained unchanged, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Yang Zhao didn't seem to notice this and continued to enthusiastically introduce everyone to Yang Kai. As expected, they were all people with powerful backgrounds. All of them were disciples of the 8 great families. The Kong family's Kong Zhan, the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng, and the Yi family's Yi Xian Rou. These 2 men and 1 woman were all leading figures of their respective families' younger generation. At this moment, meeting with the Yang family's direct descendants was obviously their intention to participate in the inheritance war. However, it was hard to say who they would choose in the end. After the introductions, everyone took their seats. Yang Kong suddenly smiled and looked at Yang Kai. Little brother Kai. I heard that you only stayed in the dragon transformation pool for half a day before coming out? Young Kai nodded. Yes, his aptitude is too poor. He won't get any benefits from it. Yang Kong chuckled and said, For you it's already very good. Fifth brother. Yang Zhao shouted. Glaring at him, Yang Zhao immediately patted Yang Kai's shoulder and comforted him. Your fifth brother is frank and outspoken. He can't keep his mouth shut. Don't lower yourself to his level. The dragon transformation pool isn't as magical as the rumors say. At the very least, I stayed in there for 4 days and didn't get any benefits. Second brother is amazing. Yang Kong said in amazement. I only stayed in there for 3 days before I couldn't bear it. I heard that your Yang family's dragon transformation pool is a place to test a person's aptitude. Yi Xianro pursed her lips and asked with a smile. Kong Zhan and Gao Rangfeng also showed interested looks, Kong Zhan even interjecting. I also heard that the longer one stays in there, the better their aptitude. Yang Zhao glanced over at Yang Kai with some embarrassment before nodding slightly. That's what they say, but no one really knows. How can a person's aptitude be tested by a trivial dragon transformation pool? But the shorter one stays in there, the worse their aptitude is, that's for sure. Yang Kang's face was full of smiles as he turned to Yang Kai and said, Little brother Kai, you really don't need to care too much. In the past you couldn't practice martial arts at all, but now I heard that you've broken through to the Yuanqi boundary. This is already a great blessing. People should always be content with what they have. You also need to know your limits, don't you think so, fifth brother? Yang Kai replied indifferently. Yang Kang's words were directed at him. How could he not see it? Towards his cousins, Yang Kai didn't have much affection for them, but he also didn't have much malice towards them either. However, Yang Kang's words were full of hidden threats, making him feel very uncomfortable. Yang Kai didn't want to waste even half a sentence, so he didn't bother to look at these people's faces. Seemingly not having expected that Yang Kai would dare speak to him like this, Yang Kong was stunned for a moment. The 3 young lords from the 8 great families were even more stunned, none of them having expected their youngest young lord to be so domineering. Yang Zhao's eyes flashed as he laughed. Enough of that. The dragon transformation pool is just a pool. The future of my Yang family's young lords is not something it can decide. Kong Zhan nodded slightly before shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Your Yang family's young lords are all wolves and tigers. The central capital used to be our 7 great families' world, but now that your Yang family has returned, we have no choice but to stand aside. What is Brother Kong saying? The central capital is so big, my Yang family can't swallow it all. The future of this place is the future of our entire generation. Gao Rangfeng frowned and asked, How many of your Yang family's young lords have returned? 4. Yang Zhao's face dimmed slightly as he said, In addition to the 3 of us, 4th brother Yang Xianwu has also returned, but on the way back, he was seriously injured and almost lost his life. Now the family's elders are treating him, but we don't know how he's doing. Yang Kai's expression became slightly cold while Yang Kang's face also became extremely ugly. On the way back, both of them had been ambushed by masters, but the 2 of them had been lucky enough to escape unscathed. However, the 4th brother, Yang Xianwu, had not escaped his fate. A tall tree attracts the wind. Yang Zhao smiled bitterly as his expression shook. However, the family has already sent out more masters to greet them. I believe the people behind them won't have any problems. There's also news that big brother Yang Wei will be returning soon. Eldest brother is coming back? Yang Kong asked in surprise. Yang Zhao glanced at him with a smile. The shortest he'll be back in 2 to 3 days. The longest he'll be back in 5 or 6 days. Yang Kang's expression suddenly became bitter, seemingly quite afraid of Yang Wei. The central capital is about to become lively. Yi Xianro smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes glittering. The Lu family's Lu Qingyao won't be lonely anymore, haha. Speaking of Lu Qingyao's name, everyone present couldn't help looking solemn. Even Yang Zhao's expression became serious. The Lu family's Lu Qingyao was the former first young lord of the central capital. It was rumored that at such a young age, he had already reached the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage. Such aptitude was basically a once-in-a-century occurrence. This person also had an unparalleled influence in the central capital. In the inheritance war, whoever could win him over would definitely be of great help. I really hope the inheritance war will begin as soon as possible so we can see the true strength of the Yang family's young lords. Kang Zhan smiled slightly, looking forward to it. Brothers fighting against each other, haha. Yang Zhao smiled bitterly. I've become a joke to the world, Gao Rangfeng said. I only hope that if I become an enemy of all of you in the future, you will show me mercy. Likewise. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai got up and left. Looking at his disappearing back, the Kang, Gao, and Yi family young lords were all slightly dazed. Although Yang Zhao and Yang Kong didn't say anything to them, nor did they show any intention to win them over, all three of them knew that since they were sitting here, they naturally had such intentions. In terms of their words, there was more or less a friendly tone. But this Yang Kai was a bit more interesting. He didn't say anything, so in the inheritance war, where would he find support? Was this arrogance or self-confidence? Or was he simply feeling hopeless? The three young lords' brow furrowed slightly as they pondered. Perceiving the looks of the three young lords, Yang Kong snorted, second brother. It's not that I'm targeting little brother Kai. It's just that I think a person like him shouldn't participate in the inheritance war, lest he disgrace himself. Yang Zhao chuckled, fifth brother. Don't underestimate little brother Kai. He has his own means. Means? Why can't I see it? Yang Zhao's expression became serious as he asked softly, let me ask you, the two blood warriors who escorted you back, what was their attitude towards you? Yang Kong said impatiently, don't mention them, just mentioning them makes me angry. Those two were like wooden statues all day long, completely ignoring my questions, as if they were the young lords. Yang Zhao smiled and said, although my two blood warriors weren't like that, they were pretty much the same. However, the two blood warriors who greeted little brother Kai back were extremely respectful and polite to him. Don't you think that's strange? That's impossible, right? All blood warriors have eyes above their heads. How could they be respectful to him? Second brother, are you sure you're not mistaken? Yang Kang's face was filled with disbelief, shaking his head as he spoke. That's why I said little brother Kai has his own means. Yang Zhao quickly said. Yang Kang's expression froze as his brow furrowed, not knowing what to think. After a long time he muttered, second brother, you think too highly of him. His aptitude is so poor. He's destined to have no great achievements. When the two brothers were talking, the other three just smiled slightly and listened, none of them interjecting. They just faintly felt that Yang Kai's performance today was too ordinary. So ordinary that it didn't seem like a Yang family young lord who was about to participate in the inheritance war. This discovery made them both confused and suspicious, wondering what kind of performance their youngest young lord would have in the inheritance war. Inside the fourth master's house. By the time Kai Yang returned, the sky had already turned dark. Just as he entered the house, the housekeeper's face was filled with shock. He hurriedly ran over and said with a sobbing tone, young master, you've finally returned. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he asked anxiously, what happened? Something happened to master and madam, the housekeeper said as he hurriedly pulled Yang Kai inside. You should go take a look. What happened? Yang Kai's expression suddenly became cold, at the same time releasing his divine sense and quietly covering the entire house, instantly finding the location of fourth master Yang and Dong Suju. Chapter 401. The housekeeper gave a brief account of what happened after Yang Kai left. Yang Kai listened carefully, and with what he had learned from his own investigation, he began to understand what had happened. After arriving at the door, Yang Kai carefully probed himself and found that the yuan qi of his two old men was circulating fiercely, their auras surging wildly and radiating outwards. Obviously something had happened. However, the situation the husband and wife were facing at the moment was slightly different. Dong Suju had broken through, but her aura had not yet stabilized, and the energy in her body had not yet been fully absorbed. As long as she finished absorbing the remaining energy, she would be able to completely consolidate her immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivation. However, what Yang Yingfeng was facing was somewhat dangerous. The fourth master had also broken through a minor realm, but now he was facing signs of breaking through again. The shackles in a cultivator's body were like a lock. Every time a cultivator broke through, a lock would be opened and a door would be opened. Any cultivator would need to accumulate years of cultivation before they could open this lock. During this period, they could take some precious treasures to speed up their progress. However, the huge amount of energy contained in the myriad drug liquid had not only allowed Fourth Master Yang to open the first lock and open the first door in a short period of time, but he was also on the verge of opening the second lock. Breaking through 2 minor realms in a row was both a happy event and a disaster. Yang Kai had often broken through several minor realms in the past, but at that time his strength was very low, so breaking through several minor realms in a row was not dangerous. However, Fourth Master Yang was different. He had a chronic illness and was originally an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivator. Now that he had broken through to the 4th stage, he should have been able to consolidate his cultivation for a period of time, but under the influence of the myriad drug liquid, he had not been given any buffer time at all. If his understanding of the martial Tao was not enough, it was very likely he would not be able to break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. At that time, the huge amount of energy in his body would have nowhere to vent and would only explode. On the other hand, if his understanding of the martial Tao had reached a certain level, not only would this not be a disaster, it would also have great benefits. The key was whether his understanding of the martial Tao was good enough. Spreading out his divine sense, all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai's slightly panicked expression gradually calmed down. He waved to the housekeeper and said, "It's okay. You can leave now. I'll keep an eye on this place. If anyone comes to visit in the next few days, I'll tell them. Just say that my father has relapsed and is recuperating." Yes. The housekeeper bowed slightly and retreated. He obeyed Yang Kai's orders. His invisible divine sense was released and retracted, wrapping up the entire area where his parents were, cutting off all the auras inside from leaking out. In this way, the people outside would not be able to detect the commotion inside. After doing this, Yang Kai stood quietly outside the house and waited. He wasn't worried at all because he had enough confidence in the Fourth Master. If it weren't for what happened back then, the Fourth Master Yang's strength wouldn't have been so low. His improvement in strength was indeed very slow, but the accumulation of the flowing time Great Emperor was enough for him to comprehend martial arts that was not inferior to others. Moreover, the Fourth Master Yang's own aptitude wasn't bad. After so many years of accumulation, he had only broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. For him, this wasn't a big deal. However, Yang Kai had never expected that his 2 parents would actually cause such a commotion because of the myriad drug liquid. Half a day later, of the 2 auras in the house, the one belonging to Dong Suju stabilized. He should have finished absorbing the world energy and consolidated his cultivation. On the other hand, Yang Yingfeng's aura, it had been slowly climbing upwards, as if there was no end. Another half a day passed, and this aura suddenly soared as if it had pierced through the sky. It soared up to 90,000 miles, and it carried a carefree feeling as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The energy in the heaven and earth was in chaos. Yang Kai grinned. Inside the house, Dong Suju also let out a low cry. The ecstasy and excitement in the cries were obvious. The aura that had reached its peak was quickly withdrawn, and a moment later, everything was calm. "Kaier, come in." Yang Yingfeng's majestic voice called out from inside the house. Yang Kai pinched his nose and stepped inside. The Fourth Master's tone was somewhat strange, so Yang Kai estimated that he would have to be interrogated. This wasn't surprising, the effects of the myriad drug liquid were simply too heaven-defying. How could his 2 parents not be suspicious? After entering the house, Yang Kai just smiled meaningfully, looking around, not saying a word. Dong Suju looked at Yang Kai with a funny and distressed expression, biting her red lips and also not speaking. Yang Yingfeng furrowed his brow and broke the silence. "Tell me honestly, what exactly did you give us?" Before Yang Kai could open his mouth, the Fourth Master continued, "Don't tell me you used the materials I gave you to refine this medicinal liquid. I know what grade those materials are. It's absolutely impossible to refine such a heaven-defying treasure." Fourth Master is wise. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he quickly flattered. Dong Suju almost laughed out loud, and Yang Yingfeng also couldn't help smiling, but he still kept a straight face as he stared straight at Yang Kai, unwilling to give up. "This thing is called myriad drug liquid. It's the essence of tens of millions of different grade pills, and through some special spirit arrays it took thousands of years to condense. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before casually explaining. The fourth master and his wife couldn't help feeling shocked as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Tens of millions of pills, thousands of years. At first it sounded like a fantasy story. But the look on Yang Kai's face told them that this was true. No wonder it had such a powerful effect. The accumulation of time and quantity had allowed this medicinal liquid to transcend the level of this world. It was likely that even Yang Kai had not been able to obtain such a thing. Thinking so, the husband and wife pair felt a little distressed. It wasn't that they were distressed about the preciousness of this myriad drug liquid, but rather the hardships Yang Kai had gone through in order to obtain it. Is it very valuable? Yang Yingfeng stared at him deeply, not asking about the origin of these things. A lot. Yang Kai comforted him, but couldn't help feeling a little confused. How much did you drink? Fourth Master Yang couldn't help blushing, and Dong Suju also wore an embarrassed expression. After a long time, Dong Suju stretched out his hand and said, I only drank the bottom of a cup, but your father, he drank the whole cup. Yang Kai couldn't help letting out a hollow laugh. He really hadn't expected his two elders to be so courageous. He couldn't help blaming himself for not explaining the efficacy of this medicinal liquid, only telling each of them to drink a drop a day. However, his two elders had thought the myriad drug liquid was made from some heaven-grade materials. How could they have known it had such a powerful effect? As a result, one of them had broken through a minor realm while the other had broken through two. This wasn't a bad thing. In the future you can't drink like this, Yang Kai said. The two elders nodded together, their expressions serious. This breakthrough could be said to be a pleasant surprise. Needless to say, Dong Suju breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage was tantamount to saving her several years of hard work. Fourth Master Yang's benefits were even greater. Not only did his strength increase by 2 minor realms, reaching the Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage, even the demonic qi which had been clinging to the Dantian seemed to show some signs of loosening. Not daring to neglect, Yang Yingfeng immediately chose to enter retreat, and used the myriad drug liquid to expel the demonic qi which had clung to the Dantian for many years. Dong Suju also entered retreat to consolidate her current cultivation. The fourth master's mansion suddenly became extremely quiet, with only Yang Kai and the dozen or so servants moving about. The golden feather eagle came once a day to beg for food from Yang Kai. 5 days later, Du Changbai came to visit and excitedly told Yang Kai a piece of good news. Yang Kai's application to exchange a mysterious grade martial skill for a golden feather eagle from the family had been approved, so he was asked to quickly go to the Elder Hall and present the martial skill. This was indeed good news for Yang Kai. The only thing that made Yang Kai somewhat hesitant was which mysterious grade martial skill to exchange for the golden feather eagle. He didn't have many martial skills, only 2 mysterious grade martial skills. In addition to the star mark, he only had the 9-star sword sex 10,000 swords returned to 1. When facing an enemy, he mostly relied on Yuan Qi's flexibility and reflexes. At the beginning of a martial artist's cultivation, martial skills could indeed increase their battle prowess, but at Kai Yang's level, unless it was a mysterious grade martial skill, other grades of martial skills would not be able to fundamentally change his strength. The young liquid and unyielding golden skeleton's demonic qi were more than enough. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai decided to hand over the star mark to the family. First, the drawbacks of this martial skill were not small. When using it, one needed ample time to prepare. Moreover, even if an outsider learned it, it would be troublesome to store enough energy to use the star mark. So Yang Kai didn't need to worry about others using this skill to threaten him. Secondly, the 10,000 swords returned to 1 was one of the 9-star sword school's secret techniques. If others were to learn that Yang Kai had mastered this technique, they would inevitably link him to the death of the 9-star sword school's disciple, Wu Chengyi. The 9-star sword sex strength was not weak, so Yang Kai didn't want to be enemies with it. In the Yang family, as long as you had a bargaining chip in hand, your efficiency would always be high, unlike in other families where you needed to establish relationships. What the Yang family valued the most was profit. After arriving at the Elder Hall and handing over the star mark martial skill, the white-haired elder immediately gave Yang Kai a document. Taking this document to Du Changbai, the golden feather eagle that had followed Yang Kai back was now in his hands. From now on, it belonged only to Yang Kai, not to the Yang family. On the day he obtained the golden feather eagle, Yang Kai took it to the bamboo knot gang and had Pang Chi and the others take good care of it. This way Yang Kai didn't have to run back and forth. 3 days later, Yang Wei, the eldest of the Yang family's younger generation, returned to the central capital. On the same day, the other 2 Yang family direct descendants also returned. Another 2 days later, another person returned. The loud cry of the golden feather eagle resounded throughout the central capital, seemingly setting off an undercurrent. Everyone knew that most of the Yang family's direct descendants had returned and the inheritance war was not far away. The Yang family direct descendants who returned to the central capital frequently contacted the young lords and young ladies of the other 7 families, but only Yang Kai remained unmoved, as if the inheritance war had nothing to do with him. The most popular of the Yang family direct descendants were undoubtedly the Lu family's Lu Qingyao and the Chou family's Chou Yimeng. So far, the 2 of them had received countless invitations, but at the same time, neither of them had clearly stated which Yang family descendant they wanted to stand with. On the other hand, it was rumored that Lu Qingyao had once declared that he would ally with anyone who could defeat him. The young immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master's words caused the Yang family's young lords to roll their eyes. Chapter 402. Of the Yang family young lords who returned, only Yang Wei had reached the immortal ascension boundary 1st stage, while the rest were mostly at the Yuanqi boundary. It wasn't that the aptitude of the Yang family young lords wasn't as good as Lu Qingyao's. It was just that after all these years, the Yang family young lords hadn't been able to get any help or support from the family, so their cultivation environment was slightly inferior. If they had the same resources, Yang Wei's cultivation might not have been worse than Lu Qingyao's. But in any case, Lu Qingyao's strength and aptitude were unquestionable. Winning him over was tantamount to winning over the Lu family. With such a great support, everyone was eyeing it, but no one had the ability to swallow it, so everyone's depressed mood could be imagined. As for Chou Yimeng, she had never said such a thing, but the several Yang family young lords who had been in contact with her could see that she didn't seem to have any interest in them, so they didn't dare force her and could only put it aside for the time being and make plans later. That night, the sky was dark and gloomy, as if a storm was about to arrive, making it slightly difficult to breathe. The moon was dark and the wind was strong, so even the air was slightly cool. Yang Kai sat in his courtyard with his eyes closed, an invisible spiritual energy swirling around him, condensing it into a stream and sending it towards the void. His 2 old men were in retreat, and after a few days of hard work, Yang Kai's Yuanqi boundary 7th stage cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Although he knew that this bottleneck would be broken sooner or later, Yang Kai didn't want to wait for it to happen. Yuanqi's cultivation hadn't made much progress, so he could only cultivate his divine sense to see if he could find some inspiration. Yang Kai had already cultivated his divine sense long ago. But what was strange was that even now, he still hadn't formed his knowledge sea. A divine sense without a knowledge sea was like a tree without roots, water without a source. Fortunately, he had the assistance of the soul-warming lotus, otherwise, his divine sense would have long since dissipated. It was for this reason. The power of Yang Kai's current soul skill wasn't quite ideal. He was only 3 minor realms away from the immortal ascension boundary, so Yang Kai wanted to know what would happen after he formed his knowledge sea. What kind of situation would that be? Therefore, during this period of time, he cultivated even more diligently than before, as long as he had free time. There would definitely be no delay. Using divine soul attacks without limit consumed his spiritual energy very quickly. In just a little over 2 hours, Yang Kai began to feel weak. He quickly stopped and closed his eyes to rest. In the middle of the night, it started to drizzle. The sound of wings flapping could be heard. Yang Kai frowned and looked up at the sky. A faintly discernible golden light rushed down like a bolt of lightning. It landed on Yang Kai's shoulder. The golden feather eagle let out a few soft cries. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he sensed the meaning behind its cry. He quickly rose into the air and flew towards the North City district. For the past few days, the golden feather eagle had been staying with Bamboo Knot Gang's Pang Chi. It would only return once a day to ask for the myriad drug liquid from Yang Kai, but now it had actually flown back in the middle of the night, Obviously something had happened to the Bamboo Knot Gang. The Bamboo Knot Gang wasn't a big force, and the strength of its members wasn't high, so generally no one would have any ideas about it. But tonight was obviously different. Thinking back to the Bamboo Knot Gang's internal quarrels a few days ago, Yang Kai already had a plan in his mind. Disregarding the consumption of his yuan qi, it only took half an hour for Yang Kai to arrive at the North City District. Inside the Bamboo Knot Gang's headquarters, the sound of battle could be heard, and it was very lively. Pang Qi led several of the gang's masters to retreat under the siege of a group of people. All around them various martial skills and artifacts bloomed, and from time to time, someone would fall to the ground. Blood flowed everywhere, and the rain couldn't wash away the red stains on the ground. The Bamboo Knot Gang didn't have many people, and at this moment, the number of enemies had more than doubled. On top of that, the other side's masters weren't all on the field, with some of them even standing on the sidelines. In just a few moments, the Bamboo Knot Gang had suffered countless casualties. If this continued, it was likely everyone present would die. Pang Qi's body was also riddled with scars, but he grit his teeth and struggled to hold on. When the enemy attacked, he had released the golden feather eagle. So now he could only hope that his new master would bring reinforcements to rescue them. No matter what, he was still a young lord of the Yang family, so he should have some masters under his command, right? The only thing that made Pang Qi uncertain was whether Yang Kai would be willing to come to his rescue. Wu Qian. Pang Qi shouted towards a middle-aged man in the enemy camp. Your Profound Light Gang and our Bamboo Knot Gang have always minded our own business. Why are you attacking us today? Wu Qian heard this and sneered coldly. Pang Qi, why do you ask when you already know the answer? My young lord said that if you don't surrender, only death awaits. Do you know who is behind my Bamboo Knot Gang? How dare you point your sword at us? Pang Qi roared as he parried the attacks. Wu Qian curled his lips in disdain. The 8 great families have never interfered in the disputes between small forces like us. Life in the central capital is simply too boring. They can't wait for us to fight so they can have some fun. Do you think that after you die today, the one behind you will avenge you? In your dreams. Pang Qi's expression became bitter, knowing that what Wu Qian said was not a lie. The 8 great families really would not intervene in the fights between small forces like them. For the 8 great families, if these small forces were destroyed, it was not a big deal. At most they would just support another one. Every year there were countless small forces that were destroyed, but these small forces were like bamboo shoots after the rain. Once one group was destroyed, another would emerge. It was for this reason that he did not dare hope that Yang Kai would come to his rescue. After the two spoke on the roof of Clear Sky Inn, a young lord was overlooking the battlefield below with a smile on his face, his eyes full of interest, as if he was enjoying a good show. Beside him, several other masters from the Profound Light Gang were quietly accompanying him. These masters were not stingy with their yuan qi, actually releasing their yuan qi to push away the raindrops that were attacking him. So even though he was standing on the roof like this, his clothes were still neat and tidy, not drenched in the slightest. When he saw something wonderful, this young man would even clap his hands and laugh, the several masters beside him carefully accompanying him, not daring to complain in the slightest. Young Lord Hua, the Bamboo Knot Gang is on the verge of collapse. Do you want to kill these people? Or accept them? Mu Nando, the steward of the Profound Light Gang, asked softly. The young Lord Hua heard this and a cold smile appeared on his face, but he did not answer directly, instead saying lightly, this young lord has a habit, that is, if I want something, I must get it as soon as possible. If I can't get it, then I don't want it anymore, so do you understand? Mu Nando's expression turned cold as he quickly nodded. This subordinate understands. The Profound Light Gang was supported by this young Lord Hua when he was bored. How could Mu Nando dare not listen to the orders of his master? Before, this young Lord Hua wanted to take over the Bamboo Knot Gang, but was rejected by Pang Qi, which obviously made him unhappy. Since that was the case, there was no need to keep them. Mu Nando bowed slightly, his figure flashing, wrapped in a blue light as he quickly shot down. But before he could reach Pang Qi and the others, a ray of light suddenly shot down from the sky. Feeling the destructive energy contained in this attack, Mu Nando's complexion changed greatly, and he hurriedly changed direction, dodging to the side. At the same time, several people from the Profound Light Gang shouted from the roof, "Young Lord, be careful." When Mu Nando landed on the ground and looked back, he couldn't help narrowing his eyes. He found that a young man had jumped out of nowhere and was actually in front of the several masters of the Profound Light Gang. His target was the young Lord Hua, who was surrounded by them. After a momentary daze, Mu Nando quickly flew back. At this time, naturally the safety of his master was more important. While he was still halfway there, Mu Nando's eyes widened. This was because this young man was incredibly strong. With a blood-red sword in hand, sword chi wreaked havoc and countless blood-red petals flew out. None of the several masters from the Profound Light Guild were able to withstand this attack, all of them dodging again and again. In the blink of an eye, only young Master Hua was left standing in place. Lu Qingyao is here. Mu Nando only had time to think this before he saw the young man walk up to the young Lord Hua and capture him. As if he was pinching a conch, the young Lord Hua didn't even have time to react. It wasn't until this moment that two tyrannical divine senses suddenly appeared and two majestic figures appeared, standing mid-air, their eyes extremely cold. Yang Kai gripped the young Lord Hua's wrist in one hand and held his sword across his neck in the other, not even sparing a glance at the Profound Light Gang cultivator, just staring at the two figures in mid-air with a sneer. The opposite party was a pair of Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters, their strength not inferior to a blood warrior. The Hua family was one of the 8 great families, and since this young Lord Hua was a member of the Hua family, naturally there were masters guarding him. However, in such a battle between small forces, these two masters were too embarrassed to show themselves. They were confident that under their supervision, no one would be able to harm their young lord, so they had quietly hidden away. However, they hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so fierce, not even giving them time to react before capturing their young lord. By the time they arrived, it was already too late. The two divine senses wandered around Yang Kai, hesitating for a moment before slamming into Yang Kai's mind. When these two divine senses entered his mind, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to produce the slightest ripple. Yang Kai's sneer only grew wider. The two masters both paled, only now realizing that the other party wasn't an ordinary young man. As a Yuan Qi cultivator, being able to withstand the divine sense attacks of these two masters meant he definitely had a soul-type artifact on him. Being able to possess such a high-grade artifact meant his status wasn't low. Fortunately, the two masters' attacks just now hadn't contained any killing intent. They had simply wanted to save their young lord from the other party. Even if he couldn't resist, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. Therefore, this enmity wasn't too deep, so there was still a possibility of resolving it. Looking at Yang Kai again, the eyes of the two masters became dignified, with a hint of dread. It wasn't until this moment that the Hua family young lord recovered, but his courage wasn't bad, not showing the slightest change in expression, simply sneering, "Daring to put your sword against my neck? You're interesting, really interesting." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "Is that so? Do you know who I am?" Hua Stars chuckled, a playful look on his face. "Have you asked? Hua family, Hua Stars." Chapter 403. Hua Stars, the Hua family's only son. Speaking of which, Hua Zheng was quite a tragic figure. As one of the 8 great families' patriarchs, he had countless wives and concubines, but after so many years, he only had Hua Zheng as his only son. On the other hand, he had a large number of daughters, enough to form a pink army. In this regard, he and the Blood Battle Gang's leader, Hu Man, had a different approach but the same result. However, he was much luckier than Hu Man, as he finally had a son to carry on the family line. Because he was the only son of the family, Hua Stars had enjoyed endless favor since childhood. Whatever he wanted, the entire Hua family revolved around him, cultivating his unique personality. Before the Yang family's younger generation returned to the central capital, there were 3 youngsters who were the most famous. The first was the Lu family's Lu Qingyao, the one with the strongest cultivation and the best aptitude. The second was the Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng. Not only was she extremely beautiful, but her aptitude and methods also surpassed many others. Such a peerless beauty was naturally eye-catching. The third was Hua Stars, the central capital's #1 playboy young lord. Drinking, gambling, and making merry were his specialties. Bullying the weak and stirring up trouble and brawling were his true colors. The other families would not let their own people manage the underground forces, nor would they get involved in the fights between these forces. However, because this young Master Hua was too bored, every time there was a fight between the forces under his command, he would definitely be there personally and stand at a safe place to watch the fight to relieve his boredom. With 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters not inferior to his blood warriors guarding him, Huastars didn't need to worry about his own safety, but this time he had unexpectedly failed. Under the watchful eyes of his 2 guardians, a sword was placed against his neck. Not only did Huastars not feel depressed, but he also wore a look of excitement. While talking to Yang Kai, he even secretly condensed his yuan qi, waiting for an opportunity to escape from Yang Kai's grasp. This thrilling feeling of his life hanging by a thread caused his blood to boil and roar, making him unable to restrain the urge to open his mouth and roar. Feeling this strange movement, Yang Kai's expression became slightly strange as he exerted some force with the scarlet blood sword in his hand, opening a deep red wound on his opponent's neck. F***CK. Huastars couldn't help but curse. I already said that I'm one of the stars of the Hua family. How dare you treat me like this? As he spoke, he was also shocked. He quickly dispersed the power that he had gathered, afraid that the person behind him would really kill him. He did like excitement, but he didn't care about his own life. Who are you? Huastars also realized that something wasn't quite right. His name resounded throughout the central capital, so how could the other party dare to treat him like this without any status? On the other hand, the 2 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters finally understood what was going on. One of them cupped his fists and asked, "May I ask which young Master Yang you are?" This young man in front of him was very unfamiliar. He had never seen him before, but judging from his performance, he was definitely someone from the 8 great families. Only the younger generation of the Yang family would be unfamiliar to him. Yang Kai. So it is young Lord Kai. The 2 suddenly realized and quickly cupped their fists. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he nodded slightly. While these people were talking, the battle down below had come to a stop. With the life of their young master in his hands, how could the people from the Profound Light Gang dare to make any moves? All of them withdrew from the battle and waited for further instructions. Peng Qi and the others who had just survived the calamity gasped for breath as they gathered together. Their gazes were filled with astonishment as they looked towards the roof. Their faces were filled with tears and tears. They had never expected that this new young master, who had just slaughtered everyone in the hall a few days ago, would really come to rescue them and even come alone. What was even more incredible was that he had actually succeeded. Although he had long recognized Yang Kai's strength, Peng Qi now discovered that he seemed to have underestimated his ability. Young Master Kai. One of the Hua family's masters hesitated. Can you release my young master first? Rest assured, we won't make any more moves. The other man also nodded heavily, his expression solemn. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, but after thinking for a moment, he took back his scarlet blood sword. He wasn't worried that the other party would go back on their word, nor would they have such thoughts. Both sides were well aware of this point. Gaining his freedom, Huastars quickly stepped forward a few steps before turning back to look at Yang Kai carefully. After seeing his face, he couldn't help shouting, "Damn, so young! How old are you?" There was a deep sense of frustration in his voice, as if Yang Kai could instantly restrain him. How could he be younger than him? Yang Kai just stared back at him coldly and didn't answer. "Hey, this young master is talking to you." Huastars' stomach was filled with depression as he kept shouting, "Young master." The Hua family's master helplessly pulled him to his side. Before knowing what kind of temper this Yang Kai had, the Hua family's master didn't feel comfortable letting his young master continue to provoke him. "Let's talk about the situation here." Yang Kai chuckled. "Young Master Kai, please speak. These 2 old masters are all ears." "Peng Qi." Yang Kai waved his hand. Peng Qi's body shook as he quickly flew up and cupped his fists. "Subordinate is here. Count the number of casualties." "Yes." Nodding, Peng Qi quickly flew down and began to organize the situation. After the battlefield was a mess. The members of the Profound Light Gang and Bamboo Knot Gang were clearly divided. Although there was still hostility in each other's eyes, they could no longer fight. Huastars looked at Yang Kai with interest, a faint smile on his face. Yang Kai just stood there waiting quietly. The two Hua family elders were secretly surprised by his calm demeanor. After a while, Peng Qi flew up again, a trace of sadness on his face as he reported, 68 of the gang's disciples died and 189 were injured. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Hua Stars, his expression indifferent. The latter shrugged his shoulders indifferently. We'll pay you back. 50,000 silvers per person for the dead, 10,000 for the injured. You can pay with spirit medicines or precious treasures as collateral. Are you trying to rob us? Hua Stars shouted. Although he was the only heir of the Hua family, Yang Kai's price was a bit too much for him to bear. According to his calculations, this time he would have to pay a few million silvers. Young Master Kai, isn't this price a bit too expensive? One of the Hua family's masters also didn't quite agree. He hadn't expected Yang Kai's appetite to be so big. There's no room for discussion. Yang Kai firmly shook his head. Father won't pay. Hua Stars stubbornly declared. After so many years, he had never been afraid of anyone. Yang Kai silently smiled strangely. Do you think you have a chance to bargain? As soon as his voice fell, a faint floral fragrance suddenly lingered at the tip of everyone's nose. Hua Stars' chest suddenly bloomed with a red light, and immediately this red light scattered into hundreds and thousands of rays that directly wrapped around him. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk thousands of petals fluttered around Hua Xingchen's body, wrapping him in an airtight formation. Each petal was incredibly sharp and exuded a cold aura of death, causing Hua Xingchen's forehead to instantly drip cold sweat. The two Hua family masters couldn't help paling. They hadn't noticed when Yang Kai had tampered with Hua Stars' body. These 1,000 petals were obviously some kind of killing artifact, and without their knowledge, this Yang family young master had placed them on their young master's body. The two masters no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai, nor did they dare to compare him with ordinary young people. This kind of method was truly terrifying. You dare kill me? Hua Stars still refused to admit his mistake even now. I'll let you lie in bed for a year and a half. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Hua Stars suddenly became silent. Perceiving the coldness and impatience in Yang Kai's eyes, one of the Hua family masters quickly said, Young Master Kai, we admit defeat. We'll compensate you as you say. Please let go of my young master first. Don't test my patience again. Yang Kai sneered, clearly warning him. Absolutely not. The man nodded solemnly. The 1,000 petals suddenly condensed into a red light and flashed back into Yang Kai's body before disappearing. The three Hua family masters couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Hua Star's face was gloomy, but no one knew what he was thinking. One of the Hua family masters glanced at Yang Kai thoughtfully and said, Young Master Kai seems to be showing signs of a breakthrough. Glancing at him, Yang Kai nodded calmly. He was already at a bottleneck, and although today's battle didn't seem to be very dangerous, deciding the outcome in just a few breaths, in front of these two Hua family masters, Yang Kai still felt a lot of pressure. He hadn't expected that under this pressure, his bottleneck would actually be broken. Seeing him admit it, the two Hua family masters couldn't help taking a deep breath while Hua Stars was even more shocked. Di Zong glanced over at him, a look of envy flashing across his eyes. Young Master Kai's breakthrough is more important. You don't have to worry about this matter, it was just my young master's boredom. The two of us will handle it. Listening to him say this, Peng Qi and Mu Nando glanced at each other and couldn't help shaking their heads. Both forces had suffered casualties, but it was all because of a single young master's boredom. In the eyes of these young masters, human lives really weren't important. Good. Yang Kai nodded. His breakthrough was imminent, so he didn't have time to waste here, quickly flying towards the Bamboo Knot Gang's main hall. Yang Kai! Hua Stars suddenly shouted behind him. Yang Kai paused and turned around. Are you going to participate in the inheritance war? Hua Stars asked with a smile. Yes. Good good good. Hua Stars laughed. Just you wait. I'll remember you. I'll also participate. Yang Kai didn't deny this and quickly disappeared into the hall. After Yang Kai's figure disappeared from sight, Hua Stars sneered. Interesting, very interesting. One of the Hua family masters quickly comforted. Young master doesn't need to be angry. As long as you stand in the right position in the inheritance war, you can always regain your face. At that time, he will know that offending you today was not a wise decision. Chapter 404. Huixing nodded slightly. There's no need for you to tell me. Besides, I'm not angry, it's been a long time since I've been so happy. This kind of trivial matter really can't satisfy this young master's appetite. Pausing for a moment, he asked, Right, do you have that much money on you? The two Hua family masters were both embarrassed and slowly shook their heads. Who would carry a few million silvers on them? Owing people money isn't a good thing. Huixing muttered to himself as he pinched his chin. In the bamboo knot gang's main hall, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground, condensing his yuan qi to break through his bottleneck. After an hour, the shackles on his body shattered and the tumbling yuan qi slowly subsided. His cultivation had broken through to a new realm. Yuan qi 8th stage. At the moment of his breakthrough, Yang Kai seemed to see a brilliant 5-colored lotus flower flash in front of his eyes. The 5-colored soul-warming lotus. Since obtaining it, Yang Kai had not seen it again. Although he knew it existed in his mind and constantly nourished his soul, because he had not yet opened his knowledge sea, he had never been able to see it with his own eyes. Now that such a situation had occurred, Yang Kai was a little happy and couldn't help wondering if it was because his knowledge sea was about to open, so he had seen it for a moment. Regarding the strength of his soul, Yang Kai only had a general understanding. It was no worse than an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master, basically equivalent to an Immortal Ascension Boundary 9th Stage Master, and this was only the case for Yuan Qi. If he could really break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, then with the protection of his knowledge sea, how strong would his soul become? Yang Kai was more and more looking forward to the upcoming great realm. Immortal Ascension Boundary had always been the highest threshold for a cultivator. In this world, with the exception of a very small number of people who could break through and reach a higher realm, the rest of the cultivator could only reach the Immortal Ascension Boundary in their lifetime. Entering the Immortal Ascension Boundary. This meant that a cultivator had embarked on the road to becoming a master. In order to achieve this goal, countless cultivators cultivated tirelessly, forgetting to eat and sleep. They searched day and night, bitterly searching for it. There were even some people who lived deep in the mountains and forests all year round just to comprehend the true meaning of power, to pry into the mysteries of realms. However, there were still many cultivators who were blocked outside this threshold for their entire life. They could only sigh helplessly and feel regret for their entire life. However, even if one was lucky enough to break through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, there were 9 stages to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, and the martial Tao was still a long way off, not to mention that there was still a higher realm that the world did not understand. After breaking through to the 8th level of Yuan Qi state, Yang Kai did not immediately get up. Instead, he sat where he was and slowly comprehended the changes brought to him by this new realm. They had been cleansed by the myriad drug liquid. Every time he broke through, there would be some obvious changes in Kai Yang. At the very least, he now felt much stronger than before he broke through. This was an indescribable feeling. If one had to make an analogy, it would be that the current him could easily defeat his previous self before his breakthrough. One day later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. His eyes glistened with divine light. He was silent for a long time before he stood up. Opening the door to the hall, he stepped out. Outside the hall, more than a dozen people were divided into 2 rows. All of them were looking forward to Yang Kai's arrival, so when they saw him, they quickly saluted. Subordinate greets young lord. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and couldn't help being startled. He found that the people standing on the left were the several high-level members of the Bamboo Knot Gang led by Pang Qi, while the people standing on the right were the several high-level members of the Profound Light Gang led by Mu Nando. Wu Qian, who had fought with Pang Qi and the others before and had even almost killed Pang Qi, was also present. The people on both sides bowed their heads and respectfully said hello, but Mu Nando's face was filled with helplessness. On the other hand, Pang Qi's face was flushed with pride, even feeling a little elated. Yang Kai frowned and glanced suspiciously at Mu Nando. Why are your Profound Light Gang's people still here? Mu Nando quickly replied, reporting to young Lord Kai, from now on, the Profound Light Gang will obey young Lord's orders. What's the situation? Yang Kai was even more puzzled. Young Lord, it's like this. Seeing this, Pang Qi quickly stepped forward and explained to Yang Kai. Last night, after he entered the hall to break through, Huixing and the 2 masters had pooled their money together but only managed to gather a few 100,000 silvers. Peng Qi saw that Hua Xingxing's expression was somewhat ugly at that time, so he proposed to let him sign an IOU. In any case, he was the Hua family's young lord, so he wasn't afraid he would renege on his debt. Originally, it was a kind gesture, but Hua Xingqian had unexpectedly refused, even going so far as to beat Peng Qi finally. After thinking about it, he decided to pawn the entire Profound Light Gang. After giving Mu Nando an order to submit to Yang Kai, Hua Xingxing led the two masters from the Hua family away, leaving behind the Profound Light Gang's group of people who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Profound Light Gang had more than 1,000 people, and was a small force developed by Hua Xingxing himself. They were usually used to relieve his boredom, but now they were being sold like an object, so Mu Nando and the others naturally felt sour in their hearts. Even though he was bitter and unwilling, Mu Nando didn't dare to have the slightest complaint and could only lead a group of people to stand here and wait for Yang Kai to come out. After Peng Qi finished speaking, Mu Nando's heart couldn't help pounding as he secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction and expression, wondering what he would do with them. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai remained silent and his expression was extremely dull. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Mu Nando couldn't help feeling a little scared and quickly said, "In fact, young Lord Hua doing this, young Lord Kai won't suffer a loss." "Why do you say so?" Yang Kai glanced at him. Mu Nando was overjoyed and quickly said, "The Profound Light Gang has accumulated a lot of property over the past few years. If it is pawned, it should be enough to compensate for last night's losses." "How much?" "A few million silvers. Over the years, young Lord Hua has also rewarded us with some, so we've saved it all up." Yang Kai nodded and suddenly asked, "How does your Profound Light Gang compare to the other forces in the central capital?" "It's not enough to compare to the top, but it's more than enough to compare to the bottom." Mu Nando gave a hollow laugh. "It's not too big of a force. What if you merge with the Bamboo Knot Gang? Then we can definitely become one of the top 15 forces," Mu Nando said confidently. "Then we'll merge and there will be no more Profound Light Gang from now on." Yang Kai glanced at Peng Qi. "This person will be your deputy in the future." "Yes." Peng Qi was overjoyed. Although Mu Nando's expression was bitter, he didn't dare complain and could only smile. The Profound Light Gang had accumulated so much wealth. Yang Kai suddenly found that he seemed to have underestimated these small forces. Not every small force was as poor as the Bamboo Knot Gang. Grinning, Yang Kai said, "I want you to get familiar with each other as soon as possible, and then nibble away at those small forces whose strength is not as good as yours." "Ah!" Peng Qi couldn't help being surprised, but Mu Nando's expression remained normal. This isn't appropriate, right?" Peng Qi hesitated. In the past few years, the Bamboo Knot Gang had never had any ideas about others. They had always prioritized self-preservation. Now that they were suddenly turned into bandits, Peng Qi inevitably hesitated. "What do you think?" Yang Kai glanced at Mu Nando. The latter hurriedly said, "There's nothing inappropriate about it. It's just the law of the jungle. Last night, if it weren't for young Lord Kai, the Bamboo Knot Gang would have been gone. In the central capital, this kind of struggle between small forces is not uncommon. Peng Qi, your ideas are too old-fashioned." Peng Qi blushed and hesitated for a while, but didn't say anything. "It seems that your Profound Light Gang often does this kind of thing." Yang Kai stared at Mu Nando meaningfully. The latter smiled awkwardly. "It's mainly to accompany young Lord Hua to relieve his boredom. So far I've only done it twice. However, I've already inquired about the forces that can be nibbled away, so when one day young Lord Hua is bored again, I'll take him to watch the fun, haha." Now that he had a new master, Mu Nando naturally intended to perform well. Seeing that Yang Kai was quite interested in this matter, he quickly began to talk. Peng Qi immediately realized that if he allowed Mu Nando to continue talking, the position of gang leader might not be his, so he immediately declared, "With Brother Mu's help, I think we can really nibble away at others. Then let's do it." Yang Kai nodded. "Leave a part of the wealth you obtain for your own development. The rest, exchange it all for alchemy and artifact refining materials, the grade of which must be at least Earth-grade high rank." "Yes." Peng Qi and Mu Nando respectfully responded, glancing at each other, knowing that Yang Kai was preparing for the inheritance war. Not daring to neglect, The two of them quickly excused themselves and led their respective people into the main hall to conspire. Standing in place for a moment, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling. He hadn't expected that Stars Hu would come up with such a plan. However, this wasn't a loss. The number of people he could use had increased, and in the future it would only snowball. Oh, Fourth Master's mansion. As soon as Yang Kai returned, the housekeeper immediately greeted him. Young master, old master wants you to hurry to his study. There is something important to discuss. Understood. Kai Yang nodded and hurried over to the study. His heart was a bit strange. He didn't know what the fourth master wanted to discuss with him. Arriving at the study before he entered, he heard Dong Suju's voice. Don't worry, Kaier should be back soon. Yang Yingfeng complained. You're his mother. Yet you don't even know when your son left the house? Dong Suju retorted, you don't know either. And now you're complaining about him, don't be unreasonable. Fourth Master Yang suddenly felt helpless. From inside the room, two dry laughs sounded. Yang Kai's expression changed, a smile appearing on his face as he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Seeing Yang Kai return, Dong Suju quickly stood up and grit her teeth. You little bastard, where did you go last night? You didn't even come home last night, only coming back now, causing me to be scolded by your father. As he spoke, he moved closer and sniffed the air with his nose. What are you sniffing for? Fourth Master Yang asked suspiciously, checking to see if he went drinking with prostitutes last night. Dong Suju's expression was serious, sniffing for a while before nodding with relief. Fortunately, there's no smell of alcohol or rouge. Don't make trouble. Yang Kai helplessly gestured to the side. There are outsiders here. Oh. Chapter 405. Today, a guest had come to his house and he had been dragged along to play mahjong with them all afternoon. Tomorrow there would be more guests coming, so it should be the last batch of guests this year. Inside the study, Fourth Master Yang was sitting upright while Dong Suju was giggling. There was also a man and a woman sitting nearby. The man was tall and sturdy while the woman was pretty. They were the two blood warriors who had welcomed him back to the central capital, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Seeing Yang Kai return, Tu Feng quickly got up from his chair and cupped his fists to Yang Kai. Little lord. Yang Kai responded with a smile, sit down. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian sat down and glanced over at Yang Kai. Both of them couldn't help feeling surprised. They discovered that Yang Kai had actually broken through another minor realm and reached the Yuanqi boundary 8th stage. How long had it been? It had only been less than 2 months since his last breakthrough. This speed was a bit too fast. The last time Yang Kai broke through to the Yuanqi boundary 7th stage, they were also present. At that time, all of them had met for the first time. At that time, the two blood warriors had only thought that the little lord's aptitude was good. But now, looking at him again, it was not just good, it was simply too good. So why was it that he had only spent half a day in the dragon transformation pond before coming out? Thinking about this, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian both shook their heads secretly, somewhat unable to understand. Kaier, you also sit down. Fourth Master Yang quickly said. There are some things I need to discuss with you. Good. Seeing him speak so seriously, Yang Kai also realized that this matter was somewhat unusual and quickly sat down with Dong Suju. After taking a seat, everyone fell silent. Only Yang Yingfeng's brow furrowed, a moment later saying, let's talk about the first thing first. Yesterday, the Elder Court issued an order to all the main houses related to the inheritance war. This is good news. The Blood Warriors of the Blood Warrior Hall will participate in the inheritance war. Yang Kai's brow rose and he couldn't help showing a happy expression. The Blood Warriors of the Blood Warrior Hall. Each one of them was a master among masters. Basically, in the Immortal Ascension boundary, it would be difficult for them to find an opponent. Unless they were a master from a great force with a strong background. With the help of the Blood Warriors, the inheritance war would become much easier. That's a good thing. Yang Kai was surprised, not understanding why Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, as well as Fourth Master Yang, all looked so sad. It's a good thing. Yang Yingfeng nodded. However, the Elder Court has ordered that the Blood Warriors of the Blood Warrior Hall will participate in the inheritance war. But their task is only to ensure the safety of the young lords. They will not be responsible for anything else. Yang Kai frowned. He thought for a while and said, In other words, they can only be passive and can't take the initiative to attack, right? And the strength of the blood warriors is too strong. If we were to take the initiative to attack, we would be able to kill them. It's very easy to deal with an opponent. Yang Yingfeng nodded. This is also because we were worried that you wouldn't be able to win over too strong a backer. I understand. Yang Kai glanced over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian with a smile. But if I want to obtain the help of a blood warrior, is there any other condition? The two blood warriors couldn't help feeling surprised. They hadn't expected Yang Kai to be able to guess this. Yang Yingfeng also smiled and nodded. There are conditions. You must contribute a certain level of merit to the family. For example, the strength you've learned in the other sects these past few years. The elder court had issued this order, undoubtedly forcing the Yang family's direct descendants to hand over all their sect's secret arts and techniques. This was also something the family would do before every inheritance war, to collect the world's most precious treasures. This was why the Yang family had so many martial skills and secret arts and secret arts. In terms of the number of martial skills and secret arts and secret arts and secret arts and secret arts, the Yang family was absolutely number one. Even the other 7 great families couldn't compare with the Yang family in this regard. The more things you hand over, the more powerful the blood warriors you can obtain, the more options you'll have. Although the blood warriors were all very powerful, within the blood warrior hall, there were still differences in strength. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were relatively strong existences within the blood warrior hall, but above them, there was an even stronger blood warrior, an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage master. Moreover, each person can only obtain a maximum of 2 blood warriors. That's the limit. Yang Yingfeng added. Yang Kai grinned. Father, are you worried that I don't have enough things to exchange for the help of 2 blood warriors? Yang Yingfeng nodded. Last time Yang Kai had handed over a mysterious great martial skill to the family in exchange for a golden feather eagle. In Yang Yingfeng's opinion, his son had been away for so many years, learning a single mysterious grade martial skill was already good enough. How could he possibly be rich? You don't have to worry about that, I'm prepared. Yang Kai smiled confidently. There were no outsiders here, so there was no need for him to hide anything. Yang Yingfeng suddenly thought of the myriad drug liquid and frowned. Do you want to use that thing? The myriad drug liquid was simply too miraculous. If Yang Kai exposed it, he would definitely be able to obtain the help of the 2 blood warriors. But the family wouldn't just sit idly by. Perhaps it would cause some trouble, so as his father, 4th Master Yang was naturally worried. Yang Kai shook his head. Yang Yingfeng finally understood. Only now did he realize that he didn't understand how much his son's heritage was. Glancing over at Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, Yang Kai smiled and said, Tu Feng, Yuxian, it seems that we really need to work together. He had thought that the 2 blood warriors had come here this time for this matter. On the way back to the central capital, Tu Feng and Yuxian had already stated that if the family allowed the blood warriors to participate in the inheritance war in the future, they would definitely follow Yang Kai. The agreement from that day was still fresh in their minds. Tu Feng and Yuxian would never forget it, so naturally Yang Kai wouldn't forget it either. Now it was time to redeem his promise. Unexpectedly, after Yang Kai finished speaking, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian didn't show the slightest joy, instead wearing bitter smiles, their eyes flashing, neither of them daring to meet Yang Kai's eyes. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly converged as his eyes gradually became cold, snorting softly. Shouldn't the 2 of you give me an explanation? The look on the 2's faces already explained a lot. However, whether it was Tu Feng or Tang Yuxian, neither of them were the kind of people who would go back on their word. Although Yang Kai was a little unhappy, he still wanted to hear what they had to say. Why were they showing such far-fetched expressions and avoiding his gaze? Kai, 4th Master Yang whispered, trying to smooth things over. It's not what you think, don't misunderstand. Dong Suju also hurriedly said, that's right, son, don't talk like that. I have a good relationship with Yuxian in private and often discuss martial skills together. Knowing that she was the one who brought you back this time, mother couldn't have been happier. Seeing Yang Kai show signs of anger, Dong Suju couldn't help feeling startled. She had never seen Yang Kai show such an expression before. The previous Yang Kai was extremely well behaved, completely different from the current him. Seeing his expression, Dong Suju couldn't help feeling a little scared. Knowing that her son had really grown up and had his own views and ideas, for a moment she felt both sad and happy. Seeing his two old men pleading for him, Yang Kai's expression became slightly gloomy, taking a deep breath and saying, "If I misunderstood, I would only drive them away now, I wouldn't say anything." After hesitating for a moment, he added, however, "You still have to give me an explanation." Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian smiled bitterly, glancing at each other before slowly standing up and kneeling on the ground, their faces filled with shame. "It's not that Yuxian and I don't want to serve the young lord, but if possible, we are willing to go through water and tread on fire for the little lord." His voice was sonorous and powerful, causing Yang Yingfeng to feel a wave of shock in his heart. Tu Feng actually called himself a subordinate in front of his own son. Tang Yuxian also didn't refute. The Blood Warrior Hall was a very special organization in the Yang family. Blood warriors not only represented status, but also glory and loyalty. However, their loyalty was to the entire Yang family, not to any one person. In the past, 2 blood warriors had welcomed him back to the family, but their attitude towards him had been neither warm nor cold, only fulfilling their assigned tasks. Not to mention the past, even now, 4th Master Yang hadn't received such respect from any of the blood warriors, nor had any blood warriors shown him any intention of submitting to him. But what he himself couldn't do, his son had actually accomplished, so how could Yang Yingfeng not be shocked? On the other hand, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, without the slightest trace of honor or disgrace. His performance was quite ordinary. For a moment, 4th Master Yang couldn't help feeling a sense of frustration, but also a bit of happiness. No wonder Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had hurriedly come to his house. Originally, Yang Yingfeng didn't understand why, but now it seemed it wasn't without reason. "So what's the reason why you can't serve me?" Yang Kai asked coldly. "It's not that we can't." Tu Feng's expression was pained and ashamed. Tang Yuxian quickly took over. "But before that, these 2 subordinates have a request. Let's talk about it." Yang Kai frowned, suddenly realizing that what Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were struggling with was definitely related to the request they had for him. This discovery made Yang Kai feel gratified. These 2 really weren't ungrateful people, but his performance just now had been a bit too impatient. However, it was also related to his expectations of them. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian slowly got up, both of them wearing awkward expressions, Tang Yuxian's delicate face blushing slightly. "We shouldn't have bothered little lord with this matter, but we had no other choice but to shamelessly ask. I hope little lord won't take offense." Tu Feng sighed deeply. "What's the matter?" "I've already told 4th Master about this matter. Subordinate is a bit inarticulate right now, so I'll let 4th Master speak." Tu Feng finished speaking and sat back down. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Yang Yingfeng, who took a sip of tea before asking, "Kai, do you know how many of our brothers have returned to the central capital now?" Suddenly asking such a question, Yang Kai was quite confused, but he wasn't worried and just nodded, "Pretty much." "Then what happened to your 4th brother, Yang Xian Wu, do you know?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before remembering what Yang Zhao had said in the restaurant last time and nodded, "I've heard." Yang Yingfeng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai, who didn't seem to care about the outside world, would actually be so well informed. Knowing that he was also doing some preliminary work and inquiring about various things, Yang Yingfeng couldn't help feeling somewhat gratified. Chapter 406. A Yang family direct descendant, Yang Xian Wu, who was ranked 4th among the younger generation, was ambushed on his way back to the central capital and was seriously injured. The 2 blood warriors who had come to welcome him had used their mad tyrant blood skill, but were still unable to protect him. They had hurriedly brought him back to the family for medical treatment, but his condition had only become worse and worse. No matter what pills they took, there was no improvement. Finally, the day before yesterday, Yang Xian Wu passed away. So far, of the Yang family young lords who had returned to the central capital, a total of 5 had unfortunately been ambushed. In addition to Yang Kai, there was also the eldest brother Yang Wei, 5th brother Yang Kong, and 7th brother Yang Ying. However, these 4 had all come out unscathed. Besides Yang Kong and Yang Ying, who had suffered minor injuries at that time, Yang Wei and Yang Kai were all unscathed. They were much luckier than Yang Xian Wu. The inheritance war had not yet begun, but one of the family's young lords had already died. This was something that had never happened before. The Yang family was furious and was determined to find the culprit and destroy all 9 generations of their family. The reason Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had come to Yang Kai this time was precisely because of the 2 blood warriors who had come to welcome Yang Xian Wu back to the family. Does the family want to execute those 2? Yang Kai frowned, thinking of a possibility. Fourth Master Yang slowly shook his head. The family has no such intention. After all, the 2 of them had exerted their full strength at that time and were covered in scars. Even now they still haven't fully recovered. As blood warriors, they have already fulfilled their responsibilities. The family won't execute them. Every blood warrior was not easy to cultivate, and they were all loyal to the Yang family. As long as the elder Hall still had some sense, it was impossible for them to execute these 2 blood warriors for this reason. If they really did so, it would only disappoint the other blood warriors. However, a certain punishment cannot be avoided. Fourth Master Yang shook his head helplessly. Tu Feng sighed. These 2 brothers have not yet fully recovered from their injuries, and now they have each been beaten 100 times, breaking countless of their meridians. I'm afraid their achievements in life will come to an end. The planks the Yang family used to beat people were not ordinary planks. Instead, they were special artifacts that could be beaten 100 times. Even a blood warrior in peak condition would not be able to withstand such a beating, not to mention they were already injured. That year, the 4th Master Yang was beaten 30 times and had to lie in bed for several months. Beside him, Tang Yuxian also wore a sad expression, her face filled with worry. Not being able to protect the 4th young lord, they are already feeling very guilty, and now that such a thing has happened, the 2 brothers are somewhat disheartened. Tu Feng pursed his dry lips, his face filled with sadness. If you can't even bear such a small blow, what kind of blood warrior are you? Yang Kai snorted. Yang Yingfeng snorted and shook his head. You don't know how loyal the blood warriors are to the family. They were not disheartened because they could not improve their strength. They would care. It's just that your 4th brother's death made them feel like they had let down the family's nurturing. If your 4th brother hadn't died, they might have felt better. But now, sigh. Yang Kai glanced at the 4th master for a moment before nodding. Perhaps I underestimated the loyalty of the blood warriors. Turning to look at Tu Feng, Yang Kai asked, Then what did you come to me for this time? Cure those 2 people? I don't have that kind of skill. No. Tu Feng shook his head. Tu Feng gently shook his head. Yuxian and I would like to ask little lord to let those 2 brothers serve you in the inheritance war. Yang Kai was stunned. Why? Tu Feng replied, although they didn't say anything, we can feel that in this inheritance war, if young lord doesn't use them, they will definitely lose their lives. Perhaps the 2 of them will waste their cultivations, apologize to the family, and retire into the mountains. The 2 blood warriors had failed to protect Yang Xian Wu, causing the younger generation of the Yang family to have a bad impression of them. Now that they were injured, who knew how long it would take them to heal? This time in the inheritance war, it was likely that no one would use them. Ridiculous! Yang Kai shouted. The family spent so much financial and material resources to cultivate them to their current level. How can they just say they waste their cultivation? Since the blood warriors are loyal to the Yang family, their cultivation also belongs to the Yang family. It's not up to them to decide. Although the words were harsh to the ears, Tu Feng could hear some unusual meaning from them, so he quickly asked excitedly, So little lord is willing to use them? Tang Yuxian also hurriedly said, As long as they feel that they are still useful, they won't be so pessimistic. When did I say that? Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes, suddenly realizing that Tu Feng actually knew how to climb up a pole. However, Yang Kai finally understood why Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian had come to him today, and why they had said that if possible they would be willing to follow him and serve him like a dog or horse. If he really agreed to Tu Feng's request, he could only choose the 2 blood warriors. As for Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian, who he was familiar with, they were destined to fall into the hands of others. It's a presumptuous request, but among this generation's young lords, only Yuxian and I are familiar with little lord. The other blood warriors have only exchanged a few words with the other young lords, let alone have any kind of friendship, so we could only shamelessly ask. Who told you blood warriors to act so high and mighty, each of you thinking you're some kind of master? Yang Kai curled his lips. Tu Feng laughed dryly. The other young lords don't have the means or ability to subdue us. Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suju heard this and exchanged a glance, both of them seeing a look of surprise and joy in each other's eyes. In other words, Yang Kai had already subdued Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Little Lord. Tu Feng rubbed his big hands together, his face filled with hope. Tang Yuxian also stared at him from the side, her beautiful eyes filled with pleading. Yang Kai didn't say anything, his expression gloomy as he tapped his fingers on the back of his chair, making a tapping sound. The room was silent for a while. Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian felt their hearts jump into their throats as they stared at Yang Kai, waiting for his decision. The fourth master picked up his teacup and sipped, his expression serious, not showing any intention to speak. Dong Suju also lowered his head, twirling his 2 fingers, seemingly bored. The 2 old men obviously didn't want to interfere with Yang Kai's decision. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, causing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions to turn solemn as they quickly held their breath. What if I say I don't want to use them? Yang Kai looked at the 2 of them. He asked seriously. Tu Feng smiled bitterly and said, Little Lord is willing to consider. That's enough. At the very least, Yuxian and I know that Little Lord is more inclined to let us follow you. This is our honor. Tang Yuxian nodded heavily, her expression filled with gratitude. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became as sharp as an eagle's as he stared at the 2 of them and asked, Are you willing to become my enemy? Both Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's expressions became solemn as they replied, I hope that day never comes. Pray that you won't be chosen by another young lord. Yang Kai grinned, immediately filling his cheeks with self-confidence. But even if you are chosen by someone else, I'll still snatch you back. Both of them understood the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian were overjoyed and hurriedly stood up from their chairs. Does Little Lord agree? Yang Kai nodded and said somewhat reluctantly, Actually, I don't like those 2 people, but since you've come to ask, I'll accept. Then I'll reluctantly allow them to follow me. On behalf of the entire Blood Warrior Hall, we thank Little Lord. Many thanks for Little Lord's grace. Tang Yuxian's pretty face also blushed as she smiled happily. Go, tomorrow I'll discuss this matter with the Elder Hall. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yes. Both of them excitedly walked out the door, apparently wanting to convey this good news to the Blood Warrior Hall. When they reached the door, Tu Feng turned back and said, Right, Little Lord, although those 2 brothers are seriously injured now and can't provide you with much help, but their aptitudes are quite outstanding. Quite outstanding? How are they compared to you? Yang Kai asked curiously. Better than us. Tu Feng said solemnly. Hall Master once said that if those 2 brothers had enough opportunities, they would likely break through to the above immortal ascension boundary. I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not showing any surprise or expectation. Tu Feng nodded lightly before leaving with Tang Yuxian. When there was only the family of 3 left in the room, Yang Yingfeng said, I've heard the names of those 2. It is said that they are indeed the 2 blood warriors with the best aptitude in the Blood Warrior Hall. If because of this incident they were forced to withdraw from the Blood Warrior Hall and live in seclusion, it would be a loss to the Yang family. Over the years, only one master from the Blood Warrior Hall had broken through to the above immortal ascension boundary, and was now the Yang family's grand elder. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Father, you may not like to hear this, but I don't care if the Yang family loses or not. Yang Yingfeng smiled wryly. I understand. It was precisely because the Yang family's influence was too great and the familial ties within the family thin that every direct descendant didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the family when they first returned. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a fratricidal inheritance war. But Kaier, this time you've made a big profit. Yang Yingfeng smiled with relief. Yang Kai nodded indifferently, a little bit. But I still hope that Tu Feng and Yuxian will follow me. After all, they're already familiar with each other. What's there to gain? You father and son don't speak in riddles. Dong Suju couldn't help feeling confused. No matter how you look at it, it's our son who suffered a loss. The 2 unknown blood warriors were seriously injured, and wouldn't be able to provide any help to Yang Kai in the short term. Even if they were able to recover, they wouldn't necessarily play a greater role than Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Yang Kai and the 4th master smiled at each other, the former slowly getting up and saying, You tell mother about this. I need to make some preparations first. Tomorrow I have to go to the elder hall. Go. Yang Yingfeng waved his hand, staring at Yang Kai's strong back, and couldn't help feeling a sense of unreality. He's grown up, he's really grown up. Whether it was scheming or methods, he seemed to be much stronger than his own father, and he also had so many mysterious things on him. Yang Ying really didn't know what he had experienced these past few years. Inside the house, Dong Suju was still pestering his father, his body flickering as he sat down on the fourth master's lap, his hand grabbing onto his not-too-long beard as he asked, "Tell me, what did my son gain?" The fourth master smiled faintly and began to explain the mysteries behind it. Chapter 407. I'm very sorry, someone from my family came to delay me. Hurry up, hurry up. Young Family Elder Hall. The hall was huge and spacious. The floor was covered with a thick soft blanket. The four walls were engraved with many exquisite paintings of mountains and rivers. In the middle of the hall, there was an incense burner burning with a calming incense. The room was warm and comfortable. The ceiling of the hall was inlaid with many gems, sparkling like stars. Several gray-haired old men dressed in simple robes were sitting or standing. Some were studying chess records in front of them. Some were comprehending the mysteries of secret arts, all of them enjoying themselves. These elders all looked ordinary, and their essence, chi, and spirit were restrained to the extreme. They were not much different from the ordinary old men outside, but in fact, all of them possessed consummate skills and were famous for their fighting prowess. In the middle of the hall, Yang Zhen was sitting in a chair. Although he was over 70 years old, he still had a youthful complexion, vaguely showing his youthful spirit. As one of the people in charge of the elder hall, coupled with his old age, it was inconvenient for him to go out, nor could he travel north and south to contribute to the Yang family. Therefore, Yang Zhen sat in the elder hall all year round, dealing with some affairs together with several other elders of the same age. At this time, Yang Zhen's eyelids drooped, looking quite listless, his hands tucked into his sleeves as he listened to a young man in front of him. After a while, the young man finished speaking and then stared at Yang Zhen, waiting for a reply. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Zhen's seemingly turbid eyes overflowed with light. Yang Zhen stared at the young man coldly, his face filled with impatience. Good for nothing. Yang Zhen snorted, after going out for so many years. All you've brought back for the Yang family is this garbage? Did this kind of garbage want to exchange for a blood warrior's loyalty? I think you're even more senile than I am. Being reprimanded by Yang Zhen, the young man's face suddenly turned red. Go back, I'll record these merits for you, but it's not enough to exchange for any blood warrior. Yang Zhen waved his hand. Impatiently, Yang Zhen said, wait until you have enough merits, but the inheritance war is about to begin. I'm afraid you won't have time to prepare. You should give up the inheritance war as soon as possible, lest you become a laughingstock. The young man looked dejected. He sighed helplessly, seemingly unwilling to give up, and pleaded, Elder, I'll change to the one with the lowest strength. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Zhen interrupted, if it's not enough, then it's not enough. What are you blabbering on about? Hurry up and scram. With a furious roar, an invisible shockwave hit the young man and sent him flying out of the elders' hall. The entire hall of elders was buzzing. The few white-haired elders who were bored didn't move at all. It was as if they were all deaf. They didn't pay any attention to this side and were still focused on the matter at hand. Outside the palace, the young man crawled up in a sorry state, his face filled with humiliation. Her face flushed red, and she left angrily. Yang Kai, who had just arrived at the entrance of the hall, saw this scene and couldn't help but have an indescribable feeling in his heart. That young man was Yang Kai's third brother, Yang Tai, who was ranked third among the younger generation of the Yang family. After the family's order to allow blood warriors to participate in the inheritance war was passed down to the various young lords, the younger generation of young lords quickly took action. All of them had used their years of experience outside in exchange for blood warriors to follow them. However, it now seemed that Yang Tai hadn't obtained anything too valuable these past few years, so he had been kicked out by the elders. Third brother won't make it. A voice suddenly came to Yang Kai's ear, carrying a sense of regret. Yang Kai followed the voice and saw Yang Zhao standing there with a sad look on his face, shaking his head as he stared at Yang Tai's departing back. Second brother. Yang Kai walked over and greeted him. Little brother Kai. Yang Zhao chuckled. Yang Kai then turned his eyes to the other person next to him. This person's figure was as straight as a sword, and just by standing there quietly, he gave off a calm and steady feeling, as if the heavens would collapse and the earth would crack. His expression was indifferent, not changing in the slightest from beginning to end. Only when Yang Zhao called out to his younger brother did he turn his eyes towards him. Big brother. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. The only young master of the Yang family who had reached the immortal ascension boundary, eldest brother Yang Wei. Little brother Kai? Yang Wei's eyes flashed with some surprise. When Yang Kai greeted him, his true qi had inexplicably fluctuated uncontrollably. This kind of situation would only occur when he felt some kind of pressure. Using his newly cultivated divine sense, Yang Wei swept Yang Kai and found that he was only at the 8th stage of Yuan Qi. Yang Wei couldn't help frowning, secretly wondering why Yang Kai would cause his Yuan Qi to fluctuate. After not seeing you for a few years, little brother Kai has also grown to this point. Yang Wei nodded gently, a touch of approval flashing across his eyes. Just as he finished speaking, a trace of horror and amazement flashed across his face. 5 or 6 years ago, this youngest brother of his couldn't cultivate and was just an ordinary person without the strength to truss a chicken, but now he had actually reached the 8th stage of Yuan Qi. Although his cultivation was 2 minor realms lower than his own, the time he had spent cultivating was 7 or 8 years shorter. Yang Wei hadn't thought of this at all. Yang Wei finally realized that the other party's pressure wasn't unwarranted. Yang Wei was afraid that given some time, this little brother would one day surpass him. Are you also here to turn in your treasures? Yang Zhao chuckled and looked at Yang Kai. The latter nodded slightly and smiled wryly. There's no other way. The family has made such a move. I had no choice but to come. Haha. Yang Zhao laughed and patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately. Why else do you think the family has so many treasures? All of them were stolen by us from outside. They're all the family's possessions. One day you'll need them yourself. Yang Wei seemed to be born with a cold expression. In Yang Kai's memory, he had never smiled, was a man of few words, and appeared relatively dull, but his style of action was swift and decisive. Listening to him say this, Yang Zhao and Yang Kai quickly stopped talking about this matter. Does little brother Kai want to swap with the 2 blood warriors you brought back? I see they're quite interested in you. Yang Zhao asked, intentionally or unintentionally. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I have someone else in mind. Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling stunned. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to not want Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. However, Yang Kai obviously didn't want to say anything more. Turning his head, he asked, where's 5th brother? How come I don't see him? Yang Zhao and Yang Kong were blood brothers and had always been inseparable. Generally, they would never separate. Yang Wei snorted, with me here, would he dare show himself? Yang Zhao and Yang Kai glanced at each other and couldn't help shrinking their necks. Not only was Yang Kong afraid of this naturally cold-faced big brother, all of his brothers had a sense of awe towards him. This wasn't just because he was the oldest. I'll go in first. Yang Wei motioned to the 2 of them and walked into the elder hall with his hands behind his back. After a while he walked out again. Yang Zhao strode away. Yang Zhao smiled bitterly. Big brother still doesn't like to talk. Even if we want to get close to him, we can't. It's all because of his personality. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. In fact, he quite appreciated Yang Wei's personality. No nonsense, no sloppiness. What was on his mind, what was on his mind, what was on his mind, what was on his mind. Second brother will also go in first. Little brother Kai, wait a moment. In. After a long time, Yang Zhao walked out with a smile on his face, apparently very satisfied with this trip. After he walked out of the elder hall, Yang Kai walked in. Seeing Yang Kai come in, Yang Zhao stared at him with a pair of eyes. Yang Zhan's eyes shone as he stared at him, waiting for him to come closer. After saluting him, Yang Zhan chuckled, I remember you, brat. Last time, you used a profound grade martial skill to exchange for a golden feather eagle. Yes. Yang Kai nodded gently. Last time when he switched to the golden feather eagle. When he had exchanged the golden feather eagle, It was Yang Zhan who had given him the document and allowed him to take it back from Du Changbai. It hadn't been long, so Yang Zhan naturally remembered. Smiling gloatingly, Yang Zhan said, "Do you regret it now? Ha 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 ha. This old master knew you would definitely regret it at that time. You actually wanted to exchange a mysterious grade martial skill for a useless beast. You've suffered a big loss in this transaction. That was a bargaining chip that could have been exchanged for a blood warrior." It seemed that seeing Yang Kai regret his decision made this old man quite happy. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled mysteriously. "I don't regret it. Besides, regret is useless. It'll only add to my troubles." Yang Zhan coldly snorted and curled his lips. So stubborn. He obviously thought that Yang Kai was pretending to be generous, but in fact, his intestines were turning green with regret. "Then I'd like to see what kind of surprise you can bring me this time." Yang Zhan's hands were still tucked into his sleeves, his expression indifferent. "Tell me, how many blood warriors do you want to exchange for?" "At most I can only exchange for 2, so 2 it is." The smile on Yang Zhan's face slowly converged as he stared at Yang Kai coldly, his expression gradually becoming serious. Even the white-haired old men nearby, who seemed to have gone deaf, stopped what they were doing and turned their heads towards Yang Kai. In an instant, all eyes in the room were fixed on Yang Kai, the old men all showing looks of interest, all of them eagerly anticipating what would happen next. The Yang family's young lords who went out for life experience were at most sent to first-class forces. The resources in first-class forces weren't that great, so there were even fewer that could be open to the Yang family's young lords. To exchange for a blood warrior, one would need at least a mysterious grade or 3 heaven-grade top-rank martial skills and secret arts. Last time Yang Kai had used a mysterious grade martial skill, but this time he actually wanted to exchange it for 2 blood warriors. That meant that he would need at least 2 mysterious grade martial skills. Did he have any? That was simply impossible. If mysterious grade martial skills and secret arts were so easy to obtain, then their value wouldn't be high. Everyone in the room didn't think that Yang Kai would be able to get what he wanted, only thinking that he didn't understand the rules and had overestimated his own chips. Each and every one of them assumed a posture of watching a good play. After a long silence, Yang Zhan smiled disapprovingly and said casually, "Let's talk about your chips. This old master will evaluate whether you can exchange for 2 blood warriors." Yang Kai nodded slightly, taking out 2 white jade pieces from his sleeve and placing them on the table in front of Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan frowned and glanced at him, a wisp of impatience surging on his face. With a cold snort, he withdrew his hand from his sleeve. Without seeing him do anything, he picked up one of the pieces of jade and probed it with his divine sense to examine it. "You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."